Welcome back, everybody. Sorry about the intro; it's a bit long, a bit sloppy. Just threw that together today, and just now, actually. Welcome back, Mama Bear. Welcome back to another
Hey,
episode of Eyes on the Audit. We're on episode 2. We've got some lovely episodes of some bangers for you. Right,
yes.
give me a minute.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to
Hey, Indiana.
everybody in the world.
Hey, Japa. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Hey, Indiana. All right.
Yes, we are on Mama Bear's Eyes on the Audit, Eyes on the Audit on X.
Yep, we are indeed.
How is everybody? Yes, we took some time off. I took some time off. I was there chopping corn, um, and my allergies kicked up, so I took a few days off due to my allergies deciding to kick in big time um, due to them chopping corn. Uh,
And
so,
I honestly needed a little break, to be honest with you. I was crashing hard.
so, and we got a few things done on the stream. Taking a break, sent out a ton of emails all the way around to everybody and anybody, and got some emails back. So, and
Oh,
my
good.
community was doing some fundraisers for to go down south. So was concentrating on a little bit of that here in my community. Um, they were loading trailers today and box trucks to head down south. And some flatbeds left yesterday to head down south um, with hay and straw. They headed out yesterday for farmers for the livestock um, to help them out because there was a lot of devastation. And I don't know if many people are listening to the weather, what is happening in the Gulf down there, because there's another one churning in the Gulf down there. Yes, another hurricane is coming. Yep, there is another one churning. There is another one churning. Yep, there's another one churning. So, this is from the National Weather Hurricane Center. Back to it.
Welcome back, everyone, with the first video update on newly formed tropical storm Milton. Let's start first with the big picture, and then we'll zoom into the details. So starting first with the big picture, this is the Gulf of Mexico. You can see sort of Texas, Mississippi, Alabama, and Florida over here. The area of disturbed weather that we've been watching for a while now has acquired enough organization to be classified a tropical storm and has thus acquired the name Milton. Right now, Milton is situated way over here on the southwest of the Gulf of Mexico with maximum peak wind speeds of 40 miles per hour and the pressure of 1,006 millibars. Now, the million-dollar question is, where is Milton going to go and what impacts may it bring? So let's change the graphic a little bit here. You can see more clearly the track of Milton will progress over the Gulf of Mexico over the next several days, potentially impacting Florida. Now, what about timeline and impacts? Let's tell you what we do know. We anticipate that the conditions are conducive for Milton to develop into a hurricane over the next couple of days. So let's look here on Monday morning. I'm sorry, this is Monday evening. Max wind speeds predicted of 100 miles per hour over the central Gulf of Mexico. And then as it approaches the Florida Peninsula on Wednesday, this is 7 a.m. Wednesday, maximum sustained winds of 110 miles per hour. That's right on the Category 2/Category 3 status on the Saffir-Simpson scale. So all indications of potentially very impactful hurricane over the Florida Peninsula on Tuesday and Wednesday. So let's talk about the timing. Let's talk about the timelines. What this graphic is telling you here is when the tropical storm force winds or bad conditions might start impacting Florida Peninsula. So this line right here is showing you conditions could be just off the coast of the Florida Peninsula. So it's off the west coast of the Florida Peninsula late on Tuesday and then spread across the Florida Peninsula Tuesday night into Wednesday. Why is the timing so important? Because it really determines how you prepare and what actions you take. So we're still sort of early on in this process. So, you can start to think about how to begin preparing. But based off this, you really have the rest of today, tomorrow, and Monday to get prepared. Okay. Now, regardless of where the storm tracks, it's going to produce a large area of heavy rain and potential flooding. We're at the tail end of the wet season, or rainy season here in Florida, which means that it won't take much rain to cause flash flooding and dangerous conditions. If you look at this graphic here, regardless of where the track goes, it's going to produce heavy rain, potentially all the way down here into South Florida. This is something we have to keep in mind. It's too early to get into specifics of who gets how much and where. So what can we do at this early stage of the game? Well, first, let's talk about assembling your hurricane supply. So if you haven't done so for the hurricane season, now's a great time to make sure you've got your hurricane supplies. If you depleted your hurricane supplies during Helene, you've got to replenish them now, unfortunately. So let's walk through some of the basics. These are the basics, or the bare minimum that you need. Food and water to last you and your family and your pets for several days if the storm does impact you. Top off your cars and trucks with gasoline and keep them full. Keep them full. Often it can be very difficult and time consuming to get fuel. Make sure your electronics, especially the ones that you will use to communicate and stay in touch with your friends and family, are charged, and your backup batteries or charging systems are charged. Make sure you've got medicine and prescriptions on hand to last you a week or two in case it's difficult to get those after a storm. And then make sure you've got cash on hand. The other preparedness that you can start to take, and this one's important, especially for people on the Florida West Coast, is while no evacuations have been ordered, they may be necessary later. Here in Florida, we label our evacuation zones with letters A through F. It's imperative that you know whether or not you're in one of these and which ones. That way, if you are ordered to evacuate, you know if it includes you. The way you can do that is go to floridadisaster.org/no, floridadisaster.org/no, to determine if you live in an evacuation zone. That's it for us today. We will be back tomorrow with our usual 2-a-day video briefings at 11:30 and 5:30. And as always, you can get the latest information at hurricanes.gov.
All right, so if you haven't already fucking depleted your resources from the first one, these people are still suffering from the first hit.
They're still suffering from 2 years ago.
Right? So the problem now, is they can print money to send to Ukraine, but they can't print money to send to people over there, right?
Yeah.
They ain't got no money.
And Thomas, some people don't have electricity yet from the last storm.
From 2 years ago.
Their houses are destroyed. Ain't money. Their houses are destroyed.
Isn't it funny that they want to send in the bulldozers in already? I mean, shouldn't we just focus on, saving some people and worry about property and destruction of property, destroying all it, removing the. I don't understand.
They aren't helping now. People are struggling now, and they're saying, "Oh, come with your ID and we'll help you." They made it out with their lives. They didn't save their wallets. They didn't save their ID. Oh, we'll put money on your ATM card. Sorry, but my ATM card went with my car. Flood. Well, take your phone and plug it in and use this app.
There are no ATMs. Where's the ATM? Where's the nearest ATM? In the next fucking state.
Well, I don't have a car to get to it. I don't have my phone because my phone went in the flood. I can't use the app.
There's no internet. How are they going to use it on the internet? They're going to go on the internet. They won't even let Elon Musk in to give people internet so they could communicate.
I can't.
Didn't we have a video on that one?
It's like, this is absolutely ridiculous. And one senator
This is treason. That's what it is.
One senator is there.
It's treason. That's what it is.
And he is calling this out. And he is pissed. He is pissed. And he is actually out there.
Congressman Corey Mills, he's on the ground in North Carolina, helping to deliver supplies. Congressman, I see the helicopter behind you, and I heard you just got off of it a few moments ago. Tell us what you were up to.
So thanks so much for having me, Laura. Yeah, we've got a patient that we had to do an emergency medevac on, unable to get support, blood pressure through the roof, showing signs of not just infection in the bone disease, but really in kind of a troubling area. Great spirits, amazing woman. But we've done quite a few of these types of evacs, from an 83-year-old man that was showing signs of cardiac arrest that we rescued from Bailey into Johnson City. We've delivered, thanks to our partnership with Mercury One and Glenn Beck's team, over 18,000 pounds of supplies. We've put up over 20 plus Starlink systems. We've gone across all of Asheville, Burnsville, Cello. We've gone to Broad River, South Toe, Mountain High School today. We've gone into Pensacola, continuing to try and do what the federal government won't. And that's the reality. I saw my first FEMA truck today, and they admitted that they just got here this morning. And meanwhile, yesterday, Laura, you had President Biden, who came in here, shut down our actual capabilities for up to 4 hours, putting a 30-mile TFR after abandoning this place for, 6 days. Unfortunately, it's not named Ukraine, North Carolina, or they would have already had enough money. And then you think about Mayorkas, who said they're at the end of their funding, but he doesn't want to tell the American people that money that was supposed to go to disaster relief was actually utilized and repurposed for immigration resettlement. So let's go ahead and call the truth to what is going on here. It's the America Last agenda. It's focused on 9,000 miles away, not 990 miles away. Let's keep our borders open while we go ahead and secure everyone else. Let's drive up everyone's medical costs because we're going to do, uncompensated medical treatments for those who are illegally here through the criminal migrants and add the angel families. And so we're going to be on the ground. We're going to continue to help the people until the federal government. And I can tell you, this is community-based. This is veterans who are coming together. These are charity organizations who are coming together, and it's the community who is delivering. It is not the federal government at this point.
Well, I keep watching these social media posts, Congressman, of folks who've gotten their cell phones powered up somehow. And these are moms with 2 and 3 kids who say, we've run out of diapers. We have very, very little food left. And we keep hearing about supplies, but where are they? Like, I keep saying this, how are we a superpower when we leave our people stranded, and yet every time Zelensky comes into town, he gets another, couple $100 million.
Yeah. Well, Laura, think about it. There's been a complete pattern of abandonment under Biden and Harris. Let's go through it for a moment and just recall what it was. 2021, you got the Afghan botched withdrawal. I conducted the first overland rescue successfully of an American, a mother and 3 children from Amarillo, Texas, before they were willing to try and get anyone out, and even grounding aircraft over in Kunduz. Then you've got fast forward to October 7th, the most horrendous incident that's ever happened, barbarism in Israel. I was on the ground 4 days later conducting the first rescues, 32 people out of Tiberias, Nazareth, and Haifa, then with 255 in total that we ended up getting out before the administration sent a single plane in. Then let's go back to just April and May, where we had to go into Haiti after the war-torn area collapsed under the gangs and rescue the first 23 Americans by helo rescues and 59 children who are being left behind. This administration, what the pattern is, you have to shame them into doing what is right.
It's a dereliction of duty.
We have to get them what's doing.
Yes, this is a dereliction of duty, but Joe Biden did speak today and said, basically, we got it under control. Watch.
Days before the storm hit, I pre-positioned extensive resources on the ground throughout the Southeast, extensively. First responders, search and rescue teams, food, water, ambulances. Before Helene had made landfall.
What I read from accounts in North Carolina and Tennessee was that most of that material was positioned in the Big Bend area of Florida, which is fine, but it really wasn't pre-positioned up the southeast where the storm was going to go. Is that right, or am I reading something incorrectly?
No, you're exactly right. But also, he's failed to utilize Title 10 to help our Department of Defense to be able to deploy out. You've got Fort Bragg, North Carolina, Cherry Point, Camp Lejeune, Pope Air Force Base. We got aviation regiments who could have been here immediately. Then he shows up 6 days later making promises that likely won't be kept. We've talked to a FEMA individual today who said, well, if they want to know where we're at, all they have to do is track what the media is reporting. These are people without houses, without power. And then she said, oh, well, maybe they can just get into their cars and charge their phone and turn it on to find out where we are. They were in an isolated one truck who just showed up this morning, and they're like, we're processing people for FEMA, but yet they have no idea how to go house to house to even get it done. So there's nothing being done here. It's the community who is coming together. It's the charities and veteran organizations who are delivering. And I'm okay with one thing, which is that if we're not going to go ahead and continue to fund these types of things, if American people are going to do it for them, then let's go ahead and get the money back to the states so they can take care of it themselves.
Well, Congressman, my angle was about zero oversight. Congress keeps greenlighting these massive spending bills and just, it's a rush. It's before Christmas. It's before Christmas. We got to sign it. And then meanwhile, there's a huge amount of money being used for non-Americans, illegal immigrants. So they get all the money, and these people are seeing their houses float away. And then Kamala comes in and says, "We'll give you $750 for immediate needs." It's just this is crazy. This is crazy stuff.
Laura, it's even crazier that I went into Pensacola, Florida. Not a single federal government agent's been there. We had the chief come to us and say, "We just had 4 fatalities. 2 people just washed down the river. They couldn't recover the bodies on." And his exact quote, and I'm not paraphrasing, when he said, "We'll be uncovering and unburying bodies until the end of the year."
Well, Pete Buttigieg doesn't want anyone flying drones in the area. He's worried about that. I think part of this is, I think they don't want Americans to really see the extensive nature of this damage. It is a heartbreak. 200 plus people now dead in this storm. And that our focus should be at home as this kind of stuff is going on. Congressman, you are doing such great work. It shouldn't be up to you and other volunteers. Our federal government should be leading this along with state agencies to the extent they can.
Well, if Biden's not going to do his job, I will, Laura. And as an elected official, I will always put we the people first.
Yeah, well, I think Congress has got to watch how it spends our money going forward. They should have done it a long time ago. Congressman, thank you very much.
Hey, Sean.
Mr. Biden. Yeah, that's definitely dereliction of duty, willful negligence.
One truck for North Carolina and Tennessee. I was watching another YouTube channel. They set up a shower truck, but it's not for the public.
So even though Biden's asleep or too busy eating ice cream, right? This is a time for Miss Kamala Comrade Harris, right, to shine, right, to show what she's worth, to show the American public that she's the leader. She's taking charge of this situation. She's going to sort out the fucking, like this is why you're voting for her. This is, what I mean? This is her chance to shine. Where the fuck is she?
Campaigning.
And what about Trump in all of this? He ain't the fucking innocent one. You know what I mean? Where the fuck is he? Is he going to say,
Campaigning.
Because he could intervene. He could do something. Do you know what I mean? The noise that he could make, right, to save people's lives now. Fuck the campaign for a minute. But they're not interested in saving people's lives.
Campaigning. Well,
he has undoubtedly got to be the single worst president you've ever had the unfortunate fucking misfortune of ever selecting into office.
Yeah.
And crisis after crisis after crisis that he just brushes underneath it like whatever, And the only thing he can worry about, the only thing that's concerning him is the existential threat to democracy. Donald Trump. Oh man, that's the biggest threat to democracy. Fuck that, Let's start a war in Ukraine. He even said it in his own words that, make no mistake, boots on the ground in Ukraine is World War III. Remember when he said that? Motherfucker sending boots on the ground. He knows it's World War III. He even said it.
Yeah.
And he's just blindly carrying on. You know what I mean? Like, let's go. We got $1 trillion to send to fucking Ukraine war to fight Russia when we didn't need to. But we don't have. All we got is $700 for the victims of the fucking hurricane that they fucking created with their cloud seeding and geoengineering. Right? Make no mistake of that. They fucking messed this fucking planet up with all their fucking shit that they're fucking doing.
Yeah. Okay. I've got the link. I got the link, Brandon. Okay, Brandon just dropped the link of some air support flying in.
Let's back up just in case. Yeah.
These are people getting supplies.
I'm gonna be smart and sit down.
Look at all these people.
I got a company, the basement of the house, clean that out and start getting hands and stuff. Cemetery, stuff. Yeah. These people that got really start stopping. Thank you. We're pretty good. We have first aid kit station here. We have an ambulance service station here. But it's like that. We got washed out. That's good on that. Everything, these things, you don't think nothing about that. Yeah. Other than that, we just know going. Hey, we want to thank you from the bottom of our heart for everything. So you give us that, we would definitely. I still probably know what we still have, but I work on them. I will work with somebody.
Now, how many other people like this are in the hills?
All right, everybody, as you just saw here at the Big Glen Lodge in Little Switzerland, we are still getting air support to come in at our helipad right over here. They just stopped off to check in with us for the day and see what supplies are needed. Thank you, everybody, for your support. Please stay tuned to the Benghazi Rabbit as we have more information coming out on all the crazy stuff that's happening here in our area.
Yes, Brandon. Yes, we've got that video. We have that video. We have the initial video of the when he was initially taken out of the sky, told he could not from the news report. He is back up flying. But we do have the initial news report on that pilot. When he was threatened with the press. Here's the initial report.
Now being shared days after Helene wreaked havoc in North Carolina. But one Pageland man's efforts to help are now the source of controversy. He flew his own chopper on his own dime to help stranded victims. But that man says he abandoned his rescue missions after a fire official threatened to have him thrown in jail. Well, that man now wants answers and turned to Queen City News Chief Investigator Jody Barr to help figure out what went wrong here.
This is the original post that I was reading when I decided to go up and help. It's a long post, but she's saying that her kids and family and animals are trapped. No way out, no supplies, and the only way in or out is accessible by helicopter. Limited cell service and no water since Friday morning. I thought I have a helicopter and maybe I can help.
Jordan Sidham piled food and water into his helicopter Saturday and headed up toward Banner Elk, the only way through a mountain gap in Lake Lure.
This is the mountain valley that you would have to fly to get to Black Mountain, where we were escorting people out. This is a mountain range, and this is a mountain range. The only place to fly through with bad visibility, low cloud coverage, is Lake Lure.
The cries for help from people stranded without food, water, or electricity hit social media soon after the flooding last Friday.
So my parents are stuck there. Their address is Banner Elk. They are in the first condo. If you receive this, please give me a call back. Thank you.
Sidham's phone started lighting up on Saturday with people begging for help.
I mean, I could hear the desperation in her voice. This is multiple phone calls I've received like this, voicemails, text messages, and you could hear people desperate for help.
Sidham and his son rescued 4 people on Saturday and spent the night in a nearby pilot's lounge, then decided to fly again Sunday morning.
I spoke with my son, which is my co-pilot. I said, hey, do you want to go back out and try to help today? And his response was, there's so many messages, I don't think we can't not go help.
Sidham and his son were headed up to Black Mountain. Flight tracking shows no flight restrictions in place Saturday or Sunday morning when Sidham flew through the Lake Lure Gap. But that was all about to change. The Sidham spotted an older couple waving for help, then landed in what's left of their driveway.
Hey, I want you to let me get in. You step out and go out, help her in, put her bag in the back, get her strapped in. I'm going to take her down, come back. I'll take him, I'll come back, and then I'll get you, okay?
I originally left my son, co-pilot, on the side of the mountain. It was kind of unstable, so I didn't want to put more weight in the helicopter to lift back off. So I left my son with the other victim, and I was just going to take one person down at the time. And you could hear me in the video talking through with the victims and with my son what we're going to do.
3 minutes away, Sidham spotted a group of rescuers just down the river. He landed and found someone in charge.
Told him my background experience, law enforcement, firefighting,
pilot, he immediately started helping with coordination. He gave me radio frequencies to coordinate with them on, set up a landing area for me to come back with the other victim. And in the middle of the whole conversation and them blocking the road off, I was greeted by the, at that time I didn't know, but Lake Lure fire chief or assistant chief maybe, and he shut down the whole operation. So at that point I felt like the conversation wasn't going any further. And again, he asked me to leave, and I said, hey, I have no problem getting out of your area. If that's what you want us to do, we'll leave, no issue. At that point, I asked him, what was the reason I had to leave them there? And he said, again, you're interfering with my operation. I just need you to get out of the area. I said, sir, I don't know where you were trained at, but I know how my training is, and I'm not going to leave personnel behind. I'm going back to get my co-pilot. He said, if you turn around and go back up the mountain, you're going to be arrested. I said, well, sir, I'm going back to get my co-pilot. I don't know what to tell you. And he said, I'm letting you know. And at that point, he waved for 2 law enforcement officers to come over and told me that, again, if I go back up the mountain, I would be arrested.
He flew the 3-minute trip back, picked up his son, and left the woman's husband behind.
Sure, he was flooded with emotions and trying to rescue other people, and I just felt that it was best at the time to leave. So I did follow his instructions, and I had a conversation with the female victim before I left, apologizing and explaining. She was standing there. She heard the whole conversation, and they were both very, very surprised, very upset. The husband, as I was leaving off of the side of the mountain, at that point, separated from his wife, he was upset. I can only imagine.
Sidham and his nearly 1,400 flight hours turned his chopper around and headed back to South Carolina, passing people waving for help along the way.
As I was actually leaving to go back to get my son, the original chief or captain that I spoke to, his crew and himself, they came back over and said, hey, man, we can't tell you to go get the victim. We can't even ask you to go get the victim, but we can tell you if you come back with the victim, we'll have you a designated landing spot, and they won't. We'll make sure they don't come over here.
So there was no flight restriction when you went in?
No flight restriction when I went in. It went in place 20 or 30 minutes after the confrontation with Mr.
You feel like that was coincidental, or do you think that was because of what happened?
I don't think it can be coincidental when there has not been one in place the day before doing rescue operations, the night of, the morning of, that took place after our altercation. I think there would have never been a TFR put in place had we not had that conversation. If I had to do it over again, I would have stopped and I would have rescued as many people until they decided they were going to arrest me.
Well, for now, we've chosen not to name that Lake Lure fire official because communications in and out of that town are still difficult. We want to include his side in this story, and if and when he responds to our messages, we will include that. The good news is I saw a video of a Coast Guard helicopter landing in Lake Lure this morning, so hopefully some of those mountain rescues are underway today. From Pageland, Jody Barr, Queen City News.
Yeah, I remember that.
And I will follow up with what happened with the couple. I do not want to leave that hanging because they did do a follow-up story on the couple.
To the rescue attempt of a Lake Lure couple stranded on a cliff, we now know what happened to the husband. He was left behind after the volunteer chopper pilot who saved his wife was forced to end that rescue effort under the threat of arrest by a Lake Lure fire official. Here's Queen City News Chief Investigator Jody Barr.
I was able to look him up a few minutes after I left.
And who is this?
His title online is the Assistant Chief of Lake Lure Fire and Rescue.
This is the man volunteer helicopter pilot Jordan Sidham said threatened to arrest him if he made one more trip up a Lake Lure mountain to rescue another person. Just minutes before, a couple waved Sidham down as he passed overhead. Mike and Susan Coffey were stranded on a cliff after the storm washed away their home and the land it sat on.
We could see the water starting to get much more violent right? And we could see trees start to go down and the water levels start to rise, but we kind of thought we were safe because we were so high up. And then we started to hear a lot of noises.
Rumbling.
Just rumbling.
It wasn't thunder. What's this weird rumbling?
Yeah, trees falling,
Right.
rocks, so it got a little bit frightening at that point. We actually sat there and then we watched our house go. The cliff just dropped. That whole side of the road, the cliff just dropped off, right? All of the trees and the dirt and everything else just started collapsing.
For the next 2.5 days, the couple slept in their car, surviving on 2 bottles of water and 2 bags of chips.
Friday night. I mean, we had the
Yeah.
water, we had potato chips. We're also dehydrating. Like, that was a great pick, But so by the next morning, we were starting to get worried again of what we would have to be able to drink. We started to see helicopters go over. So every time we heard a copter, we'd just run out and start waving. There was a big pile of rocks at the house next door. So we did a big SOS sign in the cul-de-sac with the rocks, and just staying in the moment to stay positive and not worry too much. And then we saw this small black helicopter fly, and we were waving at it, and it stopped.
And
And
it
it
actually
circled.
stopped.
Yeah, it circled over us.
When you saw that helicopter make a U-turn and start coming toward you, what was going through your mind at that moment?
Thank God. Thank God somebody saw us. Somebody was trying to help somewhere. So that was the first time somebody actually stopped and acknowledged that we were there.
And so Mike says, of course, for me to go first. He'll stay there with the cat. And then Jordan says, I'll come back and get you.
Sidum left his son with Mike Coffey and flew Susan to what Sidum described as a command post 3 minutes away near Lake Lure.
So we land, and I get out of the helicopter and I go towards them. And so then Jordan is able to come out, and they're just standing there looking very mad and very annoyed. And so, who are you? I didn't realize he had just taken it upon himself, followed his heart to come help rescue people. And his communication is so down, it's hard to know who to let know that he has this free airspace that he can go do this. So he was telling them who he was and what he was doing. And they just were just not happy. They weren't happy about it. And he said, this is our mission. This is our operation. We can't just have you flying in and out. And so he was trying to tell them, Jordan was telling them, well, I can't just leave her husband there. I don't want to separate a family. So if you just let me go back and get her husband, and then I'll bring him here, and then I'll take my son, and we'll go.
One of the Michigan firemen, Sidum, says he spoke to and who gave him radio frequencies to help coordinate with them, told him to do whatever he had to. Susan Coffey witnessed that conversation.
Pretty much told him, in a way, break the rule, just go get her, go get the husband so that they can be reunited. So that's why I thought that it was okay that he was going to be able to go get him. I didn't know that then he was threatened with arrest. He was told just to leave. And so I thought he was going to go get my husband. And
He informed me when he got there. And when I got to the door, he said, I am so sorry, but I'm told if I bring you back that I'm going to be arrested and I can't take you back with me. And in fact, I was told I couldn't come get my co-pilot, my son. I just told him I'm not going to leave my son here. He said, I am so sorry. I don't know what to tell you, but I need to take my son and we're going to leave. And they've told me they're aware of where you are and you will be rescued. He takes off. I had no idea where my wife was. I couldn't comprehend what was going on. Like, how did this make sense? And when, if ever, I was going to be reunited with her, or how long it would take for some other rescue crew to get back to me. So that was the most stressful part of the whole experience. I can watch my house go. I can watch our neighbors' houses go. We were together, right? And we knew each other was safe. And when he left, that thought, right, just kind of disappeared. Like, okay, I don't know what's going to happen from here.
Coffee hiked down the cliff and found what he believes is that same Michigan rescue crew from the command post.
Probably 25 minutes later, I saw a rescue crew across the river, and I was waving them down, and I was able to get down the banks to our side of the river where I could at least yell and communicate across the river saying, "Do you have my wife? Do you know where my wife is?" And they were giving me the thumbs up.
They used ropes to drag him across the raging, debris-filled river to safety.
And the very first thing he said to me was, "Are you okay? Are you Mike Coffey? We've got your wife, so she's safe." So at that point, I could relax, knowing that she was safe. Those guys also, they came down from Michigan. They don't know us from anybody. They were willing to put their lives on the line. They're also heroes in the story.
Was there a point in time when either of you thought maybe you may not see one another again?
Of course.
I certainly did. Yeah.
You didn't know who took me, and at that point.
I mean, honestly, this guy shows up in a helicopter, he takes your wife, and then he comes back and says, "Oh, I can't pick you up," right? I had no idea when
things go through your mind, right?
I was going to see her again, where she was taken.
After a few hours, the Coffeys found one another again.
So when the bus came back to get me, and then I see the doors open and Mike's head sticks out, and he's like, "Susan, Mike, oh my God!" I was so relieved that that he was picked up and that we were back together.
In the days after the storm, communication lines were down at Town Hall. No phone, internet, or cell signal either. We sent messages to Assistant Chief Chris Melton, the man Jordan Sidham said ran him and any other pilot who showed up out of town under threat of arrest. But Melton never responded. Thursday morning, instead of making Assistant Chief Melton available, the town offered its town manager for an interview.
So the personal aircraft that landed was not only unauthorized, but also they provided no notification that they were coming, and that did pose a potential risk to ongoing operations with search and rescue. And then, also just wasn't safe for them to be there as regular citizens, especially since we didn't know, who they were or what they were doing there.
In the days after the storm, through that Sunday morning, there was no restricted airspace in Lake Lure. The FAA did impose a temporary flight restriction after this encounter between Mr. Sidham and the Assistant Fire Chief Melton. So you all still contend today that no one should have been in that area trying to save these people who had been stranded for 2 days, headed into day 2, next to day 3?
Correct. If anything, they should have at least notified Incident Command, who would have authorized them or not authorized them to be in that area.
Sidham said he did exactly that. When he landed at the Rutherford County Airport and spoke with the people in charge, Sidham says airport officials told him they were only selling fuel to private aircraft.
They need permission now to go out and help people.
In the search and rescue effort.
Can't help people without permission from the government.
Going into Lake Lure that Sunday morning and
free America
after the arrest threat just 2 hours later. And
I'm unaware
of that. Ms. Stuman, less than 24 hours later, private pilots were being asked to return to that area to do what Mr. Sidham was doing at that time. Do you see how that the public may look at that and go, well, that's a little perplexing that.
Did you see that? Look who peeked in the door.
Ms. Stuman, less than 24 hours later, private pilots were being asked to return to that area to do what Mr. Sidham was.
Look who's at the door.
Is that the guy who threatened the fire chief? Is that the fire chief?
Yes.
He's a pussy.
Was doing at that time. Do you see how that public may look at that and go, well, that's
he's a coward. How could he be a fire chief? The fire chief's got to have balls, man. He's gonna run into
endangering rescue efforts, and then
this
less
guy's
than
a
a day
pussy.
later,
He can't even face a
begged to
camera.
come back and help.
Well, I can only imagine that they went through the correct chain of command to be authorized to come here.
What was the danger posed?
I don't believe
and what Mr. Sidhum did, the specific danger that day?
Well, it interrupted operations of the people who were there from national, state, and local resources. One and
How?
two,
How did it interrupt?
Downtown Chimney Rock is in disarray right now. For someone who's not trained, not adequately trained in emergency operations, especially at that time, they should not have been in that location.
But just some hours later, he was back in the area, and the county welcomed him in to do exactly what he did just the day before. Do you think his training was significantly improved overnight?
Nice.
It's not that we're turning away help or volunteerism at all. Once again, we just need to go through the right steps to do that. So we're aware. The state is aware, Rutherford County is aware, and the town of Lake Lure and village of Chimney Rock is aware of what's going on. That was not the case initially.
Are you all welcoming those private helicopter pilots who have delivered food and water and medical supplies and are helping rescue human lives from the mountains around Lake Lure? Are you guys welcoming them now?
That would need to go through the Rutherford County Emergency Management or the state emergency management.
I'm asking you as an official, the leader of Lake Lure, North Carolina, are you now welcoming those private helicopters
This is the leader.
In your community?
Yes, if they go through the necessary channels.
Do you think that your people on the ground in Lake
Yes, they
Lure
don't. They're not.
did what they should have done when they handled this flooding victim that was delivered to them in the encounter between Assistant Chief Melton?
Unless you ask
and
her
those
for
private pilots?
permission. Yes, sir.
You're not
Yes, sir. They were
welcome to
doing
help.
what they were supposed to do at that time. And, I can't
woman
speak
needs to be
highly enough
fired
of Mr.
immediately.
Melton and all of our emergency personnel that's here right now. They've been out here for days on end, putting their lives on the line to save people. And, they were doing their job.
What would you say to him today?
I would ask that why he didn't take the time to assess the whole situation and make a better decision. As an emergency manager, director, and assistant chief of the fire department, that's the time that you should try to be coordinating with outside agencies to get more help in. That's your job title, and there wasn't much coordination going on.
Sidhum told us the only thing he regrets is leaving Mike Coffey behind, and whatever price he had to pay, he should have paid it.
I'm sorry. If I had to do it over again, I would have stopped and I would have rescued as many people until they decided they were going to arrest me.
He got my wife at his own cost, at a risk to himself, and he was the one person who actually stopped to help just because he could, right? I mean, he got in his helicopter and flew up there just because he knew he could make a difference to someone, and he did. He's a hero. Yeah. I'm sure everyone's stressed in that scenario, but he was following his heart and doing the right thing. Maybe there were rules that somebody would like to impose order on the chaos, but the bottom line is getting those people out of there. And even if I had never been rescued, knowing that she was safe because what he did would have been enough. So thank you, Jordan. Thank you.
Less than 24 hours after we interviewed Jordan Sidhum, he was invited back into the disaster area, along with dozens of other private chopper pilots. A massive all-volunteer supply and rescue effort is working out of the Hickory Airport, doing flight rescues and delivering supplies to places where military helicopters are just too big to get into. The latest numbers we have show those volunteer pilots have rescued somewhere around 200 people and have delivered several tons of food, water, and medical supplies to people still stranded in the North Carolina mountains.
Oh, you bet you bottom dollar I'm going to clip that and I'm going to send it to the news station. You bet your bottom dollar. I watched that once before. But I didn't catch it until we just watched it again, Mellows.
When he come in through the door.
Yup. he popped his head in the door.
He's a coward.
What
That's
a
literally
coward.
He's a police chief. Sorry, he's a fire chief. Fire chief's supposed to have balls, right?
Assistant fire chief popped his head in the door during that interview. What a scumbag. And you know, I've worked in the fire service. I was a firefighter. I was married to an assistant fire chief. He never, ever stopped at a rescue, ever. And
so, hang on. You've got to ask the government's permission to go and volunteer to help people, right? That's what she said. That idiot that needs to be fired as soon as possible.
You know, we had major disasters. And the community came together to help. And I was involved in a disaster. And we had one. And the community around in the neighboring towns all came together. And everybody helped. And the neighboring state helped. And people came in, and when equipment had to be moved, it wasn't just the firemen that moved, it was the community that helped move equipment. And we didn't have to ask the state.
Really, the cheek on that woman. The audacity to think that you need to ask permission to volunteer to help people in a crisis.
And there's been other incidents since then.
Instead of saying thank you.
I don't remember any time since then we had to ask the state for help.
Excuse me, sir. There's some people who are dying and desperately needing help. Can I get permission to go and help them, please? Well, we are living in a free America. Can I have permission from my government to go and help some people who are desperately needing of help and supplies? I mean, what the fuck is wrong with these fucking idiots?
We had flooding here where I live.
They're not trained, right? And it took her, a day later, all of a sudden he was trained.
We had a campground that was flooding. Everybody with pickup trucks that had hitches, went in and started hooking up on campers and started pulling them out. We weren't state certified and didn't ask the state to go in.
I think that stupid bitch, right, that was speaking, that was covering up for that other fucking coward, right, was hiding. They both need to be removed from office as soon as possible. Can't wait until after this crisis, because as you heard, we've got another crisis next week. You can't have these incompetent morons in charge of saving people's lives when they're clearly all they're fucking interested in saving their own ass. They need to go.
DeSantis sent his crews and his people up to North Carolina and Tennessee
in South Carolina to help them. So that means those crews are going to have to head back to Florida because he sent his portable bridges and stuff all up there. He sent his road crews and everything all up there to help these guys. Yeah. DeSantis sent all his crews up there. Yep. Yeah, DeSantis sent all his crews up there. And now they're going to get hit again.
I bet you this is all about money, right? This is all about the money. The reason why is because he needs those names and you know, before we help you, we need to make sure that you qualify for help. So what's your name, your address, your date of birth, and oh, are you hungry, are you? Oh, just a few more minutes. It's going to take about 25 minutes to get your name and address. And have you got any proof of identification? No, it got washed down the road in the flood. Oh, well, you can't help you because you can't prove who you are. Sorry. Next.
Well, let's talk about money. Okay. We're going to talk about the whistleblower bill and about FEMA.
Yeah, I think we should defund FEMA.
Let's talk about that one. Because you know there was a whistleblower about blowing it out of the water about FEMA.
Video is a public service and to get it on the record, but it's a breaking news story coming out today out of Matt Gaetz' office, who is a member of Congress. FEMA whistleblowers claim that the agency misused funds during the Hurricane Helene crisis, held back pre-disaster assistance, and left first responders and service members stranded in hotels without deployment orders. We're just going to read this letter from Matt Gaetz. It's to Alejandro Mayorkas, who is the Secretary of Homeland Security. Last I checked, Homeland Security costs American tax cattle members over $61 billion a year. Part of the offshoot of Homeland Security is the TSA, which tramples on your Fourth Amendment rights every single day in every single major airport around the country. Says, Dear Secretary Mayorkas, yesterday you stated that the Federal Emergency Management Agency, that's FEMA, which is part of your department, quote, does not have enough funds to make it through the hurricane season. This news comes after FEMA has spent hundreds of millions of taxpayer dollars on migrants due to border czar Kamala Harris's open border instead of prioritizing funding for Americans impacted by disasters. At this point right here, I would ask the question, why the heck are people even bothering to pay the government taxes at this point? And by the way, you're not really paying taxes. They're extorting you. They're holding a government gun over you, saying if you don't give us a percentage of your income, you will be caged. Gaetz says, my office has been in contact with whistleblowers in numerous emergency management functions at the federal, state, and local levels, and they all point to the same critical mismanagement issues. FEMA has wasted taxpayer funds. Imagine how shocked I was when I heard that. A government agency mismanaging and misappropriating taxpayer funds. Go figure. Misappropriated funds and left other federal, state, local responders without deployment orders on the ground. As reported and further confirmed by my office, hundreds, if not thousands, of service members were deployed by the Department of Defense to North Carolina and have sat idle waiting for FEMA. We have confirmed FEMA employees deployed on the clock, awaiting orders in hotels. I want to know how much they're spending on that. I want to know exactly, specifically, where every single dollar went. Because if you have mismanagement of funds, then you need to replace the manager. FEMA pre-disaster aid was withheld, exacerbating the emergency. It is also public that NGOs, that's non-government organizations, have purchased airline tickets for migrants through the use of FEMA funds. The aftermath of Hurricane Helene is a major disaster, and your waste and unpreparedness are leaving Americans in distress, unable to access food, water, or medicine, and expecting help with none coming. Please provide the answers to the following questions to my office by October 11th, 2024. I wonder how many people died in between now and then.
Do you think they're going to get an answer? I don't.
No, they're busy. Maybe 2 years from now they might get a.
Then, number one, what policies and regulations of the Department of Homeland Security and FEMA prevent emergency funds from being wasted on illegal immigrants, including what conditions are placed on grantees of the agency? And number two, of FEMA's total budget for fiscal year 2024, what portion of funds can be guaranteed to have been spent solely on American citizens, and what portion of funds was or may have been spent on non-citizens? And number three, in fiscal year 2024, what portion of funds in the disaster relief fund have been spent on non-disaster relief programs, such as providing services to illegal aliens or providing routine training to FEMA employees authorized out of general appropriations? Sincerely, Matt Gaetz. And I wanted to share with you a post on X by a guy named Ryan Tyre. He says, if you're wondering why citizens are being turned away that are coming to help North Carolina and Tennessee, you'll want to hear my experience as someone who's been doing this as a private citizen for almost a decade. Here are a couple pictures of Ryan and the people who work for him and the goods that they actually deliver to hurting, starving, desperate people. He says, I was able to get in and out of Asheville. We brought food, water, fuel, and other supplies, as well as helping people affected by the floods. But there are reasons why they are not allowing outside help. I cannot confirm the reasons why in North Carolina, but I can tell you the reasons in other storms I've worked. I'll explain below. Let me share with you the first disaster area that I finally realized that this was all about money. In the Florida Keys with Hurricane Irma, after Texas got hit with Harvey, we finished our efforts in Texas and were the first citizen team to make it to Key Largo. The federal agencies had US 1 shut down just south of Key Largo and wouldn't let anyone in or out, even though the road was okay to pass. We explained to them that we had boats, jet skis, food, water, chainsaws, and fuel to bring to these people. They didn't care and wouldn't let us in. Can you imagine yourself in this desperate situation and then finding out later that the aid you could have had that would have helped you right there in that moment was turned away by the federal authorities who took an oath to serve and protect you? It was night by that point, and you rarely saw the lights of vehicles in the distance on the individual keys, meaning the emergency response teams from FEMA weren't even working it. It was all quiet. We decided that we would go in anyways. We filled up the boats and jet skis with all that we could reasonably carry and went by water around all their BS blockades and around their law enforcement presence on the water. It was 87 miles by water to get to our first stop, Cudjoe Key and Sugarloaf Key. When we arrived there, we were greeted by a homeowner, for privacy I won't name him, though we have video, who was elated to see us and all the supplies we brought. His house was in shambles. We started offloading supplies on the shoreline and helping to get them into what was left of his house. During that process, he explained to us that FEMA had set up a command center at a local high school on the island, but that they weren't doing anything to help the residents, not even bringing them water. Instead, he explained that they were driving around using loudspeakers, telling people to stay in their homes. They weren't even helping the homeowners with supplies. I was skeptical at first while he was telling me about all this, but then he said something that broke my heart. He told us that the people of the Keys were all in despair because they had just seen weeks before the overwhelming support for Texas with Hurricane Harvey by the citizens of this country. He and his neighbors on all of the Keys felt like Americans had forgotten about them completely because at this point, 5 days after landfall, all they had seen was FEMA and they were of no help. The residents were cut off from the outside world, no cellular, no internet, no way to contact anyone or hear any of the efforts to try to help them. The only communication they had was from a local radio station on Sugarloaf Key that was broadcasting on AM to the surrounding keys. The man, after hearing that there were citizens trying to bring them help, but being refused entry by federal law enforcement, was visibly upset. He and his neighbors really thought the country had abandoned them. He insisted that we get into this waterlogged truck and that he would take us to that radio station so that we could go live on the air to tell the citizens trapped in the Keys that we, the American people, were there to help and that the government was trying to stop our efforts. And that was exactly what we did. After that, we were determined to help as many people as we could, but we were met with red tape throughout the whole process and time we were in the Keys. We finally were able to talk to some authorities to let us down to the Faro Blanco Resort and Marathon toward the end of Boot Key. This was the same hotel where state and local authorities were staging their personnel, and they were happy to see us. I was able to coordinate several trucks full of supplies to be brought down to EOC and Marathon. I was privy to the EOC meeting, but was informed in that meeting that all the semi-trucks full of food, water, and hygiene supplies were to be turned around and not allowed to be offloaded for distribution by the EOC. The reason they gave us was that these donations were not from companies on their preferred vendors list and that they would not accept them or give them to residents of the Keys impacted by the storm. It was at that point I realized this is all about money. These preferred vendors are getting part of the money being released by the state and federal government for each disaster. In turn, some of the vendors make it on the list because a friend gets them on the list, and in return for getting ridiculously outlandish amounts of compensation for the services they render, they give kickbacks. So accepting outside donations, even though they're on location and can help people now, they would rather let people suffer so they can get their kickbacks. This meeting solidified my resolve to help these people, regardless of what the greedy officials wanted. We were going to feed the lower Keys that were being neglected. I diverted all semi-trucks to Faro Blanco Resort and Marathon and filled the entire first floor with pallets upon pallets of food, water, and essential supplies, and created a food pantry for residents to come and get anything and however much they needed. From local state troopers to the homeless, all were given wheelbarrows of free reign to get anything they needed. We also delivered supplies down to Big Pine Key. We helped establish the tent city on Big Pine Key. Big companies like Tito's Vodka and Wheelin just kept bringing trucks full of everything that was needed. When FEMA finally started handing out boxes of canned goods, limited to one per household, we were filling cars full of food and supplies for people and pets. There's so much more to the story in the Keys and further from there in other storms we worked. The common theme, though, is that the federal government always tries to keep citizens from helping, and local authorities, the ones that live and work in the area, are always happy to have outside help. I call out to Elon Musk and anyone else who can monetarily help people like myself and those that work with me who have the knowledge and the will to help those devastated by these disasters. Help us sidestep the red tape and get the people the relief they need. And let me just add, get it now, not later. We are willing and we are many and we are ready. And again, here's the guys, there's the boats they fill, there's the stuff that they provide to the people. There's just pallets and pallets full of food that are given by people who care about other people. Elon Musk actually responded to this. Wow, sounds like serious government reform is needed. I really trust that you are the man for the job, brother. Sincerely. Health Ranger says, wow, absolutely shocking, highly disturbing. Thanks for the detailed post. So get this out to as many people as you can. The government, if the government is not there to help, what the hell do we need them for? Not only are they not there to help, they're there to hinder, it looks like, people who want to help other people. Leave your thoughts about this for the world and the global thought, please. I'll give you the link to this in the description so you can reach out to Ryan Tyler yourself. subscribe to the channel. More importantly, let's just be human beings and let's help other human beings. And one of the ways we change our world is through massive non-compliance. I will see you in the next video.
And that he was doing good.
Unbelievable. If anyone is still in doubt whether their government, right, is trying to fuck them, right, and you gotta be, you gotta have your head shoved up your ass. And it's not one government. It's not. It's all of them, right? It's not one government. It's all the governments. They're all the same. They're all doing the same thing. God help us if we ever have a crisis over here in the UK. My fucking Prime Minister Keir Starmer is gonna fucking have a field day.
And I've got some facts that is shocking.
So get this, right? They design and build these drones, right, in order for them to help them find people in a crisis, an emergency, just like this. But then the government says, no, you're not allowed to use them. No, you're not allowed to go and help people who are in distress and need your help. No, you need to ask us permission to go and help another fucking fellow human being. What kind of stupid, shitty free world is that?
Oh.
I need to ask fucking Comrade Kamala's fucking permission to help someone. You don't want to go and vote for him again. Fuck. I mean, anyone who wants to go and vote for that dumb motherfucker, right, needs some serious fucking psychiatric help.
Okay. The Biden administration is using FEMA money. Under the FEMA program, they're using money. Okay.
There's no money
the
for.
FSP provides funds transferred from the Customs and Border under the CPD to FEMA. Okay. All right. FEMA is being used using two programs to transport and house illegals at taxpayers' expenses. They tried to sneak in an additional $1.4 billion. Under the Senate border bill.
You need to write to your congressmen, your representatives, your senators, your governors, your fucking mayors. You need to fucking reach out to every single one of those motherfuckers and put the pressure on to get some help down there.
Yep.
It's about politics. This is about people's lives.
Yep.
Not even give a shit. You need to embarrass them into action.
Look at all of them that charged with murder.
Yeah, well, defund FEMA. They're no fucking use. And we're paying them billions of pounds to do a job, and when the job comes up, they can't do it. So I want a refund. You know what I mean? What about? Fuck off.
Yep. And they're still trying to get that $1.4 billion in the budget. And the proposed budget Congress should defund the secrecy program of the open border operations. $4.7 billion for the Southeast Border Capability Plan, which is nothing but funding the illegals. Nothing but funding of the illegals.
Wouldn't it be funny if the illegal migrants went to help the fucking people?
Nothing but funding the illegals. And Minorca said it right plain and simple. And I got the tape where he says, got it where he says, we have no money. Minorca said it. We have no money.
Minorca sounded the alarm on FEMA funding right after the devastation of
Look at all
Hurricane
this
Helene. Listen.
devastation.
We are meeting the immediate needs with the money that we have. We are expecting another hurricane hitting. We do not have the funds. FEMA does not have the funds to make it through the season.
This all comes as the Biden-Harris administration spent over $1 billion from a FEMA program on services for migrants. Attorney General of the great state of Florida, Ashley Moody, joins me now. AG Moody, why does the Biden-Harris administration always seem to help American taxpayers last?
Good morning, Todd. Yeah, everyone should be waking up this morning outraged by that comment. This is not something that has just happened recently. Florida's been warning about this since this administration took over. Mayorkas has come in like a virus and infected these what need to be healthy, strong, fundamental programs to ensure the stability and safety of Americans in times of disaster. So you heard they have taken the FEMA Emergency Food and Shelter Program and over time siphoned off hundreds of millions of dollars into basically making it an illegal immigrant resettlement program. And so when you see these states and cities around the nation declaring emergencies, even blue states, because of what this administration has done, encouraging more and more and more, developing programs to encourage more and more and more people to come here, the government, Biden and Harris, are having to fund that on the backs of the American people. And now, right now, in Florida, North Carolina, Tennessee, Georgia, all of these states are hurting because of this truly natural disaster, not a Biden-Harris made disaster. They're saying we need more money. And of course they need more money because they've been laundering it from the true intended purpose of this fund that Congress set forth. Laws be damned.
There's two things going on here. We just touched upon the main thing, this horrific prioritization of migrants over American taxpayers. But there's also something else here. What does this say about the Biden-Harris administration's ability to just lead? If they underfunded FEMA this much, and we are not even close to being in the heart of hurricane season, which in reality is August, September, October, and November, AG Moody.
Look, this is what President Trump did so well while in office. He could get to a 30,000 foot level, look at the health of American agencies and programs, determine what the problems were, and enlist resources, talented individuals, and a strategy to put Americans and the safety and strength of this nation first. I've seen it work here in Florida with Governor DeSantis. We decide where our problems are, we set forth to fix them, and we make sure not only money, but the strategy and talented personnel are in place to fix them. So, for example, when you have a disaster like this, and you know when there's no electricity, instability, when there's people needing just the basics of life because of a disaster. I was with officers the other night, and we surged our resources in vulnerable areas to looting. We made sure officers knew what to look for when it was in complete darkness.
Right.
They knew what to charge. We make sure our state attorneys know to hold these people so they don't get back out and start ravaging these communities again. It takes proactive efforts, and you just do not see this out of this administration. And here in the roosters of coming home to roost, look at what's happening right now.
The Florida model
When
really,
we're in the middle of a disaster with this administration at the helm.
You're right. The Florida model really does need to be a 50-state solution. Just want to mention this. You all launched an anti-looting team in response to Hurricane Helene, coming as 8 migrant workers are arrested in Tennessee, accused of stealing from flooded buildings. You guys do it right down there. I would just add, only a depraved person steals from someone in their time of need. AG Ashley Moody, thank you for your time. Thanks for doing what you're doing down there in Florida.
I'm Steve Doocy.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News.
You're welcome to, Indy, Anna. Guys, they can blank check Ukraine. We need to start naming all our states Ukraine. Maybe they'll get aid. Maybe they'll get aid. Maybe they'll get aid. What do you think? If we Melos, what do you think? If we name all our states Ukraine, do you think we'll get aid?
Tell him your name, Zelensky.
Ukraine 1, Ukraine 2, Ukraine 3, Ukraine 4, 5, 6. Maybe. What do you think? Do you think we can get aid? Yeah, think we could get aid if we start naming all our countries, all our states, Ukraine 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You think we could get aid? I'm wondering if that would work. What do you think?
I think as long as you've got a treat there for the clowns, it might work.
I'm wondering if that would work. I wonder if that would work. It's going to take, it's going to take, they're talking years before I-40 and I-26 is going to ever be rebuilt.
Does anyone want to jump up on the panel? If you do, let us know. We'll open up the back room.
I already got it open. It's going to be years before they're going to ever open those highways because there's major bridges out. Um, um, because the bridge is out. Hi, Miles. Because of the bridge is out. Because it's not just North Carolina, it's Tennessee. And it's going to take years for those bridges to be rebuilt. Because they got to clean the debris up first before they can rebuild those bridges. And I don't see them being rebuilt for a couple of years. And you can go through acts and you see, rescuers up in some of those places. They're saying, we can't keep coming up in here. And they're saying, this is our last time coming up in here. Either you come out now or, I've seen some of those on X. I don't think that's right. People don't want to leave what they have. They don't want to leave. Secretary Butler, Butthead, I call him Butthead, has approved the first $100 million in emergency funding to help restore transportation in the aftermath of Helene. Full support will follow as the administration works with the state and community as each step along the path to recovery. So they've given the first $100 million in funding to restore transportation for roads and bridges damaged by the hurricane. It's going to take a whole lot more than $100 million.
Oh, God help me. So, what else we got there? Oh, I'm on 666. I need one more sub, man. Don't leave me on 666, man. That's not a good number.
What?
I've got 666 subscribers.
On ICE the audit?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, no. No. Oh, no. Well, here's another one from Duluth. If Bruno's is going to save you, he's going to make another account.
It's a saving.
If Bruno's going to save you.
Six a month. Music. This is the before and after.
Wow.
Oh my God. So those businesses, all those property. In the future, you will own nothing and you will eat the bugs. And you will click the like and you will lump it.
Wow. Wow. It's unbelievable. Totally unbelievable. Totally unbelievable. Well, from what I have found in digging some research in some of the areas, there's already been a land trying to grab land.
Yeah, well, that's what they do.
They're already trying to grab land in Bruno. They've already been trying to buy land. They've already been trying to buy land up. Already been trying to buy it. Already been trying to buy land. We already know about it. We've been doing some research into it. Already doing some research into the mining.
Already doing some research into the mining of it in the area. What's going on with the mining? The mining in the area. The mining in the area. Cherry Valley. What's going on with the land? Here is another pilot. And then we're going to move on to something else. Another pilot that's exposing what's going on. He is a veteran. Also, a lot of people exposing what's going on up there.
Kind of the third. And what are you doing here? I'm a pilot for Aerolux Aviation out of Nashville, Tennessee. Guys, and we're here to help all the people that are stranded after the storm. I can raise it up here. Just basically, we're in Nashville, Tennessee. Saw the news of what was going on, and we decided, let's go help.
And what has been your experience? Because there's been a lot of outrage and a lot of questions about the federal government's response. With you being here on the ground and in the air,
yes.
What has been your takeaway from how they've handled this disaster?
Well, there is a complete and utter lack of federal government response. We think whoever's in charge flew by yesterday with the TFR. I've seen nobody on the ground. Ivanka Trump came yesterday, talked to us. Elon Musk guy's been here talking to us. Glenn Beck is here now talking to us. Have seen no one from the federal government to help out at all. Nobody.
And what do you think about that?
To be honest, it just pisses me off. This is our country. We should be being taken care of priority one instead of all the other countries. It enrages everybody here. 90% of us, there's about 100 to 150 volunteers here at this site. 90% of us are retired military. And it just pisses us off because we sweat blood, sweat and tears for this country, and they don't give back whatsoever.
And so what are some of the successes that you guys have been doing and that you've seen through this volunteer operation?
Oh, yeah. So we have multiple entities. Some of the guys live here in this town. We came from Nashville, Tennessee. There's guys from Texas. Everybody here. We've consolidated here. Everybody is starting to work together really, really well. Hundreds of thousands of pounds of water, fuel, oxygen, medicine, insulin, all that stuff we've been taking to people's houses and delivering to them. So insane amount of help just from normal civilians.
And how are all those supplies being procured?
There's a lot of businesses are donating them. They're coming in 18-wheeler loads. I'm not sure who the businesses are. All I know is 18-wheelers full of water show up, food, grocery stores. I think Ingles around here, the grocery stores donating a lot of food. And we consolidated here. We have 3 aircraft that we brought with us, and we consolidated into 400-pound packages per aircraft. And we get locals call us with a grid or an address where they need food and water or medicine. We fly it out there and land in their yard and drop it off to them.
Can you estimate how many deliveries you guys have made?
Oh, goodness grief. Last 2 days, rough estimate, 100,000 pounds of food, water, and mainly food and water, and then, of course, medicine. Today, I dropped off 15 bottles of oxygen at one place.
What does this area need the most that you're aware
of? Honestly, this area the most needs construction crews. We have plenty of water and food. I don't mean to say plenty of water and food like we don't need any more. We have a lot on hand that we can distribute. They need road clearance and people to rebuild the roads. A lot of the roads are completely destroyed. When I say completely destroyed, they are gone. There is not even 20 feet of road to drive over.
And what's the one thing that you want the rest of the country to know about what's happening here?
To be 100% honest, the rest of the country, I want them to know Normal, everyday Americans make the difference. Don't depend on the federal government. They're not here to help you.
The 9 most terrifying words in the English dictionary. I'm from the government and I'm here to help. Does anybody know where that quote came from? It was a famous Ronald Reagan quote. Do you remember that quote, Mama Bear? Ronald Reagan.
You have to say it again. I kicked myself out.
I'm from the government. I'm here to help. The 9 most terrifying words in the English language.
Yeah.
He wasn't joking when he said that.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
See if there's a video clip of that. There's some people that don't believe me. Ronald Reagan.
And you know, it's true. Very true.
Let's download this.
Oh, you got a hot night tonight, Inferno? Inferno's got a hot night tonight.
Okay. Error occurred.
Well, James Freeman did a good one the other day.
All right. You just upload this clip. We have to put it somewhere else. It won't go here.
You got one?
Yeah, I was just going to play a short clip. Ronald Reagan, just uploading it to StreamYards.
Okay.
The 9 most terrifying words in the English language are, "I'm from the government and I'm here to help."
Boy, we need to keep that one.
That one's there, mate. Play as many times as you want. Play.
The 9 most terrifying words in the English language are, "I'm from the government and I'm here to help."
And this one fits it.
Oh, this one's brilliant. This guy is such a fucking unbelievable. This is what we're dealing with, right? These are the type of people we're dealing with.
Time to embezzle $43,000 from your client's trust fund as an attorney.
Because I had the intention to pay it back.
Okay, but was that your money?
Oh, no.
No, it wasn't your money. No. Did you have permission from the person whose money it was to take it?
No.
No, but you took it anyways.
Correct.
So what do you do then?
I worked for, I'm not going to disclose that information, but, don't even record my conversation, period.
With you right now?
Right.
With me?
At all.
Okay.
Yeah, just,
Okay. What do you got to
I'm
hide?
kind of behind the scenes. You
Oh,
know
are
what I
you?
mean? That's,
Okay.
yeah.
You're behind the scenes on the embezzlement?
No, oh, no.
So you accidentally took the money?
No, I didn't accidentally. I did it on purpose.
You intentionally stole, what was it, 43,000, 47,000? What was the exact number?
It was 43.
So, okay, so you intentionally stole $43,000 out of a client's trust account.
No.
So how long have you been working with him then on this?
No, I haven't been working with him.
Yeah, I've been working with him for years and years.
No, I haven't been working with him.
Have you been criminally prosecuted yet for that?
Of course not.
What's the statute of limitations on felony embezzlement over $20,000?
I think 3 years.
It's 5. I looked it up. In 2022, the Albuquerque Journal posted a story about Shannon Robinson, who served 20 years in the New Mexico State Senate and 48 years as an attorney. But in this story, he was being disbarred by the Supreme Court for stealing $43,000 from his client's trust fund account. However, Shannon was never criminally charged for $43,000 of embezzlement from his client. And he claims it's because he didn't have fraudulent intent. He meant to put the money back someday. But the article later goes on to explain how deceptive and evasive Shannon Robinson was about the stolen money. It mentions how his victim asked for the money for a long time, but he didn't offer to repay anything until she filed a malpractice lawsuit against him. Chief Justice Bacon questioned how Robinson could not have had a dishonest motive and mentioned that because the funds weren't available, the victims were unable to pay for their child's care. When asked where the money went and where it is now, the only answer Robinson and his attorney gave was, "I don't know." Robinson later explained that his lack of communication and ability to account for his client's money was due to, quote, being too sick to get out of bed and having a hard time reading in 2019 and 2020. However, the court noted that Robinson provided no evidence of any illness. At the time that Robinson was disbarred and this story broke, every major news outlet in New Mexico was trying to reach Robinson for comment. But he disappeared off the face of the map and didn't reappear until a couple of weeks ago when he called me. He had seen my YouTube channel and wanted me to help him get signatures on a petition for some type of government charade. I decided to meet with him and then asked him why he was never criminally prosecuted for stealing his client's money, making it so that she was unable to get the care that she needed.
I'm Shannon Robinson. I'm a famous lawyer in this state of New Mexico. I practiced for 50 years, and then I was disbarred 2 years ago. They was charged with stealing from my client.
How are you?
I like the criminal going after the criminal.
What, you?
Yeah.
Oh, do you?
Yeah, that was good.
Have you been criminally prosecuted yet for that?
Of course not.
No? What do you mean by of course not?
Well, it has to be intentional. You have to take something that and not want to give it back. You know what I mean?
Oh, okay. All right. So if you steal money on accident with the intent to return it, then it's not a crime?
Well, no. Whoa.
Well, let's go over here where it's
See
less
that?
windy. Yeah. Almost got
I must have told you something.
Almost got your Bernie Sanders hat.
Yeah.
If you could explain this better to me. So it's not felony embezzlement if you accidentally steal the money and you intended to give it back. Is that right?
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
You're kidding, right?
No.
You're saying that with a straight face?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So it's not felony embezzlement if you steal money from your client's trust fund.
Right.
With the intent to give it back.
Yeah. Especially if you have professional liability and you're covered for that mistake.
Okay, so there's insurance for that.
Oh yeah.
I had a guy tell me that I was illegally arrested along with 20 other people in Leon Valley, Texas.
Well, that makes sense.
Back in 2018, and
Okay.
the news asked the city manager, said, "Hey, you know what's going on? I mean, these are clearly blatant law violations. Why are you doing this?" And she says, "Well, we have insurance for that." And so you're kind of going the same route there, right? You're like, big deal, felony embezzlement, $43,000. I have insurance for that. Is kind of what you're saying about that.
Well, I have insurance because it's not a crime.
Right.
If it's a crime, they wouldn't pay.
So you accidentally took the money?
No, I didn't accidentally. I did it on purpose. I mean,
You intentionally stole, what was it, 43,000, 47,000? What was the
Yeah.
exact number?
It was 43.
So, okay, so you intentionally stole $43,000 out of a client's trust account.
Okay, go ahead.
But it's not a crime.
No, it's not a crime.
That's incredible.
Is it?
It is incredible.
Well,
so you got disbarred though for it, right?
oh yeah. Oh yeah.
The Supreme Court of New Mexico disbarred you,
Yes.
but you were never criminally prosecuted.
No.
What's the statute of limitations on felony embezzlement over $20,000?
I think 3 years.
It's 5. I looked it up.
Is it?
Yeah, we're
Okay,
still
there you
under
go.
5. So everybody, if you can reach out to the Attorney General of Bernalillo, it was in Bernalillo County,
Bernalillo
right?
County.
Yeah.
No, call Sam Bregman.
Yeah, Sam Bregman.
Yeah,
he's your buddy, isn't he?
He's the district attorney.
And he's a good friend of yours, right?
Well, it wouldn't matter on that. If you're a district attorney, you don't have friends anymore. Because you can end up prosecuting your family if they commit a crime.
He could end up prosecuting you.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, if you wanted to.
So the number is in the description to Sam Bregman, and he's the guy who needs to prosecute you. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. When I looked you
Whenever you have a podcast, James, your podcasts are all about conflict, correct?
All about government corruption. Yeah.
Okay.
About the fact that government commits crimes and gets away with them. People like, regular people.
Include me in that.
Corrupt criminals who get away with
No,
crimes. You were a
no.
senator for 20 years, right?
Yeah, I was.
Part of the club, huh?
Yeah.
Bar member for 50 years.
Yes.
You told me that when you went to be disbarred, you went before the Supreme Court. You said 4 of them were your friends, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So what do we do from here? Do you want to call Sam Bregman yourself and turn yourself in?
Oh, of course not, James. It's not a crime.
That's okay. Again, so there's new people who just jumped in. Remind us again why it's not a crime to embezzle $43,000 from your client's trust fund as an attorney.
Because I had the intention to pay it back.
Okay. But was that your money?
Oh no.
No, it wasn't your money.
No.
Did you have permission from the person whose money it was to take it?
No.
No. But you took it anyways.
Correct.
So when your buddy comes back with the car, if I jump in it and take off with the intent to come back eventually, maybe next year, maybe a couple years from now, is that Grand Theft Auto then?
That's called joyriding.
Okay. And it's still Grand Theft Auto, right?
No, of course not.
No. Okay. Where's your house at? What if I come kick you out of your house and I take possession of it, but just temporarily without your consent, with the intent to give it back as soon as I'm back up on my feet again and I can afford a house of my own?
Well, James, I've seen people come in and take folks' houses on false pretenses, and it's not necessarily a theft. There's lesser included crimes that they might be committing.
You purposely, intentionally, and over a long period of time stole your client's money. Isn't that right?
Yeah, I took the money from her, and with the intent to pay it back.
Did she know you were taking it?
Oh, well, of course not.
Okay. And when she asked for,
yeah.
when she asked for it back, what happened?
Well, I sent $35,000 to her, and
well, I heard that when she asked for it back, you wouldn't give it back, and it wasn't until she went and got a lawyer and filed a malpractice lawsuit against you that finally you offered to give back $35,000 of the $43,000, and at that point she said, no, I've already asked you for the money, and you said no, and so now I'm suing you, and you're offering to give back part of it, right? Is that incorrect?
That's correct.
Okay.
That's accurate.
So she asked for the money back that you took from her without her consent, and you said no.
I didn't have the money at the time.
Okay.
And as soon as I did, then I offered to pay it back.
Shocking that Bernie supporters don't have money, right?
I looked like Bernie Sanders.
Oh, you do. Yesterday when I was talking to the mayor yesterday, and you rolled up and you were standing there, and I look up and I go, who's this Bernie Sanders looking mother effer standing right in front of us? And Nathan Dial goes, I think that's our guy.
Yeah, that was right. That's right. Well, in that case, what was good that I did for her was I arranged for her to receive $500,000 in medical care, which I think really advanced her ability to recover from that horrible incident. And so, there was a lot of good things I did on that case.
So you won her a lot of money?
No, I didn't win her money. It won her medical care.
Okay.
The UN hospital provided $500,000 worth of medical care,
which she was entitled to through the insurance anyways, right? You just had to fight for it?
No, insurance wouldn't have covered that.
Right.
No, but
yeah. Did that make you feel entitled to her money?
No, it certainly didn't.
Okay. Are you going to be running for office again soon? Is that why you popped back up?
I'm 75.
Right.
I'm done.
You were running for office when you were 72. I saw you 2 years ago, your campaign video.
I'm Shannon Robinson. I'm campaigning for your vote to be state senator in District 17. We are going to be taking around these cards. And what you'll see here is Shannon Robinson for state senate. We fight for justice. And in the back of this card is our pledge that we will not take any outside money to run our campaign.
Sure, who needs donations when you can just steal money from your clients? This campaign was run during the COVID lockdown, so he wanted to make sure that you knew something about these cards.
And you can be confident of a few things about that. Number one, these cards have not been touched by people. James, I'm done.
Okay. All right. So what was this? Is this just the last thing you wanted to do before you died? I mean, you were a senator for 20 years. You stole your client's money. You got disbarred, and you're like, before I die, I'm going to make a mockery of the fact that myself and other government officials never get prosecuted for crimes. It's funny, isn't it? It's funny. Yeah. You know what's? Yeah.
That is funny.
And it's going to continue to be that way, right? Government officials will continue to never be accountable for their crimes as long as it's safe for them to walk the streets, right?
I don't believe that.
I think you're one of the sleaziest politicians that's ever existed in New Mexico. And for 20 years, they voted you into office. And then in 2007, finally, you became too sleazy even for New Mexicans to vote you into office. And that's bad. That is an all-time low sleazy when you are too sleazy to be voted into office by New Mexicans. You literally stole this woman's money that she needed for her care after her accident. And when she asked you for it, you said no. And you made her get another lawyer and sue you to get it back. I mean, look, I'm not trying to just call names, but sir, does it get any sleazier than that? And then to stand here and say that you don't think you belong in prison for stealing $43,000 of somebody else's money from a trust fund? Trust, right? A trust fund. She trusted you, right, with that fund. Right. And yesterday you told me it was your money. It's not even your money. It never was. It was entrusted to you to do the right thing with it, and you stole it.
And I paid a price for that.
No, the insurance company paid a price for that.
Well, that's an insurance company that I paid for.
Sure. And then you just sat here and basically told me that, you know, it's not a big deal. I can commit crimes. I've got insurance for that. And now you're telling me you don't. Hey. Oh, okay. Do you want to sign the petition?
That's me.
Huh? Huh?
I was here yesterday.
Oh.
Yeah.
Are you parked over there?
Yes, I did.
Oh, okay.
Hey, he's really accusing me of crimes and saying I'm sleazy. So,
Well, I mean, you can hear. I mean, well, I don't know. I don't know what to say.
What do you think?
I don't,
So here, the lighting is
to
bad.
be
That.
anyway.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
So the lighting
You'll
is
need
bad
to
that way.
Edit that way, okay?
Okay, edit
Yeah.
it out. Okay, so
Me,
I'll just
yeah.
blur your face later.
Okay, yeah, great.
Is that
yeah.
good?
Yes.
Okay. So what do you think about the fact that you worked for him, didn't you, when he was a lawyer?
Yes, we were together. We've been working, yeah.
Okay.
But don't, I don't.
I'll blur your
Take
face
a
out
take
later.
to blur the face.
No,
Okay. So did you work for him when he embezzled that $43,000 from his client's trust fund?
No.
You didn't?
No.
But knowing that he did that, you continue to associate with him and work with him?
I didn't, actually, I didn't work with him.
Okay.
It was for somebody else.
Are you working with him right now?
No.
No?
No, I don't work with him. He's disbarred. How could I work for him?
Oh, are you a lawyer?
No, not at all.
What do you do then?
I work for, you know, I'm not going to disclose that information, but, you know, don't even record my conversation, period.
With you
Just-
right
yeah,
now?
Right.
With me?
At all.
Okay.
Yeah, just, you know,
Okay. What do you got to
I'm
hide?
kind of behind the scenes. You
Oh,
know
are
what I
you?
mean? That's,
Okay.
yeah.
You're behind the scenes on the embezzlement?
No, oh, no, not at all. I have
Okay.
absolutely nothing. I have no knowledge of that at all whatsoever. All I know is that he got disbarred. That's
Well,
all
you
I
told
know.
me yesterday that
Yeah.
that when he got disbarred, you guys were just starting to have fun, which told me that you were working
No,
with him when he got disbarred.
no,
What did you mean by that?
no,
You were just
no.
starting to have fun.
No, I didn't say that.
Well, it's on recording yesterday.
No.
Yeah, it's on recording. I can't wait to say I didn't say that, and then I play back you saying that. It's gonna be
Really?
like,
You're kidding.
have you ever seen those Hillary versus Hillary videos?
No, actually, because he was representing me in one case.
Oh, okay.
It was like that. It was getting interesting.
Oh,
That's
okay.
probably what I meant by that.
Okay,
Yeah,
cool.
so, yeah,
That's what I was
okay, yeah.
asking.
Okay, yeah, but no, I never worked for Shannon. No, never.
she'll be there also.
I grew up in Tourstown.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I've been working with him for years and years.
But anyway, so Kathy Gunter is her name.
So what were you guys doing together that was getting fun? What case was it?
That case went on forever. I mean, you know, it was like, but don't record me. Period. I don't even want to get involved in, you know,
Okay.
being. So turn it off.
Okay. Hold on. Let me see if the stop button will work. Oh, crap. I think the touch screen stopped working. I think it's still going to just record anyways. Oh, crap.
So what happened, James? He got hurt or what? I mean, I don't know. I don't really know what's going on with the conversation or what did he say? What?
I don't know. He told me that yesterday that he embezzled $43,000 of his client's money, and that he wants to indict Shannon Murdoch for manslaughter, but he doesn't want to indict himself for felony embezzlement. If it's over $20,000 in New Mexico, it's a second-degree felony. So
See, that's the first time I heard that when he was recording you, because see, I would always tell him, well, why did you get disbarred? There has to be a reason.
Oh, you didn't know?
No.
Okay.
And he was like,
Wow.
you know how attorneys are. They're very vague, in my opinion.
So you're telling me he's shiesty?
No, I can't.
But he
say
didn't
that.
tell you.
No.
You
I
didn't
have-
know.
No, absolutely. You know, I had no knowledge of as far as, you know, what he was disbarred for.
This gets even more interesting, huh? My gosh, this will probably turn into a Netflix special.
I don't know. I have no idea. But, you know, no.
So how long have you been working with him then on this?
No, I haven't been working with him.
Yeah, I've been working with him for years and years.
No, I haven't been working with him. I never was employed under, you know.
Okay, so you're just helping him
No.
with the petition.
Yes, because he asked me, you know, that's if because I live out in the East Mountain, and he said, you know, can you help me, you
Mhm.
know, get signatures?
Mhm.
And, you know, And I said, yeah, sure, but really he never, you're recording me.
What's that?
I don't want to be recorded.
Well, I told you the button won't turn off.
Okay, then
No, you're fine. You're doing great.
But
You're doing great.
actually, I really have no idea. Really, I don't get involved in this kind of stuff. Really,
But you were involved yesterday because you were you're involved today.
Right.
So you don't get involved in this kind of stuff except when you're involved in this kind of stuff.
No. In other words, it's like I'm, if he asks me for, okay, hey, could you help me, get signatures? Yeah, I'm gonna help him.
Sure. He disappeared off the face of the earth. Now, all of a sudden, he pops back up, and who does he call? Me. and the questions are still there.
Okay.
You out of here, Bernie?
Okay.
And you ought to get a picture of her because she is really a good person. But
I've been working with him for years and years.
But anyway, so Kathy Gunter is her name.
I don't want my name on there at all, period. So if it is, just,
What, on this video? Yeah. Why?
I don't know.
Hey, how long have you known this guy? What's that?
Please don't talk to me.
Well, how long have you known him?
Don't talk to me.
Shannon Robinson still hasn't been prosecuted for embezzling $43,000 of his client's money, and I'll bet he pops up to run for senator in this next cycle.
I mean, I'm the type of guy to really, if you're gonna go after a filthy, dirty, disgusting politician, do it right in their damn face.
All right, while we are talking about
Classic James Freeman. That's a good video.
Hello, Killing Hive Mind. That was good.
It's brilliant, right?
That was a good one.
And then he literally called James Freeman to give him a story. He wanted him to talk about it. Like, you know who this guy is, bro? He literally just begged for it. Fucking idiot. They're just that brazen. They don't care. They can just, well, I didn't do nothing wrong. I'm exempt from breaking the law. Well, different laws.
Our government at its finest. Where is our corruption at its finest? Grimm put together something for us.
You did?
Yup.
The new playlists are for all to listen to as they are audiobooks for all. As this is October, which is horror month and Halloween season, we have produced with the support from Silver Fox Promotions a number of short story ghost books with from just a few minutes to no more than an hour.
Yes, over on the Grim Reaper Network, you can enjoy books read. So jump over to Grim Reaper. Enjoy books read. On his channel.
You will enjoy them. I have listened to a few of them. But, as always,
Yeah, I'm stepping out the shadows, real talk, no bravado. I'm masking all the fakes, man. Government's the puppet show, they're pulling strings from above. Got their hands soaking in our blood, preaching peace while they're waging war. Tell me what they fighting for. Corruption's a virus, spreading like an inferno. Preying on our fears, a world of chaos they churn, yo. I'm just a mellow man, but I see through their plans. All these dirty deals sealed with bloodstained hands. I'm raising the voice, gotta make that choice. Stand up, speak out, let's make some noise. They can't control us, they can't ignore. All of us together, loud we roar. Check the headlines, read between the lines. Cover-ups, lies, it's just their design. $1 trillion wars, starving the poor while the rich feast and keep asking for more. Got me questioning who we really trust in. Puppets on a string and morality's rusted. We're just pawns in the game, anonymity's a shame. But I'm breaking the silence, exposing the violence. Skeletal secrets in the closet, bones laid bare. Decoding their deceit as a gasp for air. They muddy the truth with their polished lies, but I see clear now, no wool over these eyes. I'm raising the voice, gotta make that choice. Stand up, speak out, let's make some noise. They can't control us, they can't ignore. All of us together, loud we roar. Check the headlines, read between the lines. Cover-ups, lies, it's just their design. $1 trillion wars, starving the poor while the rich feast and keep asking for more. Got me questioning who we really trust in. Puppets on a string, their morality's rusting. We're just pawns in the game, anonymity's a shame. But I'm breaking the silence, exposing their violence. Skeletal secrets in the closet, bones laid bare. Encoding their deceit as a gasp for air. They muddy the truth with their polished lies, but I see clear now, no wool over these eyes. I'm raising the voice, gotta make that choice. Stand up, speak out, let's make some noise. They can't control us, they can't ignore. All of us together, loud we roar. It's a battle of minds, the fight for what's right. They're cloaked in darkness, we're the bringers of light. So gather your courage, let's reclaim our power. This is the moment, it's our final hour. I'm just mellow, what words hit hard, explosive ammo. Bringing me along, wake up, it's time to go camo. Invisible, no more, standing up about the score. Truth as our guide, justice is what we fight for. No more secrets, transparency we demand. Holding them accountable, we'll make a stand. We're not just numbers, but voices loud and clear. Together we rise, overcome the fear. I'm raising the voice, gotta make that choice. Stand up, speak out, let's make some noise. They can't control us, they can't ignore. All of us together, loud we roar. So here's to the mellows, warriors in the night, exposing corruption. We're here to fight for justice, for truth, for a world that's right. Together unbroken in this fight, we unite.
All right.
Media powerhouse Xavier DeRosso. He's known for being a Black conservative and speaking out against the Democrats for hoodwinking the Black vote based on false narratives. For instance, here's a video that went viral over the weekend.
Does this piss you off? Because do you want to know what pisses me off? The fact that my ancestors fought way too hard for Black people to be allowed to learn how to read, just for y'all to expect me to be uneducated enough to support Kamala Harris for the sole reason that y'all claim she's Black. Kamala Harris could be as dark as a P. Diddy party, and I still wouldn't vote for that godless she-devil. The Democrats are the reason that so many Black boys are illiterate. The Democrats are the reason that so many Black communities are ridden with poverty. The Democrats are the reason that Black people are begging from handouts from massive government. And the Democrats are the reason that so many Black people are wanting Black-only spaces aka segregation. It's as if the Democrats are trying to bring back slavery and Jim Crow, considering they were the party that was in favor of those two eras in the first place. Yet, y'all are so brainwashed by Democratic propaganda that you call me a sellout because I don't buy into the narrative that the Democrats own me and my unwavering loyalty simply because of my skin color. There is no self-hatred in my body because I am proud to be a Black American, so much so that I am going to vote this November for the man who almost lost his life twice to fight for my country and to fight for my home. And that man is Donald Jaquan Trump. And notice I didn't stutter.
I'm really glad to speak with you for the first time redacted guest. I was very moved by your PragerU story. I'm not sure how the algorithm found this to give to me, but I was really glad because you talk about how you went to really study politics in the wake of the Black Lives Matter movement, and you found that you accidentally red-pilled yourself because once you commit to study, liberal policies kind of fall apart. So can you tell us about that story?
Of course. So I grew up in a very liberal, progressive household, borderline far left. Actually, I would say definitely far left, borderline radical left. And because of that, I was always hearing these different principles. So I grew up, I was a BLM activist, just trying to find myself in my Blackness. And in 2020, at that point, I had been a vocal activist for BLM for several years. And when everything started popping off in 2020, simultaneously, I had gotten bored and I applied for a reality show jokingly. And I ended up being selected to be on a Netflix reality show where I was going to essentially teach people how to become an ally or how to become a BLM activist. So in the process of getting ready for the show, because I had months to study because of COVID, I was just like, I might as well become the greatest debater that I possibly can because I saw a PragerU video that made me so mad. So I decided I was going to make this entire series where I was debunking PragerU videos. And in the process of that and studying the counter arguments, it was the first time I began to research without confirmation bias. I was going in just being as objective as possible and looking at the side by side of what my narrative always said and what was being said on the other side. And every single topic I looked into, it was like my side did not hold up anymore. And I just kept poking all these holes into the narrative I had been indoctrinated with, and it just crumbled and fell apart. So I backed out of the reality show 3 days before I was supposed to film it and decided I wanted to start speaking out about what I learned.
I think there's so much there to unpack because you talk a lot about how the Democrats are responsible for Black literacy. I would add to that Black joblessness. So are these some of the policies? And also you talk a lot about Black on Black violence, which is very uncomfortable for somebody to see that wants to blame white power for these types of problems. Can you speak more to that?
Of course, because I started asking questions during BLM. Why is it only when a Black life is taken by a white police officer that people seem to care? And the Black on Black crime statistics blew my mind when I realized that over 90% of people who are murdered that look like me are murdered by other people that look like me. And nobody wanted to have that discussion. So then when you start looking at the ripple effect that this is having in our society, you have these left-wing progressive politicians and DAs who are going out there and they're making these soft on crime policies, and it's making it so easy for these criminals to just go and do whatever they want and get away with it. And what that's doing is it's destroying the economy, because what business wants to be in a community where people are getting shot, where they're getting robbed, there's no consequences. I used to live up in the San Francisco Bay Area. As long as you steal under $900, you basically can just walk out. I've seen videos of security guards just holding the door open. So what does that do? It drives these business opportunities, which are jobs, out of the community because no one wants to be there. And then it just creates this toxic cycle of poverty, which leads to more crime and more demoralization of the Black community. But you notice it's always the progressive cities that this is happening in.
Right. And one of the things that really made me see this differently is that if you argue for being soft on Black crime, that means little old ladies have to be victimized by criminals, no matter the race. And I grew up, my grandmother lived in a poor Latin neighborhood in Hayward, California, had a heavy metal screen door, and was very much afraid of the community that she lived in. And so I never really put it together that the criminals I was advocating for would actually be torturing people like my grandmother, and how that's actually more of a racist policy. Does that resonate with you at all?
100%. In fact, I used to live in the Bay Area, so I know Hayward. The last time I was in Hayward, and I'm not kidding, the last time I was there, I went to dinner with a friend in what we thought was a nicer area of Hayward. We go outside after dinner, broad daylight, street cameras and everything. No one cares. Just a group of people going around smashing every window and stealing out of each car. And the thing is they had no mask. They weren't in a hurry. They weren't in a rush. They just casually went through and broke all these windows and walked away. This is how lawless these progressive areas have gotten. And these progressive areas tend to be areas that have a lot of Black people. So Black people are suffering because of these terrible policies. I'm actually releasing a mini doc later this month where we are exploring some of the most innocent victims of crime, which tends to be children. I interviewed a mother, for example. Her 4-year-old son was just getting his hair cut, and he was shot and killed while getting his hair cut. They have witnesses. They have all kinds of proof basically of who they're pretty sure it is, who they're 99% sure it was that did the drive-by shooting that ended up killing this 4-year-old child. But because of woke policies, they can't do anything. Basically, unless that person comes forward and says, yes, I did it, they're not arresting him. They're not interrogating him. They're barely even looking into it. And it's been, I believe, 4 years now since that child has passed. This is what's happening. Black children are being murdered. Innocent people are being harmed because of these progressive policies. And I'm supposed to relate to Kamala Harris simply because she's allegedly Black? Absolutely not. That's insulting to us. And it's been insulting for a very long time.
Okay, I do want to talk about this allegedly Black bit because this is similar to a conversation we had around Obama's first candidacy, where they said he wasn't actually Black because his father is of African descent. And his response to that was it didn't really matter when he hailed a cab at night because he was Black enough for people to be afraid of him. But I do feel very much like when a man says they identify as a woman, that it's valid to say that someone's experience of Black is different than another person's experience of Black. And so the media saying that all Black is Black, Janet Jackson has to identify just like Kamala Harris, I feel like that's racism. Can you respond to that?
First of all, I'm so proud of Janet Jackson. She will always be famous in my book. So
you
there's
and
a lot to
I,
unpack
a part
there.
of the Rhythm Nation forever.
Yeah,
Yes.
absolutely. I love that you have good music taste. So
Yes.
what's interesting there is if you ask many different Black people, they're going to give you a different definition of Black. Essentially, there are foundational Black Americans, quote unquote, can't stand the term, but what that means is descendants of African Americans, so descendants of slaves, I should say. So that's why some people argue that Obama wasn't Black because he wasn't the descendant directly of slaves necessarily. Me personally, I have always said that if you are of African descent, you are Black. So if you're Jamaican, you're Black. If you're Caribbean and you happen to be of African descent, you're Black. That's how I've always viewed it, but not everybody views it in that way. But the argument that's happening that's different between what people were saying about Obama and what people are saying about Kamala, it started the same, where people were saying, oh, you are the descendant of Jamaicans, so you're not actually Black because you're not the descendant of American slaves. I don't care about that. When I throw the shade at Kamala Harris about claiming she's Black is there are now people who are doing a deep dive into her lineage, and it's starting to appear like she may have lied about who her actual family is. Because what it's showing, if you really trace and you look at the records and you look at everything, it's showing that her paternal grandfather is a white Hispanic man, and her actual paternal grandmother is an Irish woman that she has never acknowledged and never said anything about. So where does the Black come in? And, I don't want to get too deep into that just yet because a lot of this information is brand new, but a lot of
I've
people
seen
are
it
starting to expose it. And it's making me wonder, is this the most vile political tactic that anyone has ever done to become president? Because she is completely lying about her lineage. Who is Kamala Harris? That's what I want to know. Who is this woman that is claiming to be a Black woman who is seeming to be white and Indian? And her race wouldn't matter if it wasn't for the fact that she's making it matter so much, and that she's basing her entire campaign and the whole reason she's in the White House now, which so many people seem to forget, is because she claims to be a Black woman. Who is she, and what is her bloodline? That's all I want to know.
Right. And again, my idea of the fact that Janet Jackson has had a different experience of Blackness, that has to be okay. And if it's not okay, that's racist in my book.
Yeah, because being Black isn't a monolith. We all have different experiences. Janet Jackson, initially, well, not from, she was the youngest Jackson. So by the time she got a little older, she had money, but her family was very, very, very poor in Gary, Indiana. So I'm sure she heard a lot of stories, but for most of her life, Janet Jackson was pretty wealthy, but she did have to deal with, I'm sure, quite a bit of racism, considering the music industry was still racist for a lot of the 80s. It took people like Whitney Houston and Michael Jackson to break down those barriers. So that being said, Janet Jackson's experience, just as a human being, is much more unique than pretty much everybody else in this country because she is Janet Jackson. People need to look into her interesting story. But when it comes to just being Black overall and who gets to determine how Black you all are, I don't think being discriminated against is the Black experience. I don't think being ghetto is the Black experience. The Black experience is whatever you make it. It is who you are, because race actually is a social construct. It's not like where people try to, I hate when people say the term social construct usually, because when they're talking about gender, they make it into something so weird and so foul and just so unscientific.
Nebulous.
But when it comes to race, it's like, I'm not going to buy into this tribalistic perspective that because I'm Black, I have to have this list of traits. I need to speak a certain way. I need to think a certain way, or that I have to listen to even a certain type of music. Being Black, it's not a guideline to the way you need to live your life. So Janet Jackson is allowed to think exactly what she wants to, and that's what she's always done.
She's the one in control. Okay. You speak out against, I had to. You speak out against white racism, which is something that can be shocking to those of us who were conditioned to think that white people deserve it by the Democrats. Let me play a little clip.
Attention, white people. If someone that looks like me is being prejudiced against you, stop calling it reverse racism. It's just racism. There's no such thing as reverse racism. And stop apologizing for slavery. You never owned a slave. You're not P. Diddy.
I think that takes bravery. Can you come around to how you started to perceive racism for everybody and not just certain groups?
Yeah, back when I was a liberal, I always used to say, oh, you can't be racist towards a white person because of systemic whatever. But then there was finally a moment of common sense where I was like, actually, if you're sitting there discriminating against someone because of the color of their skin, that is literally racism. And the concept of reverse racism is just so idiotic to me. Like, what do you mean reverse? It's just direct racism. If you're attacking someone because of the color of their skin, or if you're putting all these preconceived notions on them that you're not allowing them to escape, pretty much, that is racism. That is just point blank discrimination. It's prejudice. It's ignorant. It's played out, and it's tired. And for so long growing up, and I grew up in a mostly white community. My family left Southside Chicago because there was so much crime happening there. And we moved to the middle of nowhere cornfields of a town that was 95% white, 10,000 people. And growing up, so many people in my family told me, never trust a white person, never let a white person get too close to you. White people cannot be, the white people will never truly love you. They'll always view you as Black. But the thing is that was confusing to me because I had so many genuine white friends. I had so many white people who went out of their way to showcase their love to me. So for so long, I almost had this identity crisis where, am I supposed to like white people or am I not? If they're being nice to me, why am I supposed to perceive this person a certain way just because of their skin color? Like, I don't think people realize just how ignorant that is. It's literally something surface level, your melanin content. I could not care less at this point. And the fact that so many people make race into this massive thing still, it's just it's decades overplayed.
Yeah, it's tiring when we could get past it and actually build for all communities, not just some. I saw this over the weekend, and I wanted to share this with you because I was watching Candace Owens on Neil Oliver's show, and she talked about having taken the red pill. And that's what I feel like you and I did at different times in our lives. Then you take a black pill where you feel like everything's screwed up. I've seen so much dark stuff, child trafficking, P. Diddy, all of that stuff, that you're just in a dark, dark place. And then you take a white pill and you realize it's going to be okay. I have faith in something bigger than myself. I'm not going to be pissed off all the time. I want to admit that I'm probably closer to the black pill than anything else. What's your reaction to that? How do you feel as you look to the future for being an American?
That's a great question. I You know, I choose to not be optimistic or pessimistic, because if you're too optimistic, you get comfortable. If you get comfortable, then not a lot of bad things happen simply because not enough good people are standing up and doing something about it. So I don't allow myself to be too optimistic. I also don't allow myself to be pessimistic, because if you're pessimistic, then you are going to disincentivize yourself from wanting to do any work and from going out there and fighting, and you're just going to lay down and give up. So I just try to be as smooth as I can. I take it day by day. I have some days where I'm just like, okay, we are all doomed, and that's just it. And then it's like I have to snap out of it. It's like, no, there's so much work to do. I don't know what the end game is going to be, but I choose every single day to try to fight for truth, fight against propaganda, and just do what we can to fight for our country and fight for our world, because somebody's got to do it. So when it comes to taking the black pill, I've been there. When it comes to taking the white pill, I've been there. I just stopped taking pills. I just prefer chewable vitamins at this point. Let's just put it that way. It's day by day.
We just do the work. We just do the work. One study by study. I have seen, I watched your video on Israel, having gone to Israel and offered a different perspective. And I thought, okay, that's things that I hadn't previously thought. So not to have a discussion about Israel at all, but I think that you and I, because we have come out of this vile liberal, we have to be right mentality, could offer some tips on how we may disagree on something like this based on a mutual respect and sharing information without throwing around terms. What do you think are your best tips for discussing controversial topics?
My best tip for discussing controversial topics is to ask a lot of questions. Because a lot of people go into this with, I have a list of talking points and I'm just going to hammer down at you. So first of all, that's just going to create a confrontational situation where you're just constantly telling somebody what to think. If you're dealing with someone who has done their own research, or may just be stubborn, or may just be someone who doesn't understand your perspective, if you're just constantly spewing information at them, they're going to reject that by default. But when you ask questions, you're doing two things. One, you are seeking to understand where they're coming from so that you can actually meet them where they are and either persuade them or just give them more insight so that they can continue to do their own research and come to their own conclusions, which is always more organic and much more sustainable. The other thing is when you ask certain questions, you might poke holes in what they're saying. A lot of left-leaning talking points, for example, are very surface level. They're not very deep. They don't go anywhere when you start to actually ask more questions about it. For example, when someone tries to tell me that I'm oppressed as a black man, I'm like, okay, so you say that I'm oppressed, and then they give me their traditional talking point. I'm like, okay, so I ask, what is it that a white person can do that I can't do in this country? And then we really sit there and we start to unpack, and they don't really have much substance that they can say to it. So what you do by asking questions is you reveal the flaws in their argument, or you might just seek to understand, and then you can get to an amicable agree to disagree, shake hands, and walk away peacefully from the conversation.
Amazing. Thank you so much for that answer. May we all learn from that, especially because we're all going to get increasingly pissed off as the election comes. So I want to suggest that everyone follow Xavier. It's Xavier D on X, and just Xavier on Instagram. Also, there's a TikTok. Would you like to share with us?
Yes, and it's Xavier, a regular spelling. It is Xavier, error on my birth certificate, but my mom liked it, so I have an extra A. And on TikTok, I'm also just at Xavier.
Okay, excellent. It's been a pleasure to talk to you. Please come back on Redacted anytime.
Of course. Thank you for having me.
And he was.
Hey.
Hey, mate, how you doing? You good?
I'm good. I'm good. Long time no speak. How you been? You right?
Yeah, not bad, bro. Not bad at all, mate. Not bad at all. I was just choking earlier.
You doing what?
I was just choking just before I came on.
So, choking on.
I took you by surprise. When you drink, went down the wrong pipe. Fucking hell. Why is to be honest, mate? Why I don't know. Why is color like always a big deal, especially in America?
Well, it's not a big deal. It's a tool. It's a divisive tool, right? When you divide people, they'll be conquered. So racism. I mean, look at the BLM, right?
Yeah.
What should have been a protest against police brutality, they hijacked it and made it about race to divide the people, right? Where everyone could have got together, black, white, and had the same argument against brutality from the police department. But instead,
Exactly.
they hijacked it, made it about race, divided the people. People started arguing about black and white instead of police brutality.
Exactly.
Divide and conquer, man. That's all it is.
Yeah. 100%.
Correct. Correct. Hello, Abe. How are you?
I'm good, lovely. I can hear you now. You doing all right, yeah?
Yes, yes. Sorry about the back room, but we've been porn bombed too many times, so we had to make a back room.
No, no. I appreciate that. I definitely do. I feel that's the right thing to do. You know, man. Yeah, it
But
just
it's
seems
good.
like it just seems like it's just constant. Seems like it's more now than anything. I mean, growing up, okay, I faced obviously racism coming up, and then it calmed down, and then it's like, no, it's just turbocharged for some reason. Not
They
to
need,
myself, but like,
they need
not
to
to myself,
control
but
it.
it's like, yeah,
Right now, they're really struggling to stay in control. Right, they're losing
Yes.
control. So
Yes.
they desperately need to divide us as much as possible in order for them to stay in control.
Yes. Yes. And
It's the only thing, even when no one trusts them, even when no one trusts them, the only thing that keeps them over us, the control they have over us, is that the divisiveness, the need to protect and preserve and all this bullshit that they need to protect us from each other, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
yeah, definitely.
Yep.
I mean,
And
you
they're
seen
using
it when
so much.
you seen it when people are on benefits and that, and their neighbors or people that know them would like grassing them up and stuff like that. Have you heard the new one now about the cars? Um,
The truth
the
is, the
cameras
real
in the
benefit
car.
fraudsters, the truth is, the real benefit fraudsters, the people who are like sucking money and like from the from benefits, are these government officials. They take all that money and they don't even do the job that they're supposed to be doing. Do you know what I mean? They're getting paid for.
Exactly.
And if you compared the amount of money that we pay them compared to the amount of money we pay to, disability, unemployment, and the rest of it, right? It's a fraction. It's not even a drop in the ocean.
That's correct.
The amount of money we give them
Mm-hmm.
is not even a drop in the ocean in comparison.
Absolutely agree with that, mate.
One of those politicians has cost us billions. Just one of them, not all of them. I mean, look at the Theresa May went in there for 5 minutes, right? As a prime minister, and she did the most damage. She did more damage than Boris Johnson, and Boris Johnson fucking gave all that money and gave immunity to big pharmaceutical, right? And she removed the bankers limits basically. We after the 2008. We placed bank limits on the amount of money that they can award themselves as
That's right. That's right. I remember that.
yeah, as bonuses. Well, this bitch, she removed it. No one's put it back on again. The cap, so it's there now. So since COVID, right, these idiots have been putting money in their pocket, rewarding themselves for a job well done, right? Millions of pounds they're putting in their pocket, saying, "Oh, I did a good job. Oh, I deserve 23 million. Oh, I did a brilliant job on that. I need 40 million for that." And they're sticking all this money in their pocket. Meanwhile, when it goes tits up again, it's us who's going to be bailing them out.
110%. 110%, man. And it just fucking tits up, it's not going to be bailing them out. And in the meantime, it's us suffering.
Yeah. I mean, look, we gotta protect the migrants. Oh, we gotta look after the migrants. Oh, they don't give a fuck about the migrants. right?
They don't give a
They
shit.
just wanted to piss us off, man. They wanted to spend our money. See, when they spending money, when they're sending money to Ukraine or Israel or whatever, that's when they get to put their hands in the cookie jar and take as much as they can for themselves, right? When the till is open, right?
That's right.
So
That's right.
with this hurricane, but there's no money in that, man. There's no money laundering scheme set up. There's nothing. There's no money for them. They don't care about that. They're not going to get involved in that because they don't give a fuck. President, what a wanker he was, and even Kamala Harris wants to get elected. Well, it stands to reason, right, that she should be doing the most right now to prove to everybody why everybody needs to vote for her, because she's what America needs, right? This is a moment. This is a time to shine. Where is she?
Right.
Where the fuck is she?
That's
She'd
right.
be down there. Fuck the border. She should be down there now, looking and talking. But no, Biden went down there and they wasted 4 or 5 hours while they were looking after Biden, giving him a tour. There's people, all the workers, all the people. They couldn't do their job, right? Because this wanker's there.
That's right.
You know what I mean?
Right. They couldn't get off. They couldn't get on with doing the most important.
Yeah, they couldn't get off the ground because this guy's, you know what I mean? There, helicopters, like all that is grounded when he's around.
That's right. Fuck. Yeah, I
But
mean,
what's he fucking doing there anyway? There's no ice cream down there, bro.
What's the fucking point? Weekends are fucking burnings. So you do it now. Fucking yeah.
Kamalosaurus. Do you want to play that Kamalosaurus, Mama Bear?
Mama Bear.
Where is it?
Oh, where is it? Where is it? Kamalosaurus. I think it's probably on. There it is.
While temporarily relocated outside of its swamp due to its territory being invaded by a Kamalosaurus, the Homo Kidsniffer maximus is enjoying its solitude. As it skates through various terrain, it enjoys its favorite snack, ice cream. Don't be fooled, though, as this is in a sense a predator. The locals must keep their doors locked on their abodes, else their offspring will be approached. While this particular mammal is at the end of its days, it is still able to move quite quickly. Occasionally, it will forget what it's doing and start rambling to other members of the species that don't specialize in harassing youngsters. Most of them simply pay a nominal 10% fee to rid themselves of the nuisance. Eventually, the locals have had enough of his behavior and band together to have him removed from their territory.
I was thinking of doing one with Diddy at the freak off. I'll be good at it.
We may get a strike for that one.
It was worth it.
You just got off a strike.
Oh no. Shit.
My strike goes up to 14.
Oh, back on again. Oh, you motherfucker.
Oh man, I wouldn't want to be him.
He has to be the worst president ever. And there's only one more person that could be.
You hadn't seen that, Northwoods?
He was the youngest politician to join. And he's also now the oldest president, politician. Well, I don't think he's the oldest. I mean, that woman was older than him, isn't it?
Which one was that?
Oh, we passed that around in back chat for a while.
Oh, that one's gone. That one's done the rounds. That one has.
past that in Jitsu, and I thought I emailed that to you.
So I was thinking of having him doing a little sniffy to P Diddy.
He probably would. He's probably been at the parties.
Yeah, guaranteed he was at the party.
Yeah. Okay, now. He's in
Well,
shit, isn't he?
according to allegedly, because we haven't seen proof yet. Well, there's how they doctor stuff until we see it in paperwork. Obamas have been there, Clintons have been there, Oprah's been there.
T.G. Jakes has been there.
I'm waiting to see the paperwork. I want to see the paperwork.
I know, right? Fucking hell.
Harris has been there, allegedly.
Did you guys catch that video I played yesterday? The anonymous one?
No.
Oh, some guy, one of his, I think he was a security or whatever, I don't know, some guy recorded him.
Yeah, go on.
He was having sex with some guy in there. I don't know who it was. He didn't know who it was. He was saying that the balls were slapping bum cheeks. And he recorded it. No one believed him before, but now they do it. Apparently, he's getting bummed in jail. He's getting raped.
He's loving it.
What goes around
He's
comes
in
around.
security. I don't believe he's being raped because he's in security. He's insecure.
Well, it's probably his lawyer trying to exacerbate his condition to try and have him, give him a reason to leave, like exigence.
Yeah.
A reason to leave, basically. Plausible reason.
He's in a secure
To give
area.
him, he's been asking for them to put him in, what was it?
He's in solitary confinement.
Yeah, he wants to go home, doesn't he? He wants to be prison bound or like homebound.
Yeah, like what was his name in Colombia? Escobar.
Yeah. Escobar, yeah.
Good luck with that. I've never liked that bloke, P. Diddy. Never did.
Never.
Never liked it.
So, basically the Michael Jackson, the blackmailing, even the Tupac and the Biggie Smalls, drama, that all of that is all related, right?
What are you, some kind of fucking mastermind? I don't give him them props either that he's that fucking.
No, I don't think he was the mastermind. I think he became part of it.
Mm-hmm. Definitely.
Because then he was a nobody, right? Back in the Tupac Biggie Smalls days, he was kind of no one really back.
Yeah, he was just a hanger-oner.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. He was a hanger-oner, mate.
And then them two die, and then all of a sudden this guy just shoots up to stardom. He's the owner of Bad Boy Records and all this bollocks. You know what I mean? It's just
that was only he only got on the back of that obviously because he was one of Biggie's best mates. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he jumped onto Biggie's success, right?
100%.
So what I'm saying is maybe it had something to do with getting rid of him or starting it or some shit. You know what I mean?
Don't doubt me. Give the fucking snake. I've never liked that guy.
Wasn't the arguments them two had when they first started, Biggie Smalls and Tupac, weren't it over some bitch?
Yeah.
Shagging, and they started making songs. I shagged your bird, and da 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 da, and she was doing this.
Bruce Cantrell. I think it was Blue Control, if I'm not mistaken.
That's like fucking 30 years ago.
I know, man. I was on my way home. I remember when I heard the fucking news, and I was on my way home from a club in Miami. Me and my mates and a couple of other people in their cars. Fucking hell, we just pulled over, man. Couldn't fucking believe it.
And it turned out, who was it that shot him in the end? There were some allegations that there were police assassins involved, that they went and done it, right?
Shit
Police
like
at
that,
I don't remember.
You don't? Yeah, apparently there was like some allegations saying that there was that it was these either ex-law enforcement or they were law enforcement supposedly, like paid hitmen, that did the job. But it's all bullshit. Nobody really knows anyway.
No. That
Did
type
he
of
know?
shit. Yeah, did he fucking know? Fucking bad bastard.
They obviously Diddy was involved.
I guarantee you he was involved. I mean, the way he came out on top, he had to be involved.
Yeah. But obviously the powers that be fucking elevate the bastard, did it?
There's also rumors saying, like allegations saying that he was a CIA asset.
Who's that?
Just like Jeffrey Epstein, he was a CIA asset, right?
Yeah, he's too thick, man. There's no way I ain't giving it. I can't personally give him that props. He's thick as fuck.
Well, he had to been protected all these years, right?
Most definitely.
Yeah. So, and his protection goes a little bit more. There's a little bit more than just political. It wasn't just politicians that protected him, right?
Well, I think because he had cameras in his house and shit like that where he shouldn't have had, and obviously he could blackmail somebody. That's what that snake's good for. You know what I mean? So he used that to elevate to black. I think he blackmailed himself to the top, man. To be honest.
His partner, stroke security, head of security, was also the head of security of Michael Jackson, right?
Oh, yeah.
And Michael Jackson was being blackmailed, allegedly, by these same people.
Yeah.
Got you. I got you.
Yeah, apparently, from what I've.
Michael Jackson
anyway.
part of the cult too.
It might even be. It could even be that fucking Mr. fucking Michael Jackson wasn't actually. Was it what he said he was? You know what I mean?
Well, he was murdered by a doctor.
The same doctor that murdered Joan Rivers, right?
Yeah.
Using the same drug.
Yeah. Good luck with that roof in Northwoods.
You should video the whole thing, bro. Get a whole load of cameras out. You should video the whole thing, put it up on YouTube. YouTube loves that sort of shit. Fixing your roof on a cabin. Yeah. That'll get you a few views.
I've just finished doing a patio and a long walkway. Fucking hell.
I'm telling you, man, you should video that shit, man. YouTube loves that sort of shit.
I know.
Well, they got another hurricane coming through Florida.
Another one, yeah. The second one coming over to Florida.
Yep.
Should hit by Tuesday, he said, all right?
Wednesday.
Tuesday, Wednesday, yeah.
Yeah.
And that will be approximately 120 miles an hour. So that's going to do some damage.
That can do some problem.
Milton.
I was in Florida. I was in Florida.
Fucking hurricane, man. That will rip houses. I mean, this
I was
one.
in Florida. I was in Florida for Hurricane Andrew. I was there for that. And that was fucking scary, bro.
Need to be your editor. What editor? Hey,
I need you to be my editor.
we've been doing some editing this week. That's what we've been
Checking out
doing the
some new
last.
software as well.
Checking out new software and getting some downloaders and.
Yeah.
Yes, I did get that downloader, Mellows.
You got it, yeah? Pretty cool, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I like my 4K.
Hey, when's the last time you guys spoke to Bear?
Bear, a few days ago. He's got a bit of a mission. Why?
No, just wondering. Trying to get see. I've got his number. I don't know what's wrong with me. I just thought I've got his pissing number. I'll just give him a call.
Yeah, he's got some videos coming out this week. Should be some good ones.
Bad thing is this hurricane coming through. There ain't no money. No money.
No money.
No
Look,
money.
I'm gonna need you to help me set up my YouTube channel, man. I ain't got a fucking clue how it works.
You got a YouTube? I didn't know you had a YouTube channel.
Not a channel, but you know, like when you come on here, what you can I don't even fucking know. But if you put Aid the Baseman in, it goes to a fucking thingy.
Hey, the Vice Man gonna do a YouTube.
So what are you gonna put up on there?
I'm gonna do some music.
All right.
Whoops.
Yeah, man. I'm looking forward to it.
So,
Drop your link and share it out, man.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm
Wait a
saying.
minute.
The link.
Wait a minute. I think we got you on Nightbot.
Yeah, so I've got a link, but I don't know how to set it up. You feel me?
Hold on. I think we did you on Nightbot. I thought we did. I thought we had you on Nightbot.
I don't think so.
No, we don't. Hey!
There
Oh,
it
you
is.
devil, and there he is.
Beetlejuice.
Yeah.
Yeah. Bear, your keys should still work, mate. If you want to jump up.
Yeah, bring your ass up there. Man,
Oh my god, I'm gonna rip my fucking.
I had the mother of all kebabs earlier.
Fuck's sakes, man. Oh my god. Stupid dog.
Okay.
He's got his new sofa. This dog's gonna rip it already.
You joking?
Yeah, she's a knob, man. She's a knobhead.
How old's your dog?
She's 10.
Okay.
Man. She's 10
She's
years
what, man?
old. To the vet as well. There you go. See, I told you your keys work.
Yeah, I didn't know they worked, man.
Yeah,
Oh,
the keys should still work. For whatever reason.
You're gonna live long, man. I was just talking about it.
Ah, my back.
I have got too long, man. It's fucking painful enough as it is.
What's going on, man?
Nothing, man.
Did you go and do that thing you said you was going to do?
No,
Not yet.
they've been ill, and so have I.
Mm.
I spoke to them today. Not today. Yesterday, though. So it's still happening.
Oh, 'cause I've got another one for you.
Yeah, man. I've haven't really been about this week, man. I've been ill. Fucking little one was at the hospital. Fucking before that, it's been crazy, man.
You had a crazy week, man. Yeah.
Yeah, been a bit like that, bro. Are you good?
Yeah.
Good, man.
Yeah, we've got another one, man. We get this knobhead Nigel Farage.
Matty Farage.
Mr. Farage, yeah.
Any up your side of any up your neck of the woods?
He's up here, yeah. Okay. I don't think he lives down here, though. Of course he doesn't. What the fuck would he live down here? Because a millionaire.
I think he, well, I don't know, definitely got a property that way, hasn't
He's got property everywhere. The fuck is a millionaire? Real fucking property anywhere. Anyone could buy a property down here, man, and they're so cheap. You know what I mean? It's probably still the cheapest place in the whole of England.
Yeah.
You can still buy a house down here for 40 grand. Not much of a house, though. More of a fucking cardboard toilet, but yeah.
Still good, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay. Abe's now on Nightbot, so everybody please like and subscribe to Abe's channel. Let's get him to 50.
Literally got like fucking 2-3 weeks till my driving test now, man. Not long.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Go on,
Yeah.
man.
Yeah.
Good.
Left it way too long, man. So I needed to.
Yeah.
How did you get on with the theory part? Did you do all right with that? Yeah.
Yeah. Fucking. I took it, man, and I failed by one question, but passed the hazard perception. I was gutted, man. So I was like, no way. So I fucking booked it the following day for 4 days later and smashed it, man. Like on both the fucking questions under hazard.
So you got your license?
No, not yet. I still got to do my practical test, but that's in about 2-3 weeks. So fingers crossed. You never know. I might have a driving license by the end of this month.
Very good, man.
Oh.
Yeah, well overdue. What's everyone else been up to? Anyway, fuck yeah.
To take the kids, get them around and shit like that. You need a car.
No.
Don't know, you've done it all this time without one, to be honest with you.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay, we got Abe up to 19 subscribers. Let's go, guys.
Thank you, Mama Bear.
Let's go, guys.
Fucking, what's new then? What have I missed? What's been going on this week? Have I missed much?
World War III started.
Well, I didn't miss that. I see the fireworks display.
Yep, I've just posted it. I linked his channel to you, to yours, Northwoods. So I put him on your channel.
on your night bot. So we need to get him to 50.
Cheers, mama.
So
I've been grafting.
I got him on your night bot.
Been grafting, bro. Yeah.
Yeah, grafting on my backyard, like putting in a path and a patio. Start breaking, man.
Yep.
And I'm working tonight still while I'm on here with G-Lock.
Mel's gonna help get his channel set up.
What do you need help?
Been any sign of Grim?
Yeah.
Back to the morning.
Yeah. I've got to sort you out for a domain as well, bro. Need to do that.
Yeah, I had a whole bunch of them to renew, man. I spent like 120 quid the other day.
Yep.
Fucking hell.
Yeah.
Yeah, all these months basically, I've got like every month I've got to pay out like £100 a month for the next 2-3 months.
I don't know. I just took the one
All mine.
he signed in here now with.
Do you know how much the domain is, Mellows?
It's about 15-20 quid. Is it com, isn't it? Yeah.
Oh.
Abe, is this a new channel, the one that you're on right now?
The one I'm on. Yeah, this one's a different one. I've always had this one, but I could get onto YouTube a while back. I'm talking about back in the buzz days. But the
So
one that
it's
you
a
put
new
up there,
channel.
yeah.
It's a new channel.
Mm-hmm.
What the fuck is going on with that guy now? Anyway, is anyone ever? Is he still around?
Who's that?
Which one, Buzz?
Buzz.
Yeah, Trump's talking.
Fucking.
What's it still about? I think he does his thing, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does, yeah. Definitely. I ain't spoken to that cat in a long time, man. You know what I mean?
It's been a tribute to they just took somebody out in the ambulance. Boy, you don't look good.
Yeah, I've been ill, man.
Fucking hell. Jesus Christ.
Wow.
God have mercy.
Wow.
What? Oh, shit. Thanks, guys.
No offense, but you know what? You ought to see Mellows the other day. He smoked one of your glass ones. And I'll tell you, he hacked and puked, and I'll tell you what.
My mate some terpene infused blunts. I had one of those terpene infused blunts.
I am quite stoned as well, so that don't help.
I thought he was going to turn green.
Fucking choking at a cunt.
He was smoking, I think, all 6 in one joint.
You're getting fucking highway, you know.
I was laughing so hard. It was funny.
Quiet, man. Quiet tonight for a Saturday.
Oh, everybody's watching Trump. Everybody's watching Trump. Hey, we need somebody to go into Eyes on the Audit, guys.
Do what?
And sub. We need somebody to go sub on Eyes on the Audit.
Oh yeah, I need a subscriber. And if you're not subscribed to Eyes on the Audit, please go and subscribe and be my 667th subscriber. I don't want to get stuck on 666 for fuck's sake. Please don't do that to me. Fucking 666.
Somebody, please go sub to him.
Yeah.
Somebody
And
make
I've just got my notification as well from them. You know what I mean? It's like fuck. I'll get myself fucking banned for just.
What they say, leave Diddy alone.
No.
Diddy's plane left fucking Auckland fucking yesterday. What was that about? Who was in that? Love to know who was in that.
No.
And where's Jay-Z and Beyonce, man? Where are they at?
Apparently, Jay-Z's gone missing.
Where are they at, man?
Oprah Winfrey's hiding too.
Apparently, Jay-Z's gone missing. All these people have been trying to ring him, and his phone. He's not answering his phone.
I've been watching a lot of this. Like, I have for like weeks, months, but like I've been fucking feeling shit this week, so I've just been like fucking proper studying it, looking over shit, fucking interviews, past interviews. It's kind of madness, man. Some madness. Like, this goes back to Mellows, yeah? This goes back to, and people can sit there and go, conspiracy theorists, fucking talking shit. Listen, this is that exclusive club that we always talk about, that satanic shit that these kind of people get up to. Like, you're either in that club or you ain't, yeah? That's why there were parties and then there were the after parties, man. Those people in those parties afterwards, they're the sadistic fucking satanic cunts. They are, I'm telling you.
That's right.
And then you look at someone like Justin Bieber, man, and if we went back like a few years ago, remember when Bieber was like getting fucking nicked for like, I remember he got nicked on the beach, I think it was of Miami once, for fucking speeding with a fucking Lambo, like fucking X miles an hour. Loads of drug-fueled incidents, etc., etc. There's a lot to be said there, man. Like, whether he actually will ever come out and say anything or whether he'd rather keep quiet, I'm telling you now that Justin Bieber is a victim of some sort of abuse, man.
He had his ass ripped open, man.
And also, Russell Brand. Russell Brand was on a... Has everyone seen that video? Where P. Diddy and Russell Brand are on the plane together. Have you seen that video, Mellows?
No.
Really old video. Let me find it, yeah? Let me just mute up. I'll find it and you can play it. Hang on. All right. I'm going to put it in the private chat if you want to play it, yeah? It's really old, man, so you ain't going to get struck for it or nothing like that. Don't worry about that. Old, man. Oh, this video here, yeah, and if you look at the comments as well, like, they're all saying the same thing. This video proves that the fucking algorithms on YouTube work. Like, this video is like, how old? And all of a sudden, this is popping up on everyone's news feeds. Come on, man. The YouTube algorithm knows exactly what it's doing. Again, I tell you another thing about Diddy. He likes this 48-hour period, doesn't he? Taking people under his wing for 48 hours.
You see that?
Yeah, see it. Can't hear it.
Hey yo, what's up, y'all? We are on the plane right now, on our way to Vegas. It's called "What Happens in Vegas Stays in Vegas." I'm here with my new best friend right here. My new best friend. Hello. Rusty Rocket. Is this Twitter? Yeah, yes, also known as Russell Brand, yes. Very, 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 very dear friend of mine. We go way back. We've got a lot of history from the projects, of course. Yeah. Back in the day. Very rough in those days. A lot of bother in the projects, but we've come through it now. Things seem to be working
Can
out.
hear something else in the background, Mellows. Or is it playing on that video?
It's on the video.
Ah, okay.
It felt a little. I liked it. You liked it? I felt so official. I didn't feel comfortable enough to
Won't like the music, will it? Yeah. I can take the music out of this anyway. We're using that new AI thing.
Yeah.
That's what I'll do. I'll use that.
You're not monetizing it anyway, so you should be alright.
started bracing you, so I didn't want to be. Oh no, I didn't want to overburden you with affection. I felt that you were in a position to express the harm on me. I mean, I didn't let it cross over into the area of being physically aroused or anything. Yeah, none of that. It's about thoughts. But you know what it is? We're going out on like a date. A straight guy date. Like straight guy date. To a guy's night, 48 hours. Puppy with like Russell. With a normal day, between like a man and a woman, or perhaps two gay men or lesbian women. The best possible result of that date is sex. Now, with our heterosexual date, what is the best thing that can happen between us? We can find some women that have sex.
So where's Russell Brand at, man? I want to know what Russell Brand's got to say too.
At the beginning of the 48 hours, as you know, what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas, but we really plan on going to the hospital. Are you going to chronicle the whole thing? Yeah. It's going to be chronicled. Yeah. Remember, I'm a recovering drug addict. Yeah, he's a recovering drug addict. I can't take drugs or anything, or even drink. I can't drink booze. Yeah, he won't. I don't know what's going to happen in Vegas, to be honest. He's recovering, but it's Vegas. He's vulnerable. I'm vulnerable in Vegas. This could be it for me. Plus, we're on a plane. There's been no safety announcements. No one said anything about these seatbelts. It's not been mentioned. People are playing very loud music. I'm wearing a hat that I regret. It's a difficult situation. What's going to happen to us? I don't know. Me personally, you know, if you go to Vegas for 48 hours, somebody doesn't go to the hospital, then it wasn't a success. It wasn't a success. So, I'm putting myself.
You don't go to hospital with your ass ripped open. It wasn't a fucking success. That's what you meant by that. Just ask Oscar.
Because I think I saw you. Yes. That's a small token. You provided the plane, the tickets, the hotels to the big fight. I provided the toothpicks though. And the horse. Well, okay, we've not discussed that, but if alright, I will try to. I'm not a misogynist. I'm against that kind of language. I like to think of them as damsels. So this is the beginning. And will I put this on mine? Yes, this is as well. It's equal access. Joint venture content. I provided the toothpicks. Yeah. So equal access. Right then. Stay tuned. Do stay tuned. Peace. Come on, mate. Yeah.
Where's Russell Brand at, man? Where's Russell Brand at? That's who we want to interview, Russell Brand. And you know that Russell Brand was a sex addict as well, so you definitely know he was attending them parties without a shadow of a doubt. You think he just spent 48 hours in Vegas with him there and like he didn't experience none of that? Come on now. That's one of those videos that Russell Brand was hoping wasn't going to pop back up. Whoop. So it's all of them, man. It's all of these people. They're all as bad as each other.
Yep.
Oh, Elon Musk is spoken.
And you know who I think talks a lot of sense, man? A lot of people, again, dismiss her. But, Jag, you were right.
Yeah, I seen her last night.
Yeah, she seems to know what she's on about, man. Like, all right, yes, she does seem to talk a lot about things she's heard and that she's been told, but then there are things as well that she claims to have, physically experienced herself. So, yeah, and she, at the time she was in that industry, she's explained how she was a sex worker herself, and it's really through being a sex worker how she even got into that industry. So, I mean, that says a lot. How far are people willing to go, man? How much of your soul have you got to sell to fucking sit with these people? Sit in the same room as these people?
Let's go in it. Sold out the money at the end of the day, innit?
Yeah.
Hold on to the money.
Harvey Weinstein, Epstein, like, they had direct links, man, to not just Puff, but to fucking Jay-Z as well. So I wonder, where's Jay-Z at, man? Where's he at? Where's his missus at? Oh, Beyonce. Huh? You wouldn't think she would be involved in something like that, right? It couldn't possibly be a female involved in something like that. What's that American TV show as well? What's her name? I think she's like a lesbian bird, man. Is her name like Eleanor or something like that?
Ellen.
Ellen.
Ellen
Yeah.
DeGeneres.
And have you seen where like the interview with where he's on that show? And he's like, oh yeah, like you've always been invited to all the parties, like, but you've never showed, like you've never turned up and that. And she's like, yeah. And then he's like, oh, you got the parties and then the after parties. And she kind of says like, oh yeah, I've heard of your parties, and kind of rolls her eyes. It's like there's not really many people in that industry that doesn't know or didn't know what was going on. They all knew what was going on.
They all know.
You know what I mean? Right. So again, it comes down to why is no one going to call that shit out? All right. I mean, some might say that Puff was like, got a lot of fucking play in the game, so he can kind of get shit done, right? People potentially get hurt. I get that.
The Only now they come out and say. Why didn't they say anything before?
But yeah, that makes you all just as bad. Like, if you can just start, and the reason they all just turn a cheek to it, Mel, is for the same reason that Abe just said: money. Money. What's more important, calling out behavior that you see, or keeping your fame and fortune yourself? Because if someone's that powerful and that influential within that industry, then I mean, it would be a big risk, right, to go up against somebody bigger, more powerful than yourself.
Apparently it was a few people he blacklisted.
Oh yeah, he was at spot, mate.
There's a few people that basically he wouldn't go to his party. That's it.
Oh, you got everybody going on for years, man. All I ever heard growing up, right, was how Michael Jackson was this paedophile, and you know he was fucking weird around kids and sharing beds with kids, and then I'm looking now and I'm thinking, taking a 14-year-old boy, 15-year-old boy, and taking them under your wing for 48 hours and gonna go give them that lifestyle. And when he says every 15-year-old stream, we know exactly what every 15-year-old or what every 15-year-old thinks their dream is at that age, right? We all know what that is. And anyone, like any of us on this panel now, if I said to you that I went to a fucking strip club last night and I took a 13-year-old or a 14-year-old boy with me or something, I'm sure you'd all find that very fucking questionable, man. Like you'd question that, right? You're fucking like, what the fuck are you doing? That ain't normal behavior. No, what's that? I can't remember what fucking podcast it was, but I watched that interview that Bieber done not too long ago, since all the Diddy stuff's come out. And he looks broken, man. He looks like a broken person. You ain't even got to hear him like actually say too much. He ain't got to tell you like what's gone on or what he's experienced. You can just tell someone's got a story to tell there, man. Whether they will or not ever come out and say anything, who knows? But also, like, is it the you know, the I'll Be Missing You track that was like done in memory of fucking Biggie Smalls.
Yeah.
Some of the lyrics in there were highlighted in a video that I see the other day, and when you listen to them, man, those lyrics didn't age well. I've got to see if I can find that video too.
Take it parties. Yeah. Isn't that what he called it? Take it party. There you go.
All right, lads. I'm going to have to get back to work. I'll catch you in a bit, yeah?
All right, bro.
All right, see you in a bit, man. I'm a bear.
If, bro.
Here's one for you, Bear.
Did have a situation, and that situation led Usher to the hospital. Now I let Usher explain that to y'all. I let Usher tell that story. But how dare you say a man that do, you gonna give him a pass? When they did a raid on his house, he knew that he had to go into court sometime, right? He knew he had to go to court sometime. It was going to be a time you got to go in court. What was he doing during that period of time? Still going to a few little places, party and stuff like that. I ain't telling the man, you know how to run his life and everything like that. But steady using drugs. Even when the feds caught them, they caught drugs on his person and drugs in his room. And now he losing his whole empire. And it's got to do with who he is as a person.
The last freak off tape that just got sold on the dark net, which I know because I monitor, went for $500 million. It had multiple stars in it. Nicki Minaj, Rihanna, Chris Brown, Justin Bieber, Drake. It was a really interesting night in Calabasas, and he just sold that footage.
How come you think it doesn't get leaked to the public?
The dark net?
Yeah, like...
Because of the dark coin. Most people don't even know that the dark coin exists.
Finally alone. Because P. Diddy be wanting to party. And you gotta tell him no. You got to tell him no. I did.
Me, you ain't never really party, you know what I'm saying? I like when you like this, Daddy.
When you put my bag,
Daddy, I like when you scrambling and scraping for shit, you know? Make a wish. Just blow it out. Your birthday every day.
Where I look back on where I became.
Did you miss me, though? For real, because I'm saying, it seems like a thing.
I miss
his
partying
birthday
with
party,
folks, man.
Man, I'm talking about for your birthday. Huh? Why won't you party with me for your birthday, man?
We partied for my birthday before. You came to my party.
No, but me and you ain't never really party, you know what I'm saying? Buddy, my baby bro, we here. Tomorrow it's time. It's time. What you gonna do to that thing, man? Yeah, they better tune in. Tune in. Let's go. Everybody, my baby bro, we here. Tomorrow it's time. It's time. What you gonna do to that thing, man? Yeah, they better tune in. Tune in. Let's go. What's up, King Son? Man, you doing it, man. You deserve it, Daddy. You putting in that work. Proud of you. I love you. Yeah.
Perhaps Diddy and Meek Mill have...
Why would they not have when they're gay rappers?
Do you think Meek Mill's gay?
We all know he's gay.
Who's we?
Rick Ross knows he's gay.
I didn't know. It's news to me.
Everybody Rick Ross knows.
You think Rick Ross would sign a gay rapper?
Rick Ross knows he's gay. Is what I said. Right now, he paid me $2,000 to say that, right?
Me?
You only paid me $2,000?
To say Rick Ross is gay? No. No, to say Meek Mill is.
Okay, well, yeah.
I've never told you to say anyone is gay for the record.
So Meek Mill is gay.
No, he seemed very unhappy with that characterization. All the champagne was spiked, son. Like, all the champagne was spiked. Everybody was passed.
What the fuck am I listening to, man?
Like, I don't fucking drink. I smoke, nigga. Like, I smoke and I had my own weed, but, like, everybody was passed out. Yo, Diddy had that man in the room. Look, yes, I put my ear to the fucking door and I brought the phone because Diddy started going in overdrive. I ain't know what the fuck was going on, but I just heard balls slapping against ass cheeks. I heard niggas struggling to take dick. I heard niggas being like, yeah, daddy, when he started all that daddy this and daddy that, and then I heard some hollering and struggling, like, yeah, I kept the phone there and I recorded all that shit because I was like, this nigga Diddy rich. So I'm finna put the squeeze on and give me a couple dollars and just say, you know what I'm saying? There's nobody believed that was really Diddy beating me back in. But now y'all motherfuckers believe the video, right? Right? Somebody throw me a couple dollars. No, ain't no party like a Diddy party, so.
Yeah, that's what's up. Yeah. Birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear friend. Happy birthday to you. This is a special birthday for both of us. Because today, not today, yesterday, the whole year is love. First birthday. I started a new chapter in my life, and you did too. You know what I'm saying? For sure. You ain't had a drink in a year. You know what I'm saying? You look phenomenal. And this is called the Ciroc Water Cheers. So, I drink Ciroc. You don't drink. How do we cheers? With your water and my white grape Ciroc. It's called Two Kings Clints. It's called Two Clints.
And I lived with Sean Puffy Combs for a year.
That's the crazy thing. Now, that was L.A. Reid's idea, right? We're sending you
New
over
York
to something
City.
called Puffy Flavor Camp.
There you go.
To learn
Flavor
some...
Camp.
Yeah,
Flavor
that's what it
Camp.
was called. And you're going to go to Puff Daddy's. He's
In
gonna
the 90s, do you understand what that's like?
Puffy's place was like just filled with chicks and orgying like nonstop, right?
No, not really. I mean, but hey, it was curious. I got a chance to see some things.
Yeah, but you were 13. What were you
I
saying?
went there to see the lifestyle.
Right.
And I saw it. And it was, but I don't know if I could indulge and understand what I was even looking at. It was pretty wild.
So nobody tried to, some woman.
If you can't indulge and understand what you're looking at, then you shouldn't be there, clearly. You shouldn't be there, man.
I didn't really understand.
Biggie Smalls was there.
Biggie Smalls was there. Lil' Kim, Craig Mack.
All these people are hanging around.
Yeah, man. Faith Evans.
And your parents were
Mary
okay?
J. Blige. They ain't know nothing about this shit.
Oh.
I was having a good time. You know what I mean?
Does he have you doing any chores? Are you doing dishes at all? I mean, to keep you humble somewhat? Or are you just like, can you stay up till 4 in the morning with them and party?
I mean, I could. I actually stayed up longer than them.
And what do you have money? What's going on?
I mean, I had like per diem. You know, I had like,
What
like
a
a living.
life.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
14 years old. You're a dad now. Would you ever send your kid to Puffy Camp?
Hell no.
That's my brother right here from day one. We used to wake up and, pause, but like that's how. I mean, back in the days when he was like 10 and I was a little bit older, his older brother, we used to fight over the frosted flakes. You know what I'm saying? Before pause was invented. You know what I'm saying? But it's my brother for real. We used to actually wrestle off of the frosted flakes because he used to always get them early. Now he's one of the richest stars in the world.
Yo, what the fuck did Puff just say? Nobody's gonna acknowledge this for me. Puff just said we used to wrestle over the frosted flakes. And we're streaming live. That was stupid. Listen, that was fucking stupid.
We're having a good time. Yo, are you Usher made it in the
Hey, yo, let's just put the camera a little this way just so we're not. I don't want my shot to even, I don't want it to come close to the bed at all. Usher look like he fresh off a goddamn plane.
Just Diddy told him personally that he had sex with Usher. And when you look at the lawsuit, even though they got Usher name redacted, you could tell who it is because they described him as the guy that performed at the Super Bowl.
Right.
So, we all know who that is, but how you feel about that, man?
Well, I mentioned that earlier, that he said about Stevie J. That
Usher, I'm tired of Usher. Goofy bitch. Got your asshole ripped open and the only thing it inspired was loyalty. They ripped your ass open. Gene didn't say it. He said, check the records at the hospital. I'm saying it. You got your ripped open. Then you take Justin Bieber from Lily White, Canada, and take him to the flavor of Fuck Off, the kiddie edition. Get his ripped open. Now everything's coming out, and the first thing you do is run the Bali with another kiddie rap who works with the man, L.A. Reid, that sent you to the Diddy flavor freak off.
Not the flavor.
Now you got Justin Bieber breaking up relationships and shit. Suck Odell Beckham dick at the club, and the next thing you know, he don't even want Kim no more.
We was at the Swiss Hotel. Puff had Kim in the room. Had one of Keith Sweat's baby mothers in the big room outside the master bedroom. He came outside in his robe. She gave him a fellatio right there. His back was turned to me. She gave him a fellatio. You knocked on the door. I came and opened the door for you. Puff went in the room. You came in the room and kissed that girl dead in her mouth. I'm hearing at the door and stuff like that. Like, yeah, so then next thing you know, somebody rang the doorbell. We had the presidential suite where we was at. So I opened the door and the dude said, yo, I'm here for my cousin. Puff and Ja Rule runs out the room. Puff got his towel, Ja grabbing his towel, but they butt the naked. And so then Ja was like, yo, what's going on? Yo, G, that's my cousin. He know me well. You know, and Puff was like, yo, G, what happened? I said, he tried to get in the room. I told him he couldn't get in the room. And he was like, Puff looked at Ja. He said, yo, Ja said, you didn't want to go in that room. There was a lot of freaking going on. So I was like, oh, he said there was a lot of freaking going on. So that was basically that story, man. When John said, you don't want to come up in there, a lot of freaky stuff is going on. You got to use your mind. What they was doing with those bugs.
Yo, Diddy, you gave me the oosh-gosh goosh-mash. You gave me the oosh-gosh moof, the shoo-smash. Diddy. Yeah, son. You know what I mean? You gave me the oosh-gosh moosh. I love it, yo. I love it. You gave me the oosh-gosh moosh.
And
oosh-gosh moosh. You know what I'm talking about, Diddy? Diddy. God.
I heard about this song sucking a few dicks in his lifetime. I know Young Thug sucks on babies, old, crusty, dead. It's nasty. It's nasty. I happen to know Diddy fucks boys. It's nasty. It's nasty.
Did you party with Diddy a lot?
Oh, no, not really. I would go to the party and leave early.
Why wouldn't you stay?
I go to the party and leave early. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I don't know what goes on after hours, but
He wasn't trying to find
I
out.
wasn't trying to find out. I know my place. You feel? I know my.
The requirement is you gotta say no to Diddy. If it's new booty in the building, you know he gonna get it.
Don't take your girlfriend to a Diddy party.
Nigga, you can take the bitch, but he wants you. He ain't worried about that bitch. He is not worried about that bitch at all. Meek Mill. Stop, nigga. Take that, nigga.
And it was 50 Cent, and where he says he was at a party with Diddy, and he was mad at Diddy because Diddy offered to take him shopping, and he felt like that was only something like you would do for a female.
He's a nice guy. He's a nice guy. He wanted to take the guy shopping. What an idiot for turning him down.
So you're not turning Diddy down if he wants to take you shopping?
We're going shopping, bro. We're going shopping. But at the party, I'm going to be in my corner with my little shot of Ciroc, and you have your fun, bro. I'm chilling. I'm chilling, bro. You know what I'm saying? I'm good. I deserve to be there. Shit. But other than that, I'm cool, bro. Y'all have y'all fun.
Jeezy was tied to Boys in the Hood, which was under
Diddy probably took him shopping.
Diddy probably took him shopping.
Did you ever have any personal like convos or chop it up with Diddy?
Hell no. What kind of question is that? I ain't never had no convo or chopped it up with Diddy. Not now. If you had any convo with Diddy, boy, you suspect. He might have been calling you daddy. You know me, Mills, man. Ain't no nigga calling me daddy, man. Fuck all that, man. I don't give a fuck how rich you is, what we doing. I mean, yo, cool. Hold on, man. Daddy, my nigga, we ain't doing that.
You know, like Jada Kiss and all that. They talk like that.
What? Call nigga daddy?
For years. It's hella footage.
You know what? I didn't heard them niggas say that, but Diddy say it different. Jada Kiss don't say daddy with the I at the end. Diddy say it with the Y.
He said something to me one time, a long time ago, at Chris Knighty's wedding. He told me to take me shopping. I looked at him like, what you just say? Let me move, man, before I do something. You're going to make me mess up the wedding.
Oh, that's a nice gesture.
Let me get out of it. No, take me. That's what the guy says to me.
I asked 50 about that, and he said you did the same thing to him. You asked him to take him shopping.
Yeah, I thought he needed some clothes. What? I'm a nice guy. Yo, why are you in 50? Hey, yo. Why y'all talking? Hey, yo, I don't have no beef with I don't know why. With Fifth. He loves me. He loves me. Y'all really can't see it? I mean, y'all can't see it. No, we can't see it. Y'all can't see that he loves me? But see, you really, hold on, you really think that's hate? When you really break it down, you've been out here a long time. You know he loves me. I don't think he like you. You know he loves me. I don't think he like you. Okay.
What are some things that you feel like I should look out for? You know, coming into the game. Like you've been in the game for a long time, man.
What he's out for?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Stay away from that. Stay away from the take that match. That's all I'm gonna say. All right, stay away from that. All right. Second, they're laughing because they know it's true.
Yeah, I'm new. So I don't know.
Second, what I will tell you, and I mean, look.
Hold on. Walk
Bad boy, OVO collabo. Take that. Now it's just up to y'all. When I wake up in the morning, it gotta sound like hot sauce. What's up, City God? Drake, what up, baby? Yeah, we coming, baby. Yeah, cash.
So about 2:30 in the morning, 2:15, 2:30 in the morning, phone rings, unknown number. I don't answer unknown numbers, but my wife looking at me like,
yeah.
Who is that? Yeah, pick that up. I don't know about this. So I put it on speaker. Yeah, I picked it up. I say, who is this? It's Sean. I'm like, Sean, it's Puff. I'm like, oh, what's good?
Talking low like that?
Talking low. So I was like, hey, what's good? I said, what's cracking? He said, we didn't see you tonight at the BET Awards. We didn't see you tonight. He said,
You're checking in.
He said, what you doing? I was like, oh man, I'm at the crib. He said, oh yeah, we over here at the he said, I'm over here at the Beverly Hills Hotel. I said, oh, for real? I said, who over there? Just me.
What? Come on, man. That man ain't said. You serious?
He said, just me. So my wife, I'm over here on the suspect list.
What the hell?
I'm like, nah, man, I'm in bed, bro. I'm good. He's like, I just hung up.
But you work with Buffy, right?
Yeah, I work with him. He flew me out to Miami.
Yeah.
And,
when he got asked this party?
Yeah, listen real. So when I went out there, Peace, it was cool, and I worked pretty quick. So he left for a little bit, then came back to the studio. I had the song done. Sometimes I feel like I'm lonely. He was like, oh, B, that's hard. Woo, woo, woo. I like because he loved Above the Law. He loved NWA, cocaine. So he took me out. He said, we going out tonight, right? So I was like, oh, shit, that's Puff Daddy.
Right, you went out with him.
Yeah, so we
ain't gonna judge yet. This story got to end it. Don't jump ahead. Go ahead, cocaine.
So I hopped in the whip with him. You
hopped in the whip with him?
Yeah.
All right.
The brother pulled out no bullshit.
No! Okay, go ahead, my man.
The brother pulled out these things, and it was these pills. It was an ashtray full of ecstasy. He said, you want one? I said, nah, man, I don't do that. I only smoke weed. Go to this club, popping club, and we go to the first floor. It's cool. It's popping. Everybody's, hey, man, getting on, doing their thing, right? But then we go to like second floor, and it's kind of different. But then we go to the third floor, the upper room.
Not the third floor.
The upper room. Look, I look to the right. Man's kissed this man. Man's kissing it. Nigga, I looked at that puppy like, nigga, where you got me at, homie?
Nigga, where you got me at, homie? Right?
He knew I was uncomfortable, so he dropped me off immediately.
Okay.
And that was that, and I left the next day.
But that's respect.
Yeah, that was.
He still tried to see what's up, but he realized. So actually, probably a G.
I know this man well enough to call him and say, hey, I need a favor.
Yeah.
And this might have been 10, 12 years ago that I called him and say, hey, I have a family member who I want you to hire them as an intern.
Yeah.
And I have never talked about this publicly. And he said yes. And they were flying around, one of the interns, Atlanta, Miami, whatever, on the jet, in the house, whatever. And then the internship stopped abruptly, like 3 or 4 months into it.
Yeah.
And I spoke to my family member, like, well, what happened? And they wouldn't say.
Yeah.
And I'm like, why did it end? He wouldn't say. And years later, they finally came out, and this is a male, and said that Puff had said, come home, stay the night with me, or the internship is over. And they said, absolutely not. He said, absolutely not. And the internship ended. But from there, I was like, oh, like this is how it goes.
Hold on. I'll be right back. I got a phone call.
All right.
Mellows.
All right. What do you think of that one then, BBA?
Yeah, I've seen most of that, man. It's all crazy, isn't it?
Yeah. There's a lot more. There's a lot more. I need to.
Even like I was trying to say, if it was planned, I don't know if you heard me when Usher's like, I don't even know if I could acknowledge or comprehend what was. If that's the case, man, clearly you shouldn't be there. You know what I mean? You're not at an age where you've got an understanding of what's going on. Then that tells me you aren't meant to be there. And that kind of says it all.
Well, Usher was only like 14 when he met him, wasn't he? And Bieber.
All the Kardashians as well. All the Kardashians. I've seen clips that weren't in there, man. I would have thought would have been in that collage of things there. That compilation of things there, right? Where, like, I can't remember which one it is, but one of the Kardashians, like, goes somewhere and done a photo. She comes back and she's like, I've done a photo shoot with Bieber. Justin Bieber. And the mum's like saying to her, like, oh, how old is he, etc., etc. And she was like, oh, I think he's got a crush on me. And the mum's like, oh, have you got a crush on him? And she's like, well, I'm telling you, like, basically, if he was 18, right? And then around that time, there were loads of reports that, like, they were together. They were seen together a lot. Like, at the time, he was a minor, man. Like, and she was blatantly fucking him. I'll just say it bluntly. That's what she was doing, man. That's that in itself. So all of them, man. It's all of them. All these people. All of these people are next level. They didn't get to where they got to, mate. Fucking. You know what I mean? Not taking a dick in the ass, clearly. And like now, like when you got time, sit there and go through as well, right? And put like, I don't know, Puffy says it in his lyric or exposes himself in his lyric. And look at all the compilations I've put together, man, of lyrics. And not just him, other artists as well. That all of these lyrics, man, are not going to age well at all. They've all been literally rapping about this shit for years. They've literally been telling people what they've been doing for years in their songs, man. It's all there. All the self-confessions, it's there in the songs. Just got to listen to it. That's why, who was it? Was it Tupac always turned around and said, man, don't listen to the beat, listen to the lyrics. A reason for that.
Oh, wow. Fucking hell. The diddly. The Piddler.
You need to download Call of Duty, man.
From Call of Duty. Is that the new game you've been playing?
It's been out a while, but they put it on the Game Pass, so I'm playing it, yeah. And the new Call of Duty comes out very soon, like a week or so, a few days. And that's all on there as well. Like, they've literally give you all of them. Like, I downloaded the game, and you go on, man. It gives you like loads. You can play Cold War. You can do like Battle Royale, which is a bit like the Fortnite kind of format where you will jump out of a plane and then it's like last one standing. It's pretty good, man. Bit more quick paced, obviously, than fucking Breakpoint, like, but
Yes, definitely.
But they're playing it now. You're on fucking Breakpoint, aren't you?
Yeah, I put it on for a few minutes.
I can see on the Xbox. Definitely.
Oh man. What else we got? We got some audits we can play. Somewhere.
What you should do is you should review Ash's video where Gypsy leaves him to get a beating.
What's that?
That was naughty, man.
Crazy world we live in, bro. So this is what I mean. These are the sort of people that are who's it called him? The gatekeeper. You know? And this is what gatekeepers are like. They're psychos, they're psychotic, they're psychopaths. Narcissists.
100%.
They have they all have this nihilistic attitude, you know, uncaring, you know, no accountability. You know, I mean, this must be a shock to his system right now because he's not really used to it. You know, he's normally used to being able to get away with absolutely anything.
Yeah. Being in control as well, huh?
Yeah, I imagine he's probably got away with a few murders as well for him to carry on like that. I mean, the guy's literally got away with murder, right? That's my thinking.
But this won't go to trial anytime soon.
Oh, big trial soon, man. This is a new Johnny Depp shit. I mean, they got to distract us somehow from Israel.
This is going to go on years.
You know, this is the distraction, right?
Maybe, but it doesn't mean that it's not going on.
Yeah, it's going on. I mean, it's the only thing that can distract you from what's actually going on. It's the shit that's going on, right? I mean, only shit that's going on that's going to distract you from what's really going on. You know? Like them escalating a war, for example. Shit. No one's paying any attention because everyone's paying attention, listening to Diddy's bullshit. You know what I mean? It's perfect distraction.
Yeah, people are listening. There's loads of people watching that other shit going on, isn't there?
Yeah, there are. But not everyone. Most people distracted here, right?
Definitely people that would be more interested in the Diddy thing than you're right.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, no, it's not just that. It's the fact that these people are just doing some crazy shit and getting away with it.
Yeah, they are literally the definition of insane.
Insane. Absolutely insane motherfuckers, bro.
Unhinged.
Yeah. Yeah, I never really liked this fucker's music, man. He couldn't sing for shit. I mean, you get one fucking song this guy made when he was good. He literally coasted off everybody else's success.
Yeah, it's dirty. But I never liked him over all the Tupac shit. I always thought he was suspicious. I don't know. Then becomes like the most richest rapper in the person in the industry. Like,
it's definitely sus there, isn't it?
Yeah, you know what I mean. Everyone else went to jail or died, and he became like, bro, come on. Don't take a fucking genius to work it out. Again, another thing that ruins my childhood. All disappointments, all these people, man.
Yep. Yeah, I've actually met people like that. Psychos. Sick, twisted fuckers, man. And they wield their money and power like a tool, like a weapon. I don't fuck with people like that, man. You gotta stay away from people like narcissists, people like that want to manipulate and control you to the point where he'll rape you. I mean, how many people has he raped, this guy? You know, people that won't come forward and say, "Ah, this guy," because you know what I mean, embarrassment. You know, and this is the kind of guy who, you know, who would rape Mike Tyson, you know, for the fuck of it. You know, get him drunk and roofie him, and then strap him down and video him raping him. Do you know what I mean? This is the kind of shit they used to do, right? How many videos has he got? 500 million that was selling that the video of all those stars getting fucking anally raped.
But he's on a RICO charge, man, and a RICO charge holds a life sentence.
Keep pulling on that thread, man. Hopefully, you know, I still think that this is just the tip of the iceberg. You know, they were saying even Jeffrey Epstein was the tip of the iceberg. You know, Jimmy Savile was the tip of the iceberg. You have no idea how big, how deep the industry is. This is nothing. Like you said, it's all of them. Every fucking one of them.
Yeah,
That's
Will Smith. He's another one.
who? Will Smith?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that was what his missus was a swinger, isn't it?
Yeah, she got caught fucking next man, didn't she?
Yeah.
Oh man, mate.
You're weird as fuck, man.
Right, look, everyone, I've always said it, man. I'm telling you, it goes back to that Freemasonry shit.
I don't think this has got anything to do with Freemasonry.
Yeah, man. It has, bro. It has. Of course it has. How's it not? What, you don't think Jay-Z's a Freemason?
Well, he could very well be, man, but this is...
Oh, right. Okay. Hey, listen, even Thomas Hamilton, the Dunblane killer that decided to shoot up a school in Scotland back in the 90s, even he was a fucking Freemason, bro.
There's a lot of Freemasons, man.
They're all exactly this one. Exactly my point. My point exactly. My point proven.
This is elite, influential people that this person has duped into bringing them to his party, right? Roofing them and then bucking them, making videos about them getting fucked and fucking, and you know, for blackmail purposes. You know what I mean? This is Jeffrey Epstein kind of shit.
But will he be alive long enough for any names to come out? I wonder. After all, that's the one thing everyone is going to be watching out for. For any other certain death in you know, unexpected deaths in that industry. I'm going to be wondering why.
You don't have to wonder shit, man. I'll tell you exactly what it is. The only thing you might have to wonder is who. Especially these. This should be a warning to all these parents out there, especially with the ones that want their, want to put their kids into music and industry and make them become actors and singers and all this shit, and they're willing to just hand their kids off to some famous dude, right? And then, I've got a signature, I've got an autograph, and you leave your kids with them. You sick motherfuckers.
And they're the only ones that get away with it. Like, we couldn't do that. Like, not that you'd want to do that, but you know what I mean? Like, they get away.
Well, they do this all the time. This shit happens all the time. I mean, where do you think these people, they gravitate to these positions, right? Priests, teachers, they gravitate to these positions where they have access to youngsters. You know what I mean? And if they're powerful, like Jimmy Savile, like P. Diddy, it just flows to them like a river. People will bring them to them, knowing full well what's going to happen. They'll just do that or participate and bring them. Like, they won't even give a shit. The younger, the better.
Easier to manipulate, right?
Yeah, they'll drug them up, and then they'll pass them around, and run a train on the fucker. You know what I mean? And then they'll end up in hospital after being shagged by 20 people. There's no way anyone consented to that. So, you know what I mean? It's just rape. This guy's been raping men, women. And like that guy says, man, it ain't your missus that you got to worry about. It's your ass you got to worry about. He ain't interested in your woman. You go to his party, man. He wants you. He wants to fuck your ass. He purposely get them smashed out of their heads, right? And then he'll fucking, and you wake up with this guy's fucking arms around you. How many people? How many? I mean, we will only ever hear about the famous ones. We won't hear about all the others.
How many victims do you reckon there are? Thousands?
I would say easily hundreds. Easily. I mean, there'd be no way of being able to count it. I doubt even D. Piddler knows exactly how many people's lives he's ruined. And it's no wonder why some of these artists, they come out and they make a couple of songs and then boom, disappeared, right? Gone. You never see them again. Never hear from them. They don't want nothing to do with the music industry. Yeah, not surprised, man. They just got anally raped by fucking P. Diddy. We went to a party, everything was good. About to sign a contract. Next minute, you're sucking dick, bending over, taking it fucking from 10 guys. And we live in a free world, right? And we pay our government exorbitant amount of money to protect us.
Oh my god, this game is fun.
He's had Obama's protection all this time. The CIA.
He thinks running the country.
Yeah, I think P. Diddy was one of those. There's a very real chance that he could have been a CIA asset designed to get blackmail on certain people, influential people. You know.
Well, if Adams hadn't ran his mouth like he did, he wouldn't have gotten Diddy in trouble. Because Adams is tied in with Diddy, and that's what got Diddy in trouble was Adams.
Took his protection away.
Yeah. Because Adams was partying with Diddy, and if they brought Adams down, they were going to bring Diddy down. So it's the domino effect.
Well, it's mutual destruction, isn't it? So Adams can't say what he really wants to say and grass everybody else up, not without incriminating himself, right?
Yeah.
So
Adams
not
made
going to say nothing.
give Diddy the key to the city, but then they started. Adams ran his mouth about the illegals and went after Biden. And then the DOJ started investigating Adams, and then they started digging into Adams, and they found Diddy, and then the domino effect just ding, 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 ding. Here we go.
Okay.
I think there's more to that list than what they published on that list. I think there's a whole lot more than what's on that list. I think there's more on that list than what they're saying. So I think there's more.
Oh, there's a video here with a list. If I can find it. We got any audits to play?
Yeah, we got some. I think there's more to the list.
Well, looks like Kevin Hart has ended his career, right?
Nah.
Yeah, I think people are fickle anyway. They won't care. They'll still go and buy the music. They'll still go and watch the movies.
Yeah. Yeah. I think there's more to the list. Yeah.
Okay, don't give them your money. Don't give them your money, people, man. Fuck their movies. They can just fuck them right off. Don't watch their movies. Don't listen to their music. Don't give them your money.
Yeah, me either.
Every one of them. They're all dirty as fuck.
Yeah. This one is a civil rights lawyer.
Oh, he's good. He's all right.
Yeah. This is 3 different deputies' body cameras. And it's interesting.
And he was doing good, so I said I'm going to stay home
I'm gonna stay with you.
You're going to the hospital, all right?
This body cam footage just released shows a 26-year-old man who suffered a seizure at his home. His grandmother called 911. The police showed up. Instead of medical treatment, he ended up in handcuffs on the ground. They began injecting him with sedatives.
Guys, please! Guys! Guys, I'm gonna die!
No.
Guys!
So, do you want the ketamine? Yes. Okay. Yeah. Watch out, everybody. Hold on.
Yeah, please.
Please go to sleep now. Take a nap. I go on the other side. Take a nap.
Oh, yeah.
Take a nap.
You gotta do it. You're gonna feel so much better here in a second. Hopefully. You guys actually have him hooked up to vitals earlier?
To vitals?
Yeah. He's got a pulse.
Pulse is definitely up there.
He's still breathing.
Yeah, I'm thinking more ketamine. I'm gonna hold the heart box on.
I would give more mad.
Yeah.
Did you give him medication or something?
Oh, yeah. He's got a lot of medication. Heart
sedatives. Slow him down.
They laid him prone down on the floor with a pillow on his face, handcuffed, as they laughed and joked.
Is he gonna go?
Yes!
Riker? Good. Can you still hear me, Riker? A little bit?
I think he's fine.
Apparently that was not a good idea because the next thing you know, he did not have a pulse.
He looks blue. Go get a DVM.
Is she okay?
Hold on. He's blue. Let's get that DVM. Let's go. We're getting there.
He did not survive. The sheriff released all the body cam footage and says that his deputies did nothing wrong. The family thinks otherwise and has lawyered up. Who's right? Let's go through it. Body cam footage was just released this past Friday showing officers in Jasper County, Indiana, handcuffing and restraining this man who later died after he was having a seizure. This is in Northwest Indiana. The man's name was Riker Earl. He was only 26 years old, and he suffered a seizure on the night of Sunday, September 8th at his home in DeMott, Indiana, which is about an hour and 15 minutes south and east of Chicago. After Earl's family and civil rights attorneys had been asking to see the video, the Jasper County Sheriff's Office released it. This is what happened. On the evening of September 8th, Mr. Earl's grandmother called 911 for help, and Jasper County Sheriff's officers arrived at the home. After they enter the house, Earl's grandmother can be heard telling the deputies that her grandson had been suffering from seizures.
Okay.
Right.
All right, holy. All right.
Right.
That's all sure.
Guys.
You're about to fall, buddy.
You leave me the
Riker, sit down.
Leave me the alone. Wait.
Okay.
Jesus Christ.
They're waiting for you, hon.
Okay.
You got it backwards. Go the other way.
Sit down, make it easy.
Yeah. Here's your t-shirt. Here's your t-shirt, bud.
What's the issue?
She has epileptic seizures.
Yeah,
He had 3 of them, and when we were in Wheatfield, I don't know if you were there.
I don't think so. What time did it happen? During the day?
Yeah.
Okay, I wouldn't have been there then.
So it's saying maybe about 5 o'clock.
Okay.
With some ones.
When Mr. Earl walks into a bedroom, a deputy is then heard yelling at Earl. He says, "Don't effing touch the medics. You're going to the hospital, all right? Don't effing hit them. You understand? Don't effing hit them." The family's account of what happened was that while Earl was still recovering from the seizure, he was confused and agitated and just accidentally fell into the officer.
And he was doing good, so I said, I'm going to stay home. I'm going to stay with you.
Hey! Don't touch the medic. You're going to the hospital, all right? Don't hit him. You don't hit him. You understand? You don't hit him. You don't touch him. Get on the ground. Put your hands behind your back. Hands behind your back now. Now.
No, what's okay?
Hands behind your back. You don't touch the medics like that. You don't touch me like that.
Later in the video, Earl can be seen in handcuffs, face down on the kitchen floor, being pinned into place by multiple deputies and medics. Mr. Earl shrieks repeatedly, "Guys, please," and also says more than once, "I'm going to die." One of the first responders is also seen injecting Earl with some substance twice.
Lady's house.
Give your arm. Okay. Guys, why are you doing this? Why are you doing this, guys? Please. Please, guys.
What's he doing?
Guys. Guys.
What's up? I already gave it to him.
Yeah.
If you want to maybe call for another dose, though?
Well, what you give him so far?
Huh? I gave him a whole vial.
Why are you
I already gave him a whole vial of
Guys, please.
Get the Benadryl and the Haldol.
Let's grab some Benadryl.
Get 5 more of a half hour per section.
Guys.
Hold on. Let him grab the
Guys, please.
We got this on.
Guys, please. Guys.
You gotta get him behind his back. Hold on.
Stop resisting. Sir, please. Sir, please. Sir, please. Person, please.
Hey, we're not going to hurt you, okay?
Please, guys.
No one ever. He's got it. Got it.
All right.
He's coming.
Please.
Got it.
Please.
Yep.
Please.
Yep.
Guys, please. Guys. Guys, I'm gonna die.
No.
Guys.
Stop.
Guys.
The Haldol or Benadryl?
Guys.
Both. B52.
Okay.
Because these are setting them. Hopefully this should be chilling them out here in a second.
Yeah.
So,
The sheriff's office said that Earl can be seen in the video banging his own head on the floor, at which time the deputies placed a pillow under his head to prevent him from injuring himself. The sheriff said the officers deliberately placed Earl in a position that would not restrict his breathing.
you're going to be all right in a second. Settle down. Settle down. Okay.
Hold on.
All right.
Yeah, I got his knee pretty good. Yeah.
Yeah, because he's going to.
He's gonna wiggle right off that.
All right.
Take a break.
Oh, no, not that taser again.
That's the whole.
All right, Riker. Settle down. He's going to sleep now. All right. Just stay still. Just stay still.
Do you want the ketamine?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Please.
We don't know what's going on.
Round 2, dude. We did this last night.
Really?
Yep. How we feel.
All right. Come on.
I don't get how the medics can handle this themselves.
Yeah, I love the cop side.
He was raging out in his room, so I was going to close the door on him, strap him in there until he gets some hands.
Listen, relax. I'm right here. They're trying to help you, not hurt you. Okay? Just breathe. They're trying to help you.
Something else out. Yeah, we could probably deal with a few less firefighters if you need to go. We got 3 of us here.
Yeah.
Right? You got both ambulance and everything. You got both ambulances.
I think all the firefighters are good to go.
I have a fire extinguisher.
Is he going to
go?
Yes.
Riker.
They call it a gas line fire.
And we're sure it's one of the
Might need to get that hotel evacuated.
Yeah, that's gonna be a
Let's
job.
see where those meds are.
Guessing he's all I was doing running around.
Paperwork off on stage.
Yeah, I heard about that.
Her face was a little muddy.
Come on. Riker? Good. Can you still hear me, Riker? A little bit? Can you still hear me a little bit? You feeling a little better?
You should subscribe.
You're trying to switch it.
I think he's fine. He's gonna come. Yeah, I don't want to lose.
Riker, just settle down. Settle down.
You just eat.
Huh?
Yeah. Yeah, down the counter.
Here.
I'm gonna give him another like minute. If he's still like this,
I would just give him.
yeah. Hey Drew, you got that other 100?
Drew?
Take a nap. Take a nap.
Oh yeah.
Take a nap.
You gotta do it.
200. That's a lot for everything else on board. I set a bear cup, so I didn't have to wrestle people no more.
Yeah, I know, right?
Damn.
Settle down right there, all right? You're gonna feel so much better here in a second. Hopefully.
You guys actually have him hooked up to vitals earlier?
To vitals?
Yeah.
Oh, no, he like ripped them right out.
Oh, I was gonna say, I'm like, I'd be shocked.
We tried. We tried. But he was
can
like,
probably get some now.
He was going around raging.
I took the monitor back out to the Big Brother.
Yeah, that's all right.
Yeah. No.
If he's still fighting,
No, I was
imagine his vitals.
I was just surprised that you had it. I was like, I'm gonna.
Blood pressure. We do know that.
Yeah. He's got a pulse.
Pulse is definitely up there.
He's still breathing.
Yeah, I'm thinking more ketamine.
We are trying
I'm
to
gonna
help
hold
you,
heart
man.
box on this guy. I'm gonna hold the heart box on him.
Don't hit your head, man.
We are trying to help. Riker. Riker, your grandpa's right here. He's trying to talk to you. Can you talk to your grandpa?
Hey. I'm with you.
Can you get off of me, please?
Just relax, Ryder. The more you relax,
Is that a second 100?
Yeah. Second 200.
Second 200.
Buddy, we'll get off of you as soon as you calm down, okay? We want to get off of you, but we can't.
Get off of me.
I would get more mad.
Yeah, it's not gonna work. He's gonna start kicking it. We're gonna drop him. He's gonna kick someone in the face. All right. He's out. All right. Oh.
Yeah, he's moving.
All right.
Did you give him medication or something?
Oh yeah, he's got a lot of medication. It's hard.
Sedatives. Slow him down.
He looks blue. Go get DVM.
They're getting to it.
On C13343. Myself and fire, we're about 2 minutes out.
Is she okay?
Hold on.
101, Top PD. You're requesting sequence for orders, and what was the other thing? No problem.
What do you need?
Okay, Drew, I got you ready.
Okay.
Okay.
This is the spot where you can see that there's clearly no movement from Mr. Earl. And eventually they realize he's not moving and he begins to look blue. That's when they say he looks blue. Let's take his pulse. And they find no pulse.
Let's get that BVM. Let's go.
They're getting there.
Mr. Earl was then taken to the hospital, but tests confirmed that he had no brain activity. He was eventually removed from life support on September 10th. The sheriff's office statement 2 days later made no mention of Mr. Earl's death. It just read that the officers responded to a medical 911 call from a residence, and then on September 10th, the office was informed that the patient had passed away. Not surprisingly, they have been getting completely ratioed in the comments to this Facebook post. The family has hired nationally known civil rights attorney Ben Crump and Indiana attorney Stephen Wagner. Crump said in a statement, Riker Earl's death should never have happened. His family called for medical help, but instead they watched in horror as law enforcement escalated the situation and used excessive force. The dangers of prone restraint have been known for years to law enforcement. Everybody in the public has known about them since the George Floyd case in May 2020, But it was even worse here because Riker was at risk for so many reasons. He had just had a seizure. He was a large man. He was handcuffed behind his back, face down. They knew that he had asthma. His face was in a pillow. And on top of all that, they gave him 3 rounds of sedatives. That's according to his attorney, Stephen Wagner. The coroner has not yet released Mr. Earle's cause of death. The Indiana State Police are now investigating. The Jasper County, Indiana Sheriff's Office told the media that it had no comment. Even before Mr. Earle was brought outside, when they put his body on the board and all carried him outside, the first officer involved, Deputy Number 1, sort of gets his story straight with one of the other deputies. And this is his recount to the other deputy of what he says happened at the very beginning when Mr. Earle was taken into custody.
Yeah, my nose hurts, my wrist hurts.
Yeah.
So he's like swinging, like not like trying to punch, but just swinging at the medics and hitting them. So I had to,
No, 100%.
I pressed him on the door, and then he wanted to go hands-ons.
That's what right before I got down there. I'm watching him throw all of you guys minor levers.
Oh, they're both lever locks. You got initials on them.
Yours do?
No, I said it must go through. I'm missing a pair.
So we have 28.
But is that actually what happened? With all of the body cam footage that was released, I can only find this one sliver from Deputy Number 1's body cam that shows what happened. Does it show a punch, or does it show him swinging? Does it show him attacking anybody? Really, the only thing I can say for sure is that it shows Mr. Earle attempting to turn off the light, and then boom, he's taken down, and we really can't see anything.
And he was doing good, so I said, I'm going to stay home. I'm going to stay with you.
Hey, don't touch the medic. You're going to the hospital, all right? Don't hit him. You don't hit him. You understand? You don't hit him.
But with what we can hear, it very much sounds like things have taken a turn from trying to get him medical help or medical treatment to now treating him like a criminal. Obviously, this one is going to come down to facts that we don't know yet. What was the cause of death according to the autopsy that's taking place? What exactly was Mr. Earle injected with, and at what dosages? Did that play a part in the cause of death? Or was it just that he was restricted from being able to breathe? Or a combination of the both? All we can do right now is speculate on that. But the video does show things to me that are troubling. One is it does not look like they are taking his medical condition seriously. Despite having plenty of people there, they're not obtaining information from the family about his medical condition or what sort of medications he's on until after all of this already goes down. And they're very nonchalant about it. They're laughing, they're joking, and they seem very quick to just inject him with these sedatives, one of which we do hear on the video was ketamine, which is obviously a very, very powerful sedative if it's called that. At one point, one of the EMS guys is joking that he's going to run out of narcotics because they're giving it all to this one individual.
We are trying to unload the whole narc box on this guy. I'm going to unload the whole narc box on him.
I will put a link to all of the raw footage, and there's a lot of it. Most of it I could not show, nor would I have time to. It's very sad, like I'll warn you. But when you watch, you can see that one officer, has his boot on Mr. Earle's back. Others have their knees on him. Others are pushing down with their hands. The whole time he's handcuffed. And then we have the pillow. We'll just have to see what the medical experts say about the cause of death. But it does not look like they handled that properly. Having represented somebody before who was an epileptic, I had a very, very similar scenario in a case. My conclusion of the whole thing was that don't call the cops if you have a family member who is having an epileptic seizure, because this is how it's going to go down. And what is even the point of bringing in the emergency medical personnel if they're just going to bring the cops into the equation? What could possibly have happened to him if they just provided no medical treatment here, as opposed to what they actually did do? Once government officials, police officers, and it could be EMS personnel, depending on the way that they're employed, once they're aware of some serious medical needs such as this, then there is an obligation under the Constitution to provide medical treatment, adequate medical treatment. So this is probably one of those types of cases, and also could be a component of excessive force involved, just based on what happened in the very beginning, as well as the officer's statements. You can follow me at the blog at thecivilrightslawyer.com. Also, obviously, subscribe here. And you can also follow me on Twitter at John Bryan ESQ, same name, The Civil Rights Lawyer. Our rights don't end where your fear begins. Freedom is scary. Deal with it.
It's finished. Hello?
Well,
Hello?
there is some cops in some trouble.
Could it be you're looking for?
Oh, God.
All coppers are bastards.
There is some cops in some trouble. There is some medics in some trouble. There is some medics in trouble.
No.
There is some coppers and some medics in some trouble. And that one, I can tell you that, as I have family members that are epileptics, and I can tell you, after my family member has an epileptic seizure, they are very angry, very hateful, and they turn very violent after their epileptic seizure. So they are not very nice after their seizure. Okay. DP did one. Did an audit.
No way. Looking through the window, you look like you're taking pictures. Right. So I was walking through town, yeah? Yeah. Minding my own business, going a bit shopping. I met out there, these two blokes come ask me for a cigarette and all. And I said, yeah, that's fine, I'll get them a cigarette. Because they seen I had a phone, all them walked up and then I thought that was the end of it, you know what I mean?
Guys, welcome to the video. I'm just going to walk around Cop for a bit, do a bit of people watching. Yeah. I haven't been out much, but we'll be getting back out there, don't you worry. So I'll come back if I see anything interesting. I'll put it together in a video. Probably won't be amazing, but enjoy. Remember to hit like, subscribe, notification bell. Ooh.
What is this? What is that?
Take glory, Holy Ghost, now for
It's a bit mad, isn't it? Fair play to it. The cob's a bit mad, you know, guys. Traffic wardens everywhere. Just wandering around. Oh, I spilled coffee all everywhere.
Oh, no, you are. There's a whole heap of fucking people doing statements. Yeah. And you can't say shit, that's why you carried on. Yeah. You can freely turn around, look in the face, but this is it. Hitler, the start by New World War Say my name one more time, okay?
Bless him, he's calling. Man's still going. 20 minutes later, look. Madness. He's cold. Busy, look. Anyway.
Here today, gone tomorrow. A mortgage would be dead to me. Here today, gone tomorrow. A mortgage would be dead to me. Wherever we lay at night, and by day road, we'll be out, home, cloud.
Do you know what I mean?
Pretty cool, if you ask me. I don't think they've got a license, so that's why they're in town, just bouncing around a bit. Council will probably can get them soon. Look at the scene, guys. I reckon the road is gone down this way. And they're not staying in the same place. Normally, you'd have to pay the council to be there. The council will move them on if they clock up. They probably know that. They don't really look like salesmen, the lads that are staying there. So, yeah, interesting. Welcome to Coventry, guys. So I've noticed 2 cop cars. Why? I don't know why. What are they doing here? What are they? Left his bank card in there. What a sausage. Why would you do that? Car, is that alright?
Is it your car?
No way.
I was just looking through the window. You look like you're taking pictures.
I was having a look. Is that illegal?
No, it's just a bit weird.
Bit weird?
Yeah.
What, looking?
Yeah, I wouldn't do that to your car, would I?
It's a public car anyway.
No, it's not. It's a police car.
How is a police car not a public car?
Oh, shut up.
So you're almost getting me killed, officer.
I'm not. I was trying to keep you safe.
You must have people looking at your cars or not. Eh? I was looking at the sticker here, look. It says it there, look.
Oh, fair play. All right, mate. No, they're not breaking in. I'll leave you alone.
Breaking in?
Yeah.
You think I'd break into a police car?
You never know.
Well, you approached me. So can you do me a favour? Can you identify, please?
25271.
Coventry, yeah?
Coventry.
Little Park Street, yeah?
Yes. No, actually, Fowsel.
Oh, you're Foser?
Foser, yeah.
Are they still using that as an operation?
For response, yeah. So we're based out of Canley.
Okay.
Fowsel and Central.
Yeah.
But Central's closing soon, isn't it?
Yeah. So, you walked right into that, didn't you?
What? That trap?
No, me walked looking in your car.
No, not really.
Yeah, you'll be on YouTube now.
Okay, that's fine.
Enjoy.
Anyway, you have a good day, mate. All right.
But remember, looking in cars is not a crime. And suspicion is also not a crime. Remember that. See you later. Sorry about the angle on that, guys. Wasn't the greatest, was it? Nothing left in there. Look at that, guys. There's one there for some reason. One there. And then one there. You alright? Any reason why I'm recording? Record loads of stuff. Is that alright? Is it illegal to record? See what I mean? Any reason why you're recording? Because I want to, bro. What's the crap with that? He put the thing up, look. What a knobhead. What a divvy. What a sausage. Funny as fuck. Order from this side. Bye. No. Hey. Oh shit.
Bro, I was walking through town, yeah?
Yeah.
Minding my own business, going doing a bit of shopping. I met these three blokes come up asked me for a cigarette and all. And I says, yeah, that's fine. I get them a cigarette. Because they seen I had a phone, all of them walked up and then I thought that was the end of it, you know what I mean? So I walked off. And I turned around and because I've done kickboxing and Muay Thai for 6 years, they come up, they tried to jump on top of me. They give me that's
yeah.
And that comes there, my whole legs are bruised, my ribs are bruised, everything like that, yeah? And now the police are actually doing me for assault for defending myself against people that said they're robbing me. You know what I mean?
It should be alright, you know.
It should be alright, but they're looking to charge me for assault.
They're looking to charge you?
They're looking to charge me for assault for protecting myself.
Bloody hell.
Because I defended myself and then people, they took everything I had. They took my wallet, they took my phone, they took everything I had. They took my bank cards, the whole lot. And now I'm getting dragged in and they're going to try and charge me over.
Quick question, what colour were the people that robbed you? Were they white?
No.
So foreign?
No, they were foreign, yeah. They weren't black. They weren't black. They were Romanian or stuff like that. I don't know what. I'm not racist.
Yeah, I get you.
I'm nothing against that at all. But listen, if you come against me, I'm gonna attack you. But this fella came from behind me and caught me with such a dig there. I don't know what gloves he had on, but ripped the skin straight
Probably
off.
had motorbike gloves on, innit?
Yeah, and ripped the skin straight off my face. And then so another bloke come up and hit me in the leg with something, a stick or a brick, I don't know what it was.
Yeah.
And he's at the shattering my whole kneecap. That's why I'm wondering. And my ribs are in bits, bro. And I'm going up here now. And now they're trying to put me in for assault on them.
Yeah.
They haven't even caught them, but they want me to do me on assault for video footage of me protecting myself.
Oh, they've got the CCTV. Where did this happen?
In right outside Primark.
Oh, yeah, on the main square?
Right in the main square, yeah.
Where there's never any police.
because I kicked the heart and soul out for them, yeah, and I was on my own, now I'm getting done for assault. Where's the justice in that, you know what I mean?
It's two-tier, mate. There ain't no justice.
No, listen, you're on YouTube, I respect that.
Did they put you in cuffs and that?
No, they put me in the cuffs, they told me now, and they've done the investigation, they're saying I have to have myself in.
Bloody hell. Because the reason to say that is because I've got a video the other day that I posted yesterday, where there was a black man harassing kids and he was harassing women, touching them on a hen do. Took him to the van, didn't put him in cuffs though.
Oh, no,
but it's somehow you're straight in cuffs.
They put me straight to the ground and thumped the head off me. Look at that, that's from one thump off your man. The rest of the bruises I have all over my body, I can't show you because you're on camera, obviously. But that's what the police done.
The police battered you as well,
because I was protecting myself. Where's the justice in that? You know what I mean?
There's no justice.
And now we have to go and hand myself in at 6 o'clock, or else there's going to be a warrant issued.
Yeah, I'd probably get to it then, bro, because it's almost 6. What's your name anyway?
Paul, yeah.
Paul. My name's Paul as well. Pleased to meet you.
Oh, bro, I'm on TikTok and all.
Oh, yeah. Get your phone out. Add me. You got your phone on you?
You took my phone.
Oh, yeah. Remember, DP audits.
Remember, Borky, Logan, Finley.
Right, let me say bye. Right, say bye, everybody, to Paul on the chat.
Yeah. Borky Logan Fake, follow me on TikTok, yeah?
I'll put the link in the description when I find it.
Thank you very much,
Peace.
yeah?
So there you go, guys. That was a few random things in town. Coppers. A few madnesses. But yeah. Thanks for watching. Remember to hit that notification bell, that bloody like, subscribe, all that. But yeah, I'll get back out soon. Some proper content for you. So see you in a bit. Oh, hold on.
Oh, I've come to the train station too. You're not the only one.
Raging. Man. Anyway, I'll catch us on the next one.
What is your name and your badge number so I can hold you accountable? It's not my concern.
If you have a Georgia driver's license or any driver's license in the United States of America and it's signed on the back, you're saying when you sign this, if an officer asks you for it, you're going to produce it.
That's not true at all. That is false.
Family? No, sir, you can't do that. You have to step outside. But you cannot film this side.
I have a complaint against some GBI agents.
Okay. All right. Come on out.
Is that funny? Hey, what's up, guys? Long Island Audit here. Back again with another installment of Throwback Thursday. Today's audit took place at the Floyd County Law Enforcement Center in Georgia. This video is not only proof that law enforcement officers don't even know basic identification laws, but it is also proof that Internal Affairs does absolutely nothing about complaints. Stick around until the end of the video for the update on the IA investigation. Let's get into it.
How you doing? Can we help you with something?
Good. How are you?
Doing well. How are you? Can we help you with something?
Can I get your name and badge number, please?
No, you cannot.
Why can't I get your name and badge
Why are
number?
you walking around filming? This is a restricted area.
No, it's not. Can I get your name and badge number?
No, sir, you may not.
Can I get your name and badge number, sir?
No.
I can't get either of your name and badge numbers.
No, sir, not
So-
know what you're doing.
So then we're done talking.
Okay.
Can I get your name and badge number, ma'am? So none of you want to give me your name and badge number?
No, sir.
How do I know you're really police officers?
Oh, you're standing in the police department parking lot.
This is a public
You're
park.
filming-
This is a
you're
public
filming
parking lot.
police vehicle.
This is a public parking lot.
Okay.
Public.
You have business here at the police
This,
department?
I do have business.
Okay.
This is a public parking lot. You clearly marked the areas that are restricted with restricted signs. Haven't gone in any of those areas.
Okay, so you're refusing to leave the area. Do you have any identification?
Do you suspect me of committing a crime?
Do you have any identification? Do you have a driver's license that's signed on the back of it?
Unless you have reasonable articulable
driver's
suspicion,
license with your signature on the back
unless you have reasonable articulable suspicion that I've committed a crime.
Okay, well, the suspicion is you're walking around in an area filming police.
Is that a crime?
It's suspicious.
You need reasonable suspicion of a crime.
Okay.
That's the statute in Alabama, sir.
This is Georgia.
I mean Georgia. That's the statute in Georgia. Excuse me.
So do you have a driver's license?
Do you have reasonable articulable suspicion I've committed a crime?
Well, so I'm gonna. So without going any further, if you have a Georgia driver's license or any driver's license in the United States of America and it's signed on the back, You're saying when you sign this, if an officer asks you for it, you're going to produce it.
That's not true at all. That is false. That's false because I know my rights and I know the law.
Okay.
Obviously, you don't.
Okay.
Signing the back of your driver's license, whatever that means, does not mean that you can come up to me at any time you want.
I can come up to you anytime I want.
You can. You can.
It's called a tier 1 encounter.
Okay. Are you detaining me?
No.
Okay, great.
You're free to leave.
See ya. Bye.
It's just verbal, like what we're doing right now.
I understand, but you should be professional enough to identify yourself to the member of a public. But be professional and identify yourself. That's it. You're a public servant. I'm sure your policy at the Rome Police Department is to identify yourself. Can I speak to a supervisor?
Sure.
I'd like to speak to a supervisor. I'm asking you. This is a tier 1 encounter. I'm asking you. I'm asking you to call a supervisor to the scene because you're escalating a situation that doesn't need to be escalated. You don't know the law, and neither do you. Reasonable suspicion of a crime. That's when you can demand ID. Other than that, I'm a free citizen. I can do whatever I'd like.
Once again, you're going up to cars and filming the inside of those cars.
Is that a crime?
You are in a restricted area.
Okay.
Interfering with government property. Yes.
Okay, that's not a crime.
You are interfering with government property.
But it's not a crime. It's not a crime. You're not suspicion enforcement. You're law enforcement. I understand you coming up to me and talking to me, but it would have de-escalated the situation even better if you would have identified yourself properly to a member of the public. By you just all of you saying, starting with you, you're not getting my name and badge number, that's escalating a situation higher than it needs to be. And how am I supposed to hold you accountable? How am I supposed to hold you accountable? I have no idea who you are. I have no idea who you are.
Badge on my shirt.
I have no
the badge on my belt.
On your belt.
Because you identified me as a law enforcement officer.
I need to know who you are. Who you are.
Okay, I am a law enforcement officer.
Who? Who are you? Who are you? What is your name and your badge number so I can hold you accountable? It's not my concern.
Like I said, you can contact 911 and request a supervisor to come up here and you can speak with them.
I would like a supervisor to come here to educate you guys, because obviously you think you can identify anybody who you want for any given reason because of a license.
You're asking for my identification.
Because you are the public servant. I am not. You work for the public. You work for the public. It is your policy to identify yourself to the public. You are in violation of your departmental policy as we speak.
You don't even know what my policy is.
I do know your policy because I looked it up before I came here. Your policy is to identify yourself to the public. And plus, it doesn't matter. First of all, it's just being professional.
Well, so
you're working.
Courteous if somebody comes to you politely and asks you for identification.
I will give you my identification. You give me your driver's license.
Okay, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll tell you my name if you'll tell me your name.
You're the public servant here. I'm not going to play these games with you. I just told you. Give me, you're the one playing games.
Let me tell you, you came in here and you're doing this to draw attention to yourself.
I didn't draw attention to nothing. You came up to me. You don't want to identify yourself. That's escalating the situation. You could have said, "Hi, nice to meet you. My name is Officer Smith, badge number 222.
Actually, my name's Agent Jones.
Agent Jones.
148.
Great. That's great.
Okay. So the big concern
Agent Jones, you need to learn the law of your state.
There's a lot of police cars in here, and it's just kind of suspicious when you're filming inside police cars because there's restricted information in these cars. It is kind of a normal, reasonable person would not do that. Is it fair to say that? Would it be reasonable?
Why would you leave a computer on in your car?
I didn't say a computer. Where did you see a computer on?
What sensitive information could I get from looking inside of a police car that my tax dollars help fund? I'm checking out the police cars.
There's only a part of a police car that most people see. The front part of it, there's a lot of stuff up there, right?
I'm just checking out a police car that my tax dollars help fund. That's it.
But I'll tell you what, if you want to look inside a police car, we can let you look inside one. If that's what you like.
But you're giving me a hard time for even looking out inside of one.
It's just the way you're going about doing it. So like if you were doing this out like in a subdivision, just kind of looking around houses and stuff like that, even from the sidewalk, and you're not from that area, it draws attention. And that's kind of
this is public. This is public.
Well, that's fine. It's public, but the police cars are public.
You have restricted area. Do you see that fence over there? That's a restricted area, right? That fence right there. That is because it says restricted on the outside. So my point is, if you have a restricted area and you don't want people looking in your cars, put the cars in the restricted area and I won't go and look at them. I was just checking them out because I've never been to Rome before. I'm looking at the police cars. That's it. There's nothing wrong with looking at the police cars.
So I tell you what. I told you don't.
Is that what you tell everybody? That you have, because they signed the back of their driver's license? Can I?
So most of the
Agent
time,
Jones?
when you're dealing with people and an officer asks you for driver's license, that's what you're going to do. And also it says you're going to adhere to the laws of the state of Georgia when you sign the back of your license, correct? Is that what that says?
All I know is that it doesn't give you the right to identify whoever you choose, especially when you didn't even want to identify yourself to me.
All right. What, sir? I don't know who you are. I hope you have a good day.
Yeah.
You're probably
Agent Jones.
You're probably going to have other people come up and talk to you if you keep around police.
Why don't you let them know that I'm not doing anything wrong, or I'm not doing anything illegal?
So you're not from Rome. Where are you from?
I'm not doing anything illegal, sir.
That's fine. I'm just
Sir,
person to person.
please go back. Please go about your day, please.
This is a public area, right? I can hang out here all I want.
Okay, great. Didn't want to provide a supervisor. Didn't want to identify yourself. You guys are class acts here. Really professional. Really professional. That's how you deal with a member of the public, right? That's how you deal with a member of the public, right? Completely unprofessional. Now we're going to go speak to a supervisor. Completely ridiculous. You see the way those tyrants came up on me? No, I'm not giving you your name and badge number. What? Are you kidding me? What is wrong with this place? Give me your ID. When you sign your ID, that means no, you're not dealing with a fool here, okay? I know my rights, and this is why I do this. Because now everybody who watches this video knows that next time you hear some nonsense, like because you signed the back of your ID means that you have to give it to a law enforcement officer, is complete and utter nonsense. All right, guys, as promised, we are at the Georgia Bureau of Investigation here in Atlanta, Georgia. We are here to submit complaints against the 3 GBI agents that confronted me yesterday in the parking garage at the Law Enforcement Center in Rome, Georgia. Completely unprofessional behavior by all 3, wouldn't identify themselves, escalated the situation, and Agent Jones, shame on you for trying to peddle that false information that because we sign our driver's license, we have to identify ourselves and hand it over to a law enforcement officer whenever they demand it. That's dangerous. He's a danger to the community. How you doing? I need to speak to a supervisor for, I want to make a complaint against some GBI agents.
Oh, yeah, that's fine. Keep you good bad. Okay. I didn't know what it is, sir. Okay, so you need to make a complaint against a GBI agent.
Yes, correct.
Okay, where you from?
What does it matter where I'm from? I just want to speak to a supervisor.
Okay, yeah, that's what I got. This is the admin building here. I need to send you to the office where the GBI is here. This is the admin here.
Okay.
We got our investigative office is over in Carnier.
Where is it?
Carnier.
Conyer?
Yeah, I give you a phone. Yeah. I give you a phone number. This is the administrative building here.
Okay. So you can't make complaints against GBI agents here?
I don't know.
Can you call supervisor and ask them?
Yeah. Let me hold on a minute.
Yeah, sure. No problem.
You're not filming in here, are you? Are you filming?
Yeah, I'm taking video, correct?
No, sir. You can't do that. You're gonna have to step outside. You can't film inside.
Why would I need to step outside? This is a public lobby.
No, you cannot film in here.
Why would that be?
Okay. Well, I don't have the instruction.
Yeah.
But we can get the instruction.
No, I'm positive that I can film in a public lobby.
No, okay. Yeah, send somebody out, please. Yeah. No, you cannot film inside.
I can film in a public lobby, sir. This is a public lobby.
Okay.
Open to the public.
Oh, yeah, I understand what you're saying to me, but I know what's been put out to us and the legal department put out to us. You cannot film inside.
Maybe in a restricted area, probably.
It is a restricted area. You don't have to have sign on the door, so you have an appointment here.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I mean, if you're gonna call somebody, just call a supervisor, and I'll speak to them. I'll speak to them outside.
She said she's gonna send someone out.
Okay, great. Thank you. And I'll speak to them outside. That's not a problem. I don't care.
But you can't have that on now. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
I'd rather just wait. It's just for my protection. Just for my protection. That's all. It's for my protection, transparency, and accountability. That's all it is.
Hey, well, you know it's the APA.
It's not against the law. I know that.
Oh,
It's not against the law.
yes.
I don't break the law, sir.
Okay, here. Yes, ma'am. Here you go. He got a video on down here.
Hi, ma'am. How are you?
Yeah, you can't film in here.
Would you like to talk to me outside then? Because I need to speak to a supervisor.
What do you need to speak to a supervisor about?
I have a complaint against some GBI agents.
Okay. All right. Come on out.
Is that funny?
No. Is there a reason why you need to do it out here and on recording?
Just for transparency, because when I was recording last time with the GBI agents, first, can I get your name and badge number?
Yeah, Cynthia Atkins, badge number 5.
Okay. And are you a supervisor with the GBI?
I am.
Okay. What was your title?
Inspector.
Inspector. Thank you, Inspector. So I was filming at the Rome Law Enforcement Center in Rome, Georgia.
Law Enforcement Center.
It's a law enforcement center. That's what it's called, the Law Enforcement Center in Rome.
Like the police department or the sheriff?
Yeah, it's the police department, I believe, but I believe it's also like for the county, some law enforcement center. That's what it says. I'm not familiar. I was just taking some pictures and video over there, and I believe the GBI. There was in some type of meeting at this specific location, and I was taking some pictures and video in the parking garage and outside of the building in publicly accessible areas, and 3 GBI agents came up to me and said, "What are you doing?" Started questioning me. I told them I'm an independent journalist, just taking some pictures and video, nothing crazy. And I said, "Can I get the same way I asked you? Can I get your name and badge number, sir?" They flipped their badge around, the one you have hanging from your chest right there. They flipped it around so I couldn't see it, and refused to identify themselves to me. They said, "I'm not identifying myself to you. Please, can I get your name and badge number so I know who I'm talking to?" They wouldn't identify themselves. A GBI agent told me, "Give me your ID right now because you're being suspicious." I said, "Sir, in the state of Georgia, in order to identify somebody, you need reasonable articulable suspicion that a crime is being committed. So what crime do you suspect me of committing?" And he said, and I quote, "Because I signed my driver's license, because I have a signed driver's license, that gives law enforcement the right to demand ID from anybody who is from anybody, just because you sign your driver's license." I said, "Sir, that's really scary information because that's just not that's okay. That's not accurate, And if you're telling that to citizens, there was 3 of them, 3 GBI agents. 2 of them never identified themselves to me. I believe somebody told them to just go away and they left. One of them did, the one that said that anybody who signs their driver's license has to give it to a law enforcement at any time, or they could be subject to arrest.
Right.
I said, "That's bad information, sir. And if you're peddling that to the public, somebody who doesn't know their rights, that can be dangerous because you would be violating their 4th Amendment right of seizing their identity." And he said, "My name's Agent Jones, badge number 148. So I wanted to just submit a complaint. Maybe we can get some further education at the GBI on, properly identifying somebody that is not engaged in any criminal activity. In fact, I was engaged in a constitutionally protected activity at the time."
Okay. What was the date of it? I didn't bring.
Yesterday.
I didn't know that was what you were doing, so I don't have any paper with me. So
yesterday.
Normally, I would write this stuff down.
Yeah.
So.
I mean, if you have an email, I can email you the video. There was just very unprofessional, and
that's fine.
They escalated the situation. Again, I'm sure at the GBI you have a policy of identifying yourself to members of the public when asked, and again they all refuse. Because how do I hold them accountable? Now instead of, that's the whole point of identifying yourself to the public. Because if they would have done something, illegal towards me or violated my rights, I have no way of knowing who they are. And by them turning their badge around and not refusing to identify themselves, I don't even know if Agent Jones that's his real name or not. That's what he told me. He said badge number 148. The other 2 would not identify themselves. It's all on video. And again, I think that's very dangerous information that one of your agents is peddling to the public, saying just because you sign your driver's license, you're signing away your 4th Amendment right to have your identity seized just when you're engaged in a lawful activity. I've read the Georgia, stop and ID statute. If you have reasonable suspicion that I'm engaging in a crime,
right?
Yeah, you can identify. You can identify me.
Correct.
Exactly. And if I don't, I'll be charged with failure to identify. But he said, you're just suspicious. And I'm like, well, being suspicious is very subjective, sir. But again, I think it's very dangerous that a law enforcement officer, especially one with the GBI, would think that just signing an ID is something that grants him a right to identify anybody. Because he could be using that in any situation where people aren't, very well aware of their rights or anything like that. And, that could be a problem. And again, his name was Agent Jones, and he said his badge number was 148.
Well,
and this occurred yesterday at around 5 o'clock.
Okay, so we can do two things. I can give you just my email address, and you can send me the video. And if you'll put in the agent's name and the badge number, then I can look into the complaint.
Okay.
Or if you would like to stop the recording, we can go inside and I can write it down.
Yeah.
It's whichever one you would like to do, whatever's easiest for you.
I'd rather. I'm not gonna. I didn't know that you can't film in there. I mean, it's a publicly accessible area. I didn't know, but I don't think that the lobby.
Well, it's publicly accessible because we allow people to come in instead of using the intercom and having to explain why you're here. But it's actually by appointment only.
Okay.
So you can come in, but
yeah, no. The reason is
we could lock the doors and make everyone do the intercom, but it's easier for us to let people into the lobby. But we don't allow recording inside of our lobby.
Okay, and the reason I don't see why that would be, but again, it's okay. I'm not here for that. I'm here to just lodge a complaint against 3 of these agents, and again, I don't know their number. I don't know who the other 2 didn't identify themselves to me, so I have no idea who they are. But maybe when I send you the video, I'm not going to turn.
I'd be able to identify for the video.
I'm not going to go inside and turn off my camera just for not personal against you. It's just transparency and accountability. I'm not going to do that. So if that's not possible, and you're not going to allow me to do that, then I would prefer to get your email, and I'll email you a summary of what happened.
Absolutely.
And I'll email you a copy of the video as well.
That'd be perfect. Do you want to write it down, or you want me just to say it?
I mean, you could just say it, or you could write it down, or give me a card, or
I don't have anything on me. I didn't come prepared for standing out here and doing that. So
okay, that's fine. I mean, you could just tell me then.
Okay, so my first name is Cynthia, Cynthia. My last name is Adkins, Adkins.
Okay.
So my email address is going to be cynthia.adkins@gbi.ga.gov.
Got it.
Okay, so it's my first and last name with a dot.
And then at gbi.ga.gov.
gbi.ga.gov. Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Inspector.
Absolutely.
I appreciate it.
Absolutely. And then if you need to contact me, it's 404-270-8805. It feels weird just to say that.
I
write it down.
I understand.
Yeah.
I mean,
So-
I would have welcomed you to give me a card or something, but you don't have it.
I don't have.
obviously, so-
I didn't come prepared with that.
Yeah,
No.
and
They
do you
just
work-
said
what-
they
what-
said somebody in the lobby needs somebody, so I just came out.
Oh, okay. And do you what division do you work for?
Investigative division.
Investigative division.
Uh-huh.
Is there like a professional standards or an internal affairs division here?
We do have internal affairs.
Okay.
Mhm.
And you would forward that to them?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
I just wanted to make sure I was talking to the right person, or it's going to go to the right place.
Yeah.
Because, like I said, is it something that did they put hands on me or do anything like that? No, they didn't do any of that.
Right.
Again, but I think it's very dangerous. The incorrect information that a law enforcement officer would put out there, and just the form that they the manner that they treated me
Mhm.
was unbecoming of a law enforcement officer. Supposed to be professional peacekeepers,
Right.
and they weren't trying to keep any peace. And again, they wouldn't identify themselves. To your knowledge, when a member of the public asks a GBI agent to identify themselves, is it department policy to identify yourself to the public?
I mean, it's not department policy, but there should never be a reason for us not to give that information.
Okay.
I mean, they're not, obviously, if they were in some kind of a uniform, they're not in undercover capacity. So
Okay.
I'm not saying
And-
it's written down in a policy, but
Okay,
there'd be
I'm
no
gonna.
reason. There's nothing that I do on a daily basis that if somebody asks me for my name and my badge number, I have no reason to.
Exactly,
to
but
give it to you.
it's all public information anyway. So, and my last question to you before I let you go is, if I wanted to do an open records request,
Mhm.
like say for your policies and procedures here at the GBI,
Uh-huh.
how would I go about doing that?
You actually send it to an email address for our open records, and so
Open
when
records?
I get your email, I can actually I can reply back with that email address.
Okay.
I don't know it off the top of my head.
It's okay.
I want to say it's like openrecords@gbi.ga.gov, but don't hold me to that. I don't email it all the time. So
All right. I appreciate your time here,
But I
Inspector.
can give it to you though.
Thank you. I'll send you that email later today.
All right, what was your name again?
My
I'm
name is
sorry.
Sean.
Sean.
Yeah,
Okay, all right.
thank you.
It was nice to
Thank
meet
you,
you.
Inspector.
All right, fellow patriots. So immediately after submitting my complaint with the GBI agent, I sent her the video of the encounter. I have followed up via email and phone call, and the update is absolutely nothing. I continue to get the runaround regarding my complaint. This is even worse than we have investigated ourselves and found no wrongdoing. They didn't even bother with the investigating themselves. The Georgia Bureau of Investigation obviously thinks it's okay to treat members of the public the way the agents treated me, and that it is okay to have such a lack of knowledge on basic law. To think that just by signing a license means that you have to provide that to law enforcement officers when they ask is absolutely ridiculous. This is exactly why law enforcement in this country is the way it is today, and why we the people need to continue to fight for transparency and accountability. It looks like I need to go back down to Georgia. Stay tuned to the channel and make sure you have notifications turned on. Like and share this video. As always, stay safe. God bless. I'll see you in the next video. Long Island Audit. Peace.
And another good one from Long Island Audit. As always,
Yeah, I watched that one earlier. Yeah, cool.
yes. Long Island always has good ones. Always has good ones. Oh, I am getting tired. Oh, what else we got?
Oh, wow. I might have to run this stuff down. Be right back, Mama Bear. I'm just going to take this dog down.
Okay. Let's see what everybody's doing. Is the Trump rally still going on? It looks like it still is. Where is it? Oh, yeah, it's still going on. Let's see what else. See, did the hurricane update give us another hurricane update yet? I don't see one. How about a little bit of music? We haven't played music today.
All I hear is new chain, big house, fast car, it's so boring. And all of that is lies, man, it's so corny. Death threats coming every other day for me, but I don't believe a word, that shit is ghost stories. Hi, my name is Mellows, welcome to the show. If you are easily offended, then you probably should go. My resolution to lose is who my new music is triggered. And just 1 million views on YouTube is 2 big middle fingers. I don't apologize or compromise, I quantify the figures, cause I'm optimized for making a killing and getting bigger. Had to fire all along, I needed fuel in the flicker to light the fuse to the mixture of the rumors and liquor. They got nothing else to do but try to cut me with scissors. But what's a blade to a building made out of iron and pillars? Go ahead and cry me a river, cause I've been dying to go swimming. And I'm decided to find it funny when they whine, cause I'm winning. I just tell the truth, it's up to you to love or dismiss it. I'm just pointing out what I feel that the game has been missing. And every time I open my mouth up, you get offended. You say that talk is cheap, but then you act like it's expensive. You can't afford to speak your mind, afraid you'll get rejected by some strangers on the internet whose lives are all pathetic. I was surrounded by people who just pretend to be down, and then I blew up off a record. No one's friends with me now. But I hear is new chain, big house, fast cars, so bored. And all of that is lies, man, it's so corny. Death threats coming every other day for me, but I don't believe a word, that shit is ghost stories. Hi, my name is Mellows, welcome to the show. If you are easily offended, then you probably should go. My resolution to lose is who my new music is triggered. And just 1 million views on YouTube is 2 big middle fingers. I apologize and compromise and quantify the figures, cause I'm optimized for making a killing and getting bigger. Had to fire all along, I needed fuel in the flicker to light the fuse to the mixture of the rumors and liquor. They got nothing else to do but try to cut me with scissors. But what's a blade to a building made out of iron and pillars? Go ahead and cry me a river, cause I've been dying to go swimming. And I'm deciding to find it funny when they whine, cause I'm winning. I just tell the truth, it's up to you to love or dismiss it. I'm just pointing out what I feel that the game has been missing. And every time I open my mouth up, you get offended. You say that talk is cheap, but then you act like it's expensive. You can't afford to speak your mind, afraid you'll get rejected by some strangers on the internet whose lives are all pathetic. I was surrounded by people who just pretend to be down, and then I blew up off a record. No one's friends with me now. You say that talk is cheap, but then you act like it's expensive. You say that talk is cheap, but then you act like it's expensive. You can't afford to speak your mind, afraid you'll get rejected by some strangers on the internet whose lives are all pathetic. I was surrounded by people who just pretend to be down, and then I blew up off a record. No one's friends with me now. No one's friends with me now. Can't afford to speak your mind, afraid you'll get rejected by some strangers on the internet whose lives are all pathetic. I was surrounded by people who just pretend to be down, and then I blew up off a record. No one's friends with me now. The storm warning, flashlights blink on and on, and I marvel at it all. Just the simplicity, beauty of life, like a giant painting on canvas, a body of color exposed to be seen. Only man has no control of the paintbrushes. He must be quick to hurry, paint what he sees before his eyes, or snap it from the lens of a can to capture for forever keep it locked in some memory bag. The storm warning, flashlights blink on and on, and I marvel at it all. Just the simplicity, beauty of life, like a giant painting on canvas, a body of colors exposed to be seen. Only man has no control of the paintbrushes. He must be quick to hurry, paint what he sees before his eyes, or snap it from the lens of a camera to capture, or forever keep it locked in some memory bag. Or forever keep it locked in some memory bag. Or forever keep it locked in some memory bag. The storm warning, flashlights blink on and on, and I marvel at it all. Just the simplicity, beauty of life, like a giant painting on canvas, a body of colors exposed to be seen. Only man has no control of the paintbrushes. He must be quick to hurry, paint what he sees before his eyes, or snap it from the lens of a camera to capture, or forever keep it locked in some memory bag. Or forever keep it locked in some memory bag. Or forever keep it locked in some memory bag. Or forever keep it locked in some memory bag. The storm warning, flashlights blink on and on, and I marvel at it all. Just the simplicity, beauty of life, like a giant painting on canvas.
And we're back. Wow. A long day.
I have another good one.
Since World War II, the United States government have been able to manipulate the weather. That's a fact. You can look it up. Since the 1960s, we've been able to control and even weaponize the weather. That's a fact. You can look it up.
We did it in Vietnam. Yeah.
Exactly. And in the 1970s, the United States Congress put forth a bill to regulate weather manipulators. That's right. In case you had some sort of a weather manipulation tool, the United States government wanted you to register it with the United States government and get a license for it. That's how much we were doing this in the United States. So we'll come back to that part of the story in a second. But first, when Hurricane Katrina destroyed New Orleans and the Gulf Coast in 2005, a lot of people got very rich. I don't know if you know that. That story hasn't really been covered or talked much about. Millionaires, in fact, were made as a result of it. Millionaires were made almost overnight as a result of this destruction. 80% of the land, of course, was destroyed in New Orleans at the time, and all the way up through the Mississippi into Biloxi and everything else was wiped away. Most of it purchased by property developers. And black residents of New Orleans at the time weren't stupid. They knew exactly what was happening to them. Here's a nice paycheck. Now leave and never come back. We'll take your land. Don't worry. Get out of here. Take the town of Point Cadet, a hurricane-battered blue-collar neighborhood in East Biloxi, Mississippi. Homes were totally flattened. Casinos swooped in, bought up all of the land. Casino operators snatched up tracts of land from property owners whose homes were flattened by the hurricane on August 29th, 2005. Now this area, tourist destination, right? And nice casinos, restaurants, nice pier, all of that, nice shopping and everything. No more pesky homeowners with riverfront property, just like Maui, Lahaina, right? Where massive wildfires took out all the homes, people that lived there for well over 100 years. A lot of generational families in those areas now just wiped away. Perfect tourist destination properties in that area. The people that own those houses, of course, are totally inconvenient. Get out of here. We need this oceanfront property for new resorts. On November 13th, 1946, pilot Curtis Talbot, working for the General Electric Research Laboratory, he climbed up to the top of a local area, local peak, 14,000 feet high near Schenectady. I love that name. Near Schenectady, New York. Talbot, along with another researchers from GE, released just 3 pounds of dry ice into the clouds, high above Schenectady. And suddenly it began to swirl. Suddenly ice crystals formed, and then it started to snow. Big snow was a result of that. Obviously, this is not footage from 1946, but this is snow. And it was pretty crazy. This was the first time they had created the first man-made snowstorm just after World War II. Then experiments continued into rain and manipulation of tornadoes and hurricanes, and it came quietly. Then came Project Cirrus, which has been recently declassified. 1947, U.S. experiment, along with the United States Navy, the Army, General Electric. They attempted to control hurricanes using cloud seeding. It was aimed at reducing the severity of storms. But guess what? It did the exact opposite, and efforts actually redirected a hurricane right towards Georgia. It's pretty remarkable, actually. You can see look at the path of this hurricane. They started seeding the clouds after the hurricane had already gone through the southern tip of Florida, and it was heading out to sea, moving away from Florida. It literally redirected it away from Florida. Then once they started seeding the clouds, look at this. It redirected it back into Georgia, bringing devastation to Georgia. It was gone. It was out to sea. Let's bring it back using our cloud seeding. The idea was to lessen the severity of it. Of course, they did the exact opposite. After this, by the way, GE quit this, said they're done because they were worried about lawsuits, legal ramifications of this. But of course, the U.S. government continued it. The United States Army, the United States Navy continued this opportunity. In 1953, in fact, the President of the United States launched the Advisory Committee on Weather Control. They realized that controlling the weather and weaponizing the weather was more powerful than a nuclear bomb. Why? Because after a nuclear bomb, you render the ground completely useless. But using weather is just a temporary inconvenience. And you can manipulate it in any way that you want. In the Cold War, both the United States, the Soviet Union ramped up their weather manipulation efforts, weaponizing these tools. These superpowers realized that by controlling the weather, they could destabilize entire regions without firing a single bullet. Take Operation Popeye, for example. Get your spinach out here. This was during the Vietnam War. Is a prime example. Through cloud seeding, U.S. forces in Vietnam extended the monsoon season over the Ho Chi Minh Trail, creating floods that hampered enemy supply lines. This was the first real-world application of weather manipulation for warfare. The weaponization of weather. And
but
it
I'm
worked.
sure they don't do that anymore.
I'm sure they don't at all. All the supply lines were stuck on the Ho Chi Minh Trail, and the U.S. bombed the shit out of them. They were stuck. Perfect destruction. You can actually still see their craters today along the Ho Chi Minh Trail. All of the bombings that happened in that mud-soaked, in that mud-soaked incident. These programs continued in earnest, of course. The United States and Russia, then the Soviet Union, both explored weather manipulation during the Cold War. The U.S. considered cloud seeding to break up tornadoes or even to induce drought on the Soviet Union. We're gonna dry you up. No food production in the Soviet Union. The U.S. also considered melting polar ice caps to alter climate patterns against the Soviets. Fast forward to today, and we have to wonder, have these programs quietly just sort of continued? Advanced to the point where entire storms can be created or intensified at will? Take Hurricane Helene, for example. On the surface, it seems like, yeah, it's just another storm here, right? Another intense storm. But there are clear signs this could be the result of human intervention. The erratic nature of this path, the unprecedented rainfall, we're talking over 40 trillion gallons. 40 trillion gallons of water. Unprecedented amount of water that hit this area. The concentrated devastation in key areas, by the way, very specific areas. It's not just, could it be, nature just acting unpredictably? It doesn't seem so. It's possible that we are seeing modern day weather warfare. An investigative journalist over to Into Thin Air pointed out a number of radar beam anomalies. How am I saying this? Anomalies. My God, why? I have one of those moments where you can't say it. With Hurricane Helene. Watch this and watch these radar beams, which is stunning.
All right, everyone, welcome back. We are waiting the arrival of major Category 4 Hurricane Helene. This thing is an absolute monster. But take a look at this anomaly that's shooting down almost to where we're going to see landfall. It's very interesting. I'm curious to see if this thing actually lands right on top of where we think landfall is going to be. Now, there's something else kind of shooting out here underneath this layer of moisture over the southeast. It looks like it's coming from either northern Florida or a radar tower in southern Georgia. But the main one right here, look at this big beam that shoots down right to about here. That's where we're expecting landfall, give or take. Now, something even more interesting, I want to show you on a more detailed chart. All right, I'll show you once here and then we'll zoom in. But take a look. It's coming from up in this area and it shoots down right to about here where we're expecting landfall. I'll move forward and you'll pretty much see it right away. There it is now. Boom, right here. Okay, so now we're going to zoom in and see exactly where this thing points to, because that is not your normal beam that you see coming from these radar. It's definitely coming from the state of Georgia, probably underneath this mess here. It's coming this way, and there's a cross of that other beam either coming from northern Florida or southern Georgia. All right, this is about as close as we're going to get. We're going to see one anomaly.
Yeah. So it's not something to discount. Go down this massive rabbit hole. Want to go down this massive rabbit hole with patent applications that have been in the works with sound, using sound technology to redirect weather patterns, using cloud seeding, using these types of beams to redirect clouds. Unbelievable. It's not something to discount, especially when the people of North Carolina right now, specifically Asheville, rightly want to know why suddenly there was a massive hurricane that struck their land, bringing 40 trillion gallons of water. Water they say they've never seen before in the state's history. Back in 2001, of course, you have patent application publications for hurricane and tornado control devices. Now, this patent back in 2001 was sort of languished and then went abandoned until it was picked back up again and sold off to another individual. And you can read all of these patents. You can see the different technology, the abstract. A method is disclosed for affecting the formation and or direction of low atmospheric weather systems. Audio generators are positioned to project sound waves towards a peripheral area of a weather system. The sound waves are generated at a frequency to affect the formation of weather systems in a manner to disrupt, enhance, or direct the formation. Okay. Sure, it's all just total coincidence, though, right? But I think Eve for America sums it up nicely with her cup of coffee, questioning all of this. And this is a rabbit hole you can deeply go down if you'd like to. But the people of North Carolina who are still looking for victims today and wondering what happens to their land now that all of these towns are wiped away, will the government swoop in and hand them a check for using eminent domain? Here's all of your money. Here's some money. Get out of here, because there's large mineral deposits underneath your house. There's large swaths of useful resources that the United States government wants, or not just the United States government, but large corporations want, just like we saw in Hurricane Katrina, just like we're seeing in Maui. There are no coincidences. Here's Eve for America. I like this.
Can I tell you what I find suspicious as shit? That one of the areas affected by Hurricane Helene is the world's largest lithium deposit, and the DoD just entered into an agreement with this company right here to mine lithium for electric cars starting in 2025. Now that area is completely devastated. This is a $90 million agreement between the DoD and this company right here to get Kings Mountain, North Carolina lithium mine up and running by 2030. If that area has been inundated, is in a disaster zone, then the government can come in and do eminent domain, and they can pay you what it was worth 5 years ago rather than what it's worth right now. Imagine that your home has turned into a watery lot and the government comes to you and says, hey, I'll pay you what you paid for it. You're going to take it and you're going to go, right? What do you think is going to happen right here now that they want this lithium mine up and running by 2025, 2030 at the latest? Back in 1947, we had the Florida-Georgia hurricane, or Hurricane 9, and it was the first hurricane to be targeted for weather modification. What happened was General Electric's, the U.S. Navy, the Army, the Air Force, they poured dry ice into this hurricane using airplanes to see what would happen. Would they slow it down? Well, what happened was it slowed down a little bit, but it turned west really sharp. Let me show you. This is the path that the hurricane took in 1947. Does it look similar to you? Probably not. It's a coincidence, right? Moving on. I'm sure this is just another coincidence, but do you know who owns the most shares in that lithium mine? BlackRock and Vanguard.
Get the heck out of here. You just get the heck out.
You get the heck out of here, Eve.
I cannot.
I love Eve with her cup of coffee. Yeah,
we noticed,
I'm
you,
sure
we
it has
noticed you were homeless. May we the government offer you to continue to be? How about that?
Right.
That's our
Yeah.
that's our
Here's a little
final
check.
offer.
You're
That's
homeless
the plot
now.
of Twisters. I'm sorry if I gave that away, but like
Weather
this
manipulation.
is
Yeah,
truth
exactly.
as fiction. Okay, can't.
Hey, also too, you could say, well, what's going on? Maybe the Brown Mountain Lights there in North Carolina, not too far from Asheville. Like what's happening there? The mystery of the Brown Mountain Lights for many, many years. So who knows?
Are we?
But we're living in strange times.
Are we starting to realize that maybe BlackRock and Vanguard are not good companies?
I think we're starting to come around on that. Yeah,
is that
starting to get some,
Mr. Luthor.
Like two or three more conspiracies, and I'm going to start thinking that they're probably not on the up and up.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought they were good guys, and then they popped up in that whole Ukraine war thing, and they just bought up the whole country of Ukraine after this war started.
Yeah.
It's very strange. Yeah, it's very
They're
strange.
hiring shooters for their videos.
Right. Yeah. The people that have been involved in the assassinations of Donald Trump.
Uncommon in, yeah. It's
Are in their
not
freaking
uncommon in
videos.
video production to hire shooters, but those are usually camera people, not gunners.
Right, not actually gunners that wind up and end up trying to shoot at President Trump. I know it's very convenient. Other people in the chat believe that maybe it has nothing to do with the minerals there. It could just be the fact that these are all Trump voting areas that are suddenly wiped out. And of course, as we reported earlier this week, the post office has suspended service and voting is beginning, of course. So 34 days until the election, any kind of early, mail-in ballots, the U.S. Postal Service has stopped in over 49 different zip codes now. So no mail-in ballots, none of that in these regions as well. So, boy, here we go.
Unbelievable shit.
Interesting. Interesting, huh?
Uh-huh.
Well, I am ready to call it night.
Yeah.
We've been on for 6 hours.
Thank you, everybody, for joining us. And we'll catch you on the next one. Want to play the outro?
Well, you got it.
All right, let's get this. See you all on the next one, guys.
This is your emergency broadcast system. All civil unrest has gone global. All capital buildings and cities are under siege by the United States government to quell the domestic terrorist threat. All residents of urban neighborhoods and cities are being ordered to stay in their homes until the threats are eliminated. If you disobey orders, you could be shot on sight by rogue agents, federal forces, and domestic terrorist militias. This is your emergency broadcast system. This is a national alert. Imminent threat is nationwide. You must stay in sight of your homes or risk being shot on sight. The conspiracy is upon you. Your conspiracy friends were right all along. Now you must learn to survive. If you hear this, you are the resistance. This is your emergency broadcast system. End of broadcast.